I disappeared for a year. Everyone thought I was dead. Now I'm home, and my family is afraid of me. This is The Stranger Who Came Home, a gripping psychological thriller about a mother who returns after a year of unimaginable captivity, only to discover that the life she fought to get back to may have been built on secrets. A year ago, I kissed my 3-year-old daughter goodbye. I promised Phoebe I'd be home soon. I wasn't. When I disappeared during a work trip, my family searched everywhere. Days became weeks. Weeks became months. Eventually, they stopped looking. They had to accept that I was dead. But I survived. After a year of nightmares, I finally make it home. I expect tears, relief, my daughter's arms around my neck. Instead, everything feels wrong. My husband watches me as though he's waiting for me to make a mistake. My family speaks to me carefully, like I'm someone they don't quite recognize. And then there's Phoebe. My little girl looks up at me with the eyes I have dreamed about for a year. But there is no recognition in them. She doesn't run into my arms. She doesn't call me Mum. She looks at me like I'm a stranger. I survived the nightmare that stole a year of my life. I thought coming home would mean I was safe. I was wrong. Because while I was gone, my family changed. And so did the story of what happened to me. Someone is lying. Someone knows where I've really been. And the most terrifying question isn't whether I can uncover the truth. It's whether my family wants me home at all. Prologue. Then, 13 months earlier. Where was I? I tried to open my eyes, but my eyelids felt heavy, as if they'd been glued shut. I was lying down, somewhere warm and soft. I couldn't remember anything, not just where I was or why, but even who I was. I started to shiver as panic took hold. Slowly sitting up, I finally forced my eyes open and stared around me. It was daylight, and there was a window in front of me, with a view of the sky and the tops of trees, suggesting I was upstairs somewhere, perhaps high up in a building. I felt like I'd been asleep forever. As I blinked back the shock of the bright lights, I felt around. I was obviously in a bed, covered with a sheet and a thin blanket. Where was I? How did I get here? What happened to me? If I hadn't felt so strange, so lightheaded and confused, I think I'd have been even more scared. As it was, the feelings of panic were coming over me in waves, alternating with the impression that I was still asleep and dreaming. I tentatively pushed myself upright, swung my feet around, and tried to stand up, but my legs buckled under me, and I collapsed back onto the bed, my head spinning. "Hey, don't try to get up," said a male voice close to my face. "You'll only fall over again." Again? I fell back against the pillow. Who the hell was he? And what was he talking about? Had I fallen over? I couldn't remember. The bed suddenly bounced as the person sat down on the edge. My eyes opened wide in shock. The man was smiling down at me, and I didn't have a clue who he was. Why was I in bed? Was I in a hospital? Was he a doctor? Should he be sitting on my bed so close to me? "You still don't remember, do you?" he said softly, sadly. He had an American accent and was quite kind-looking. Perhaps if he wasn't a doctor, he was a nurse. I shook my head, looking around me wildly for an escape route as I struggled again to sit up, to get to my feet. "Careful, you really shouldn't," he said, taking hold of my shoulders to steady me. I shook him off. "Let go of me," I said hoarsely. "I don't know who you are. Where am I? What am I doing here?" "Shh, it's all right. You're safe. Don't panic." He smiled, actually smiled, while I was screaming with terror inside. "You're in hospital. You've had a head injury. That's why you're struggling to remember anything. It'll get better, but you need time to rest and recover. You had an accident. It'll come back to you eventually." "An accident?" I heard myself squawk. "What kind of accident? How did I get—" I fingered the bandage on my scalp, jumping at the pain. "A head injury!" "You fell down a flight of steps and hit your head against a wall at the bottom. Knocked yourself clean out." What steps? Where was I? What was I doing there? We were upstairs in a bar. I'm sorry, I couldn't catch you when you fell. I tried to get in front of you, going down the stairs, because I could see you were unsteady on your feet. But you tripped right at the top, before I could even... We were in a bar? Together? I demanded, shrinking away from him. I thought you were a doctor. No, although I did used to be a nurse, if that helps. He smiled. No, I'm Nathan. You know me. We'd been together in the bar. I called the ambulance and came with you. I've been with you most of the time since, in fact. You've been here for 3 days. What? 3 days? I sat up again, trying to ignore the way my head span. No, I can't have been. I'd remember. Sadly, no. You haven't remembered anything yet. You haven't been well enough up until now to ask any questions when you've woken up. I stared at him. He was somebody I knew? Somebody I'd been in a bar with. Somebody who called an ambulance for me and who seemed to have stayed with me, or visited me at least, each of the 3 days I'd apparently been here since? I didn't even recognize him. The doctors have explained your condition to me. It was apparently a pretty bad blow to your head. You were concussed. You were unconscious for quite a while, and since then you've mostly been asleep. They've given you a brain scan, and they're saying it all seems okay. You've just got to take it very easy. They're going to discharge you today, but I'll have to bring you back if you notice anything unusual, like... Unusual? I gasped. Isn't it a bit unusual not to remember anything, not even who I am? They say it'll all come back in time, but it's impossible to say when. The doctor was asking me, he went on, giving me a more serious look, whether anything traumatic had happened to you before you even had the fall. It could have contributed to this memory loss. It's almost like a fugue state. Well, I've got no idea, have I, whether anything traumatic has happened to me, I retorted, feeling tears threatening. How would I know? I don't even know who I am. He gave me a sympathetic look. Well, your name's Caroline, okay? And you told me in the bar that something traumatic had happened to you at work that day. To be honest, it sounded a little bit like you'd had some kind of breakdown. A breakdown? I stared back at him. A breakdown, and now a fugue state? Whoever I was, I certainly didn't feel like I could be very mentally stable. I watched the man, Nathan, warily as he spoke briefly to a nurse who'd popped her head around the door to check if I was awake. Were Nathan and I friends? How long had I known him? He felt like a complete stranger to me, but then he'd not only said we'd been together in a bar, but that he would bring me back to the hospital if I deteriorated after being discharged. He must have known me pretty well, especially if he'd been here with me every day. Should I trust him? But if not, who else did I have? Little did I know then that Nathan wouldn't just end up being the only person I could trust. He'd actually turn out to be my hero, my savior to be honest, and that I'd never ever be able to thank him enough. Chapter 1. Now. The flight feels never-ending already, and it hasn't really been long since we took off. I'm fidgety, impatient, restless, bored, I suppose. It's been a while since I've flown anywhere, and I'd forgotten what a palaver it all is. The check-in, the queues, the delays, the endless waiting. Nathan's done a lot of flying, so he finds my naivety about it a bit strange. Why don't you watch the movie? He suggests, putting his headphones on and proceeding to do just that, leaving me with nobody to complain to. I fidget in my seat, looking at the in-flight magazine, putting it down again, wishing I'd put my Kindle in my hand luggage instead of packing it. I'm glad when the lights are dimmed, and everyone around us starts settling down for the night. Nathan persuaded me that a night flight would be best. The best way to avoid jet lag, he said. There's no way I'm going to be able to sleep, but at least I can stop pretending to be interested in the magazine. Put your eye mask on, Nathan says, without turning away from the film. He bought me the mask as a present after we'd booked the flights. I'd rather have had an upgrade to premium economy. Then we'd apparently have got eye masks handed out free and a more comfortable seat. But he said we couldn't afford that. Fair enough. When he travels with his job, they pay for him to go business class. But of course, this is different. This isn't business, and it isn't even a holiday. I feel a little shudder run through me. I think it's excitement, not nerves, but it's hard to tell the difference, and my emotions are all over the place. What is this trip exactly? What do you call a trip that's taking you from one side of the Atlantic to the other, and you know you won't be coming back? I think I'd like to call it a homecoming. It's not that for Nathan, of course. He's American, coming to live in Britain because of me. He works for an American company, but commutes for his work as a senior sales manager of a pharmaceutical company between both countries so frequently that it's no big deal for him which side of the ocean he spends the majority of his time on. He just shrugged when I said I wanted to come home. He's keeping his flat in New York. He's keeping his U.S. citizenship. I worry, just slightly, that it would be no big deal for him to leave me anytime he wants to return to the States permanently again. But of course, he just laughed when I said that to him. "Don't be so insecure," he said, as if that's something anybody can help being. "Why would I want to leave you?" I don't actually know the answer to that. I'm more puzzled as to why he wouldn't want to. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I hear is the cabin crew's breakfast trolley trundling along the aisle. I sit up with a start. Nathan's got his headphones on and is watching something on his screen again. He might have been watching it the whole time I've been asleep for all I know. I'm completely disorientated. I have no idea what the time is and no idea where we are either. I yawn and try, in the limited space available, to have a stretch. Nathan looks round at me in surprise and takes off his headphones. "So you're awake," he comments unnecessarily. "Had a good sleep?" I don't know. It just felt like a little nap. "Well, breakfast's on the way, and by the time we've eaten it, we'll be preparing to land." Really? I feel a frisson of genuine excitement now. This is the moment I've been anticipating, dreaming about, wondering if it was really going to happen and how I was going to feel if it did. Now I'm finding it quite hard to believe it is actually happening. I can't eat much of my breakfast, and when we finally start circling Heathrow, I feel sick. The landing is smooth. We glide calmly down the runway, and here we are, already at the terminal building. "Come on, get your hand luggage," Nathan says, as I'm still sitting here, glued to the seat, as if I want to fly straight back again. I don't. I pick up my handbag, take the flight bag he hands down to me from the overhead locker, and pull on my jacket. It's April, so I haven't been expecting it to be very warm yet in England, but I'd hoped for sunshine. But no, the sky's gray, and it looks like rain. I find myself wishing we'd come right slap bang in the middle of summer. I always loved the English summers. In New York, the heat was often overpowering, while the winter weather was far worse than here. At last, I'm conscious of a spark of true happiness at being back. Funny that it's thinking about the weather, of all things, that lit that spark, when what I've actually come back for is far, far more important. We make our way down from the plane and into the arrivals entrance. In the time since I last took a flight, I've forgotten how far you have to walk, either using the travelators or trying to outwalk them, and how long you have to then wait to collect your luggage. By the time we're finally in a taxi, leaving the airport behind and heading for Nathan's flat, the London rush hour is underway, and the journey takes longer than it should. I'm feeling impatient now. I've never seen his London flat, but he's warned me it's only a small one-bedroomed place because he's only ever used it as a bolt hole when he's working over here. He says that if we decide to stay here permanently, we'll buy a house outside of the city in the home counties somewhere. As far as I'm concerned, there's no if about it. We're staying. We're buying that house. It'll be in Essex, where I grew up, where I lived until I went to America over a year ago, where my mom lives with my little girl. She was 2 years, 8 months old when I left. She'll be nearly 4 now. I'm going home to Essex to be reunited with my family, to be with my daughter again. My mom's been looking after her. She might not even remember me properly now. I haven't even told them that we're coming. I know it's going to be a shock for Mum to suddenly see me on her doorstep. It's going to be an emotional reunion, and I know it's not going to be easy. I've got a lot of explaining to do. But Nathan's here to support me. Since I had my accident, since I completely lost my memory and had no idea who I was or what had happened to me, he supported me every step of the way. And I know he's going to help me through this, too. Chapter 2. So, are you still sure about not calling your mom to warn her that we're coming? Nathan asks when we're finally settled down in his flat, relaxing with a coffee and the sandwiches we picked up at the airport for our lunch. Now we're actually here, in the country, maybe you should let her know. It'll be one hell of a shock for her if you just turn up on the doorstep, don't you think? I sigh. We've already talked this over a lot during the past few weeks and months. My emotions about this reunion are all over the place, and I'm finding it difficult to think clearly about how best to play it. I've been away for over a year, when it was only supposed to be 4 weeks. Nobody seemed to be looking for me. If it hadn't been for Nathan, I don't know what might have happened. He's taken care of me all the way through this nightmare, paid for my hospital care, taken me home with him when I had no one else, looked after me and cared for me until slowly, the memories began to come back. Memories of my lovely family in England, my mum, my dad, and most of all, my darling little girl, Phoebe. Mum might have given up on me, I say now quietly. My voice is shaking a little. Surely she wouldn't really have done, would she? The police have told her now that you've been found, he says gently. She knows you're alive, babe. Yes, but she won't understand why I've been away for so long, or why I still couldn't come home straight away after the police gave her that news. It's been a few weeks after all. You had to wait for the new passport. She'll realize that. Why not give her a call today? Because if I call, she might tell us not to come. If we just turn up on her doorstep, she won't be able to turn us away. And then, if I can tell her what happened, surely she'll understand. I'm not sure she will straight away, he warns me. Maybe you don't tell her what actually happened, not until she's had time to get used to you being back, calmed down, and got over the shock. I know. So I think it's best to just turn up. Take her by surprise, I say firmly. I don't think Nathan fully understands it. The shame I feel about it all, the accident, the memory loss. In hospital, they called it a fugue state. Nathan himself has referred to it as a kind of mental illness. On top of that, I'm horribly aware that the accident happened because I'd been drinking too much, trying to forget the humiliation and bullying I'd been going through at my temporary work placement in the U.S. And the way I behaved, actually lashing out physically at my bullying colleague before walking out, crying. Now it's all over, and I can look back on it, is embarrassing, to put it mildly. Humiliating. Nathan even wonders whether the horrible woman who bullied me might have reported me to the police over it. What on earth would my parents think of me if they knew about that? I'm so ashamed of myself. Why did I let everything get on top of me so much? Why was I so pathetic? Why didn't I just come straight home to England, to my family and my baby girl? I'll never forgive myself, and I'm worried that, if I tell Mum about it, she'll be ashamed of me too. After all, what kind of mother leaves her 2-year-old child with her mum and then just doesn't come back? I understand how you feel, Nathan says gently, although I'm not sure he does really. He's been so good to me about all of this, happily uprooting and moving halfway across the world for me. But he's never had children. I don't think he can really imagine what it's like to have been separated from the little person you grew inside of you. Best not to try telling your mum what happened yet then. Mental problems have a bit of a stigma to them. I'm usually in the habit of taking Nathan's advice. He's quite a lot older than me. He turned 40 last month, and I'm only 24, so I kind of respect his opinion most of the time. Even when I don't, I normally end up agreeing with him. Not many men would have stuck around through thick and thin with all that I've gone through since we met. I know you're worried that your mum won't want to give Phoebe up, he goes on. Exactly, especially when she hears what happened. But I'm not planning to march in there and take Phoebe away from her. Of course not. We shared Phoebe's care before I went away, and that's what I'm hoping we can do again, once you and I have got ourselves somewhere to live and settled down. Well, just be prepared for her to be a bit resistant at first. You've been out of contact with her for over a year. She must be hurt, angry in fact. She's been lumbered with your kid all this time. Lumbered? She was delighted to be looking after her. When I left, she said, "Whatever she said when you left, honey, she wasn't expecting to be caring for her for so long, was she? Without any explanation from you. I know it wasn't your fault, but she doesn't know that, so you're going to have to tread carefully, or she might just—" He tails off, shaking his head again. She might just what? Refuse to let you have anything to do with her. She won't do that, I scoff. You don't know her. She's not like that. She's lovely. And like I said, I'm not expecting to just take Phoebe away from her, am I? That would be too frightening for Phoebe, as well as unfair on Mom. No, I just want to spend time with her, start seeing her regularly, and then, once she gets used to me again, well, by then, I'm sure Mom will be only too glad for me to have her for half the week, like we used to, or even take her completely if Mom's happy with that. If she'd like to have a break after all this time, well, all I'm saying is, let's play it really carefully and not say or do anything to upset her, just in case she's worried about trusting you again. I hate to think like this, to think of Mom not trusting me now. Of course, I do realize she might have been feeling angry with me until I tell her what happened. Try to explain that it wasn't all my fault. I will tell her eventually, of course, when I think the time is right. But for now, I just want to enjoy the excitement. I'm here! I'm back home! We're going out to Essex tomorrow, back to my childhood home, and I'm going to see my baby girl again. We've got to find a new home, and it could be ages before we're ready to move in. I just want to start rebuilding our relationship, mine and Mom's, and at the same time, mine and Phoebe's. Nathan's got 2 weeks off work for us to do the house hunting, and when he goes back to work, it's an easy commute from where Mom lives. Once we've got our own house, Nathan won't need this flat, and by then, Phoebe will be used to having me around again. I just think, Nathan's going on now, looking at me seriously, too seriously for my liking, you should be prepared for your mom to look at the situation differently from how you hope it'll play out. I shake my head. He doesn't know my mom. He hasn't met her yet. She used to be a nurse at the doctor's surgery in our village, but when I went to the States, originally just for that 4-week work placement there, she took leave from her own work to look after Phoebe. I imagine she's now probably had to give up her job to look after her permanently. Of course I feel guilty about that. And of course I want to tell Mom everything, explain exactly what happened and why I couldn't come back when I was supposed to. But yes, the story could paint me in a bad light and might make her think twice about ever letting me look after Phoebe again. I just don't think I want to risk it. Apart from anything else, I don't actually know how Mom's been managing financially, but I imagine my dad has been supporting her. They separated a few years back, not long before I got pregnant with Phoebe, but even though Dad moved out, they stayed on good terms and he's well off. He's a plastic surgeon and has a private practice as well as his NHS post. Perhaps Mom was happy to take early retirement, not that she's anywhere near old enough. She used to get frustrated by the job sometimes, complaining that patients often blamed her for things like the lack of appointments or long waits to be seen, even though it obviously wasn't her fault. So perhaps she's quite happy, quite relaxed, now she's away from all that, staying at home and just looking after Phoebe. Phoebe! My thoughts return to my darling baby girl. Not such a baby now, of course, at 3 years old, turning 4 in the summer. She'll be doing all sorts of things that she couldn't do when I left, and, well, she must be a properly grown-up little girl now. It hurts my heart to remember her as a newborn, and as a baby sitting up in her high chair, smiling, with food around her mouth. And then as a toddler, a 2-year-old with her hair in cute little pigtails. The last clear memory I have of her, before I left, was of her in the garden at home on a sunny day, wearing her favorite red dress and blowing bubbles through one of those cheap wire wands. She'd produced a particularly big bubble that shone with a rainbow from the sun, and she was smiling, the look on her face saying, "Aren't I clever?" On the day I left, she cried and told me she loved me. I can still hear her saying it in my head, still feel the pang it gave me, the bitter sweetness of knowing I wouldn't hear it again for a little while, that when I came back, she might have stopped saying it. That little while was never supposed to be so long. I can't sleep tonight. I haven't slept well, really, for months now, probably not even since I went to America. At first, it was the bullying that kept me awake and crying at night. Then, after being in hospital and going back to live in Nathan's apartment, I was too stressed and upset, frightened and lonely to sleep. Not knowing who you are is scary stuff, and even now, realizing I've been in that position, thinking about all the memories I completely lost for the best part of a year still freaks me out. I have to try not to think about it if I want even the slightest chance of falling asleep. But tonight, every time I close my eyes, I see Phoebe again, that day when she was blowing bubbles in the garden. Every time I start to doze off, I hear her voice asking, "Why are you going away, Mummy?" I can't picture her being nearly 4 years old. I don't have any photos. They were all on my old phone, the phone I never found. And after I didn't go home, Mum couldn't get in touch with me, couldn't WhatsApp or call me anymore. Nathan says he's surprised she gave up on me, but what else could she have done? I imagine how she must have tried frantically to contact me or to find out what had happened, where I was, why I wasn't going back for my daughter. I feel sick now just thinking about it, about how much she and Dad must have suffered. I can't imagine how I'm ever going to apologize enough for what I put them through, but I've got to try. Somehow, I need to find the words to ask for their forgiveness. And I know, instinctively, whatever Nathan thinks to the contrary, that Mom will eventually forgive me. I'm her only child. Whatever she thinks of me, however much she disapproves, I know she must still love me. Because now I'm a mom too, I understand how it feels. You can't stop loving somebody you've given birth to. I keep thinking about Phoebe now, imagining how it's going to feel on the day I finally get to see her again, taking her back in my arms and being her mummy again, properly, the way I should have been doing all along. And that day will be tomorrow. Chapter 3. Then. I remember it all now, of course, but it took a long time for me to have any recall whatsoever. During all that time, all those months, Nathan looked after me. It sounds crazy, because I'd only just met him, in the bar where I went to have just one drink before I came home. I was in a terrible state at that point, a complete mess, and it wasn't until I was sitting at the bar that I realized I hadn't got my handbag. "You look as if you could do with a drink," said a voice from beside me. "Had a bad day?" "You've got no idea," I said. I put my hand to my pockets, fumbling for my bank card, but the guy had already beckoned the bartender and was asking me what I'd like to drink. "I can't, actually. I just realized I left my bag behind, and I've got no money on me, no card. I'll have to go back," I muttered, starting to get down from the stool. "Ah, just have one, eh? My treat for a fellow overworked worker," he said with a smile. Since I'd had Phoebe, I wasn't really a drinker. An occasional glass of wine with Sunday dinner was about it. But there was something about this guy's understanding smile, together with the phrase he'd used, a fellow overworked worker. I wasn't overworked at all, in fact, just very upset and stressed. But he didn't seem to be coming on to me. He just seemed to be genuinely sympathetic. "Okay then, thank you," I said. "I'll have a whiskey." I gulped down the fiery liquid as if I'd been thirsty for a week. It took effect immediately. I almost felt the room tilt. But I felt better. We sat in silence for a while. The bar was noisy anyway. It would have been difficult to have much of a conversation. When I noticed my companion's glass was empty too, I tried again to fumble in my pockets, hoping to find my card. But I knew, really, that I'd left it in my handbag, in the hotel room where I was still supposed to be staying. The hotel where I'd been sent on a work placement, which I'd walked out from without even completing the 4 weeks I was supposed to be there for, because the constant bullying I'd encountered had worn me down and made me, eventually, completely lose the plot and behave like a lunatic. I was going home. I'd decided that much while I was walking the streets of New York, crying, wishing I'd never accepted the job, wishing I hadn't been such a wimp, letting the teasing and tormenting get to me so badly, wishing I'd stayed at home with my little girl, wishing I'd told my boss I couldn't accept the placement, even wishing I'd given up sooner, when the teasing first started getting to me. That's what I should have done. Walked out before missing Phoebe had reached such a peak that I couldn't bear it anymore, couldn't bear any of it, and ended up retaliating to the bullying in such an undignified and unforgivable way that all I could do was walk straight out of there and keep walking. Walking through the city streets until I came across the bar and made the fateful decision to go in. I knew I needed to go back to the hotel. I had to collect my handbag and my luggage so that I could get a cab to the airport, try to book a flight, and just go home. In disgrace, perhaps, but with my sanity still halfway intact. I'd better go, I told my drinking companion, but he just shrugged. Okay, if you have to, but I'm happy to buy you another one. He had to yell above the noise, and he waved his card at the bartender again. I'm celebrating a pay raise, and nobody came to celebrate with me. I immediately felt a kind of empathy with him. Perhaps nobody at his own workplace liked him, or perhaps they were jealous. I nodded acceptance. I'd just have one more, then I'd go. Definitely. I was going home. I couldn't leave it too much later. As it was, I'd probably struggle to get a flight home tonight now. My name's Nathan, he said, as he slid the drink along the bar towards me. Don't worry, I'm not trying to chat you up or anything creepy like that. It's just a drink, that's all. Okay, I shrugged. Well, thanks, Nathan, and congratulations on your pay rise. I raised my glass, and he clinked his with mine. But I'm going home after this one. Definitely. Understood. He didn't ask questions. He just sipped his drink, and I sipped mine. And I don't know at what point in the evening I said it, or even why, but apparently I told him my name was Caroline Johnson. Afterwards, after I got my memory and my real identity back, we both presumed I'd just made it up because I simply didn't want him to know my real name, to know the real me, or try to find me again afterwards. I wasn't interested in him. We barely even spoke that evening. I didn't intend to see him ever again. And yet, here we are. Chapter 4. Now. It's raining when I wake up. Nathan's whistling to himself in the kitchen as he makes breakfast, but somehow the weather, on top of the bad night's sleep I've just had, makes me feel less optimistic about the forthcoming reunion than I did yesterday. I pull back the blinds and look out at the street below. I'd forgotten how dreary a rainy Sunday can look in England. I suppose it's just because New York never stopped being foreign to me, that the view from the window never stopped being somehow more alive and different and interesting. Not that I wish I was back there. I never want to go back. Never. I've warned Nathan about that, and he laughs at me and shrugs and says, okay, but if he thinks I'm going to change my mind, he's mistaken. I'm home now, and I'm staying. This thought makes me feel more positive. I turn away from the rain outside the window, go for a shower, and get dressed, choosing my clothes carefully. I've lost weight since I left England, and I had to buy everything new. I don't want to look as if I've dressed myself up specially. I don't want Mum to think I've changed, even if I know I have. I choose a pair of pale blue smart jeans and a long-sleeved shirt. Nathan turns to look at me as I go into the kitchen and gives me a quick kiss. You look nice, he says. He knows I need a lot of reassurance, especially today. I've made you scrambled eggs. Oh, thank you, but... You're not hungry? Fine, I'll eat them, but you need to have something. It's an important day, you need fuel. Have some granola and yogurt, or at least some toast. All right. He looks after me. It's nice, but sometimes it makes me feel like a child. I'm a mother. I'm going to need to step up and look after my own child again soon, so I can't keep being treated like one myself. But I don't say anything. Not today. I pour granola into a bowl, add a couple of the strawberries he pushes across the table towards me, and spoon yogurt over them. Eating is making me feel sick again. The nervous tension is killing me. I just want to get going, Nate, I blurt out, throwing down my spoon. I'm sorry, I can't relax. Now we're here, I just need to… Get it over with, he finishes for me, nodding in understanding. But it's not exactly the phrase I had in mind. I don't want it over with. I want it started. I want the rest of my life as it should always have been, started today. But already I suspect it's not going to be easy. The village I grew up in isn't your typical little country village with thatched cottages and beautiful views across hills and dales. It's one of several commuter villages on the outskirts of Chelmsford, and it's a popular place to live, convenient for the city's facilities, sitting as it does on the main road. There are 2 pubs, a village hall, a church, a primary school, and a doctor's surgery, as well as 2 shops which, last time I was here at least, had managed to survive despite everybody now seeming to shop either online or at the retail parks closer to the city. The original old high street houses open straight onto the pavement, with lorries and buses thundering past. But the majority of the population live in the quieter lanes and new developments that turn off either side of the road, or in the 1960s built estate that spreads back down the hill and out of the village center. I went to school here, obviously, until I was 11, and then to a grammar school in Chelmsford, where I ended up with good A-levels but had no interest in going on to university. Instead, I got a job at a hotel. They seemed to like me there. I was willing to start at the bottom, but I worked hard and did well. And my boss was really supportive when, a couple of years later, I told her I was having a baby and would be taking maternity leave. I'm remembering all of this as we drive into the village now, and I point out to Nathan the various landmarks that made up my childhood. The school, the shop where I used to go to spend my pocket money on sweets or comics, and the little park behind the village hall where my friends and I played and later met our boyfriends. I bet you had a lot of boyfriends, he says. I mean, before that guy. I don't tend to talk about Phoebe's father, but Nathan does. He brings him up more often than I'd like, always referring to him as that guy or even that bastard. I keep telling him that Tom hadn't been a bastard at all, telling him to leave it alone, that it's all in the past, and I never think about Tom now. But since we knew we were coming back to England, he seems to be obsessed with the idea that I might bump into him. I'm with you now, I tell him, yet again. I don't care about Tom. I don't care if I never see him again. Please don't keep on about him. Fortunately, we're now approaching the turnoff for Mum's road, my road. And as I direct him on where to go, round the corner and into the driveway, I feel the tension building in my chest, in my head, and finally I'm so nervous I can't even talk. Nice house, Nathan comments. I just nod. My heart's pounding. Nathan's turned off the ignition. He's opening the car door, but I'm still sitting motionless in the passenger seat. I wish now, more than anything, that I had decided to call Mom and tell her we were coming. There aren't any windows open. She might be out. She might even be away. But then I catch sight of something propped up at the side of the house. It's a tiny red bike with stabilizers and a bell. For another moment, I just sit, transfixed, staring at that bike. My daughter, my little girl, who I left as a sweet baby-faced tot in my mother's arms, is now old enough to ride a bike. I think about everything I've missed, all the milestones, all the love, and my eyes fill up with tears. Ready? Nathan says, holding the car door open for me. I nod. I'm not. I don't know if I ever would have been, but it's now or never. We walk up the path and ring the doorbell. From inside, I can hear a child's voice calling out. My child, I remind myself. I wipe my eyes, tell myself again that this is the moment I've looked forward to, dreamed of, all through that lost, lonely time. The door opens slowly, and there's my mum on the threshold, unchanged by the passage of the past 13 months. Her hair still the same chestnut brown with the same expensive-looking highlights. Her eyes still warm and wide, her smile suddenly dropping as the realization dawns on her. "Sophie," she says, holding on to the doorframe and swaying slightly. She stares at me, then at Nathan, then back at me again. "Mom!" I hold out my arms for her welcome embrace, but she remains where she is, stony-faced, silent. I drop my arms again, reminding myself what a shock it must be for her to see me here, standing on the doorstep. There'll be plenty of time for hugs and kisses later. "Hello, Mrs. Young," Nathan says. Suddenly, I'm more conscious than ever of his American accent, the accent I've even begun to pick up a little myself, but which, since I knew I was coming home, I've been trying to shed. "I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Nathan. I've brought Sophie back to you." I like the way he said that. I watch Mum's face, waiting for it to suddenly light up with joy, but it doesn't. She stares from me to Nathan and back again. "You've come back then, have you?" she says flatly. She sounds full of disapproval, even anger. Her hands are shaking. "Yes, Oh, Mom, I'm so sorry. Perhaps we should have called or emailed to let you know we were on the way, but a call to let me know you were still alive might have been even better," she says, an edge of hurt in her voice now. "I couldn't. Look, I'll explain later, but it's difficult." "Difficult?" she retorts. "I'll tell you what's been difficult." But then she pauses, shaking her head, apparently deciding she doesn't want an argument. "We thought, after the police told us you'd been found," she adds more quietly, "that you might have got in touch, but no, still nothing. Not a word, not even to say you were safe and well, not even to ask after Phoebe." I can't think of a good excuse now for not doing so, not without accusing her of the same thing. But equally, I'm not about to start now, right here on the doorstep, telling her about my memory loss and the reason for it. It might be the truth, but it also sounds pathetic compared with the anguish she must have gone through, not knowing whether I was alive or dead. I feel ashamed. I can't talk to her about this. "How is Phoebe?" I rush on instead. "I can't wait to see her. I see she's got a little bike now." "Yes, she's got a lot of things you don't know about," she says dryly, and just at that moment, there's a pounding of feet on the hall floor behind her, and she's there, beside Mum at the doorway, staring up at me. A little girl with a mop of wavy brown hair, beautiful dark brown eyes, and a mouth like a rosebud. The lump in my throat is so huge it's threatening to choke me, but the last thing I want to do is frighten her. "Phoebe," I say, crouching down to her level. "Hello. How are you, sweetie? You're so grown up now." "Hello," she says, glancing uncertainly up at Mum, who puts a hand gently on her shoulder and says, "Why don't you go and finish your drawing, Poppet? I'll come and see it in a moment." She turns back to me. "You'd better come in." I watch Phoebe walk away. My heart's actually hurting. Doesn't she even recognize me? Why not? Why wouldn't she recognize me? I'm her mummy. But of course, I get it, really. I don't like to think about it, to admit it, but Phoebe's probably forgotten about me now. A year is a long time in a little child's life. Mum turns and leads the way down the hall. It's been repainted since I was here, a calm and fashionable shade of pale gray. We follow her into the kitchen, which hasn't changed at all. In fact, it's so exactly the same that it makes me gasp in recognition. The gray and white floor tiles, the spotless white kitchen units, the scrubbed wooden table with its 4 chairs. The only difference is that there's now a booster seat on one of the chairs. Mum's putting the kettle on, her back to us, silent, her whole demeanor speaking of disapproval. I know I've got a lot to explain, a lot of apologies to make, but for the moment, I'm speechless myself, my feelings all over the place, caught between the thrill, the utter joy of hearing my little girl singing to herself in the next room, the excitement at being back here in what has so far been my only home, and the uncertainty of how to proceed. I knew Mum was going to be surprised, obviously. I knew she'd want to know what the hell I've been doing and why I haven't been in touch, but I kind of hoped she'd still be glad to see me. Perhaps I was being naive, underestimating how much I've hurt her. I wish I could have gotten in touch with her as soon as the police told her I was alive. No wonder she's upset with me. "Lovely place you've got here," Nathan says, trying to be polite, trying to fill the silence. "Thank you." She turns back and stares at him. "I take it you're a friend of Sophie's from New York." "Oh, well, we're actually together," he says, giving her his wide, confident smile. "I've got a position with the company here in the UK, so we're here to set up home. We got here yesterday." "I should have called you to say we were coming," I begin again. But Mom just turns back to the kettle, asking if we want tea or coffee, whether Nathan wants milk or sugar, and suggesting we sit down at the table. "Mom!" I've raised my voice. I can't stand this for a single moment longer, this too formal, too disapproving version of my mother. "I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry I've been gone for so long. I know I've got a lot of explaining to do, but it wasn't my fault. I didn't mean to ignore you. I know you must have been worried. I know you didn't expect to have Phoebe for all this time, but I'm back now. It's me, your daughter. I'm back." I've been moving closer to her, and now I'm close enough to touch her. I put a hand on her shoulder and say again, my voice shaking, "I'm back, Mom." And suddenly she spins around, dropping a teaspoon on the floor. And finally, we're in each other's arms, both crying, large, gulping, noisy sobs that shake us both from head to toe as we cling together. When I finally surface, I can hear Phoebe's little voice behind me. "Why are you crying, Nanny? Why are you cuddling that lady?" I turn to smile at her, wiping the tears from my face as Mum does the same. But it's Nathan who, crouching down next to Phoebe, gives her little shoulder a pat and tells her cheerfully, "It's all good, Phoebe. They're crying happy tears. And don't you remember? That lady is your mummy." Chapter 5. Phoebe's looking worried. She's standing with her thumb in her mouth, holding on to Mum's legs. I smile at her encouragingly, but she hides her face against Mum's skirt. I wasn't exactly expecting her to run to me straight away for a cuddle. I was right in thinking she might not remember me. She doesn't seem to at all. It's going to take time. Painful though that is, it's not her fault, and I always realized I'd have to start all over again with her. I'd hoped Mum would have been showing her photos of me and talking about me, but I suppose that would have been difficult, without knowing where I was, and perhaps whether I was even alive. I feel a fresh pang of guilt as I consider this. I don't know how long it's going to take for me to feel ready to confide in Mom about what happened to me, but I need to feel sure that she's not going to be as ashamed of me as I am of myself. I've been so excited about our reunion, I just took it for granted that she'd understand, that she'd realize how traumatic my reason for being away for so long must have been, and that she'd be happy to wait until I'm ready to explain everything. But I wasn't being fair. I was so relieved to have my memory back, to finally be able to come home, that I hadn't thought carefully enough about what Mum's been going through. I need to let her know I understand what she must think of me, but beg for her patience and understanding. "Why don't you go back and play in the other room, Phoebe?" Mum says gently. "I'll be in a few minutes when I finish talking to these people." These people? I flinch at the term. Nathan's watching Phoebe as she turns to trot off into the living room without looking back at us. "Don't suck your thumb," he says lightly as she passes him, and I see Mum's eyes widen. She takes a deep breath before turning back to him, her cheeks pink. And don't you, whoever you are, ever dare again tell my granddaughter what she can or can't do in my house." "Mom," I try to intervene, but she cuts me off with a look. Coming here without any notice, not giving me any time to prepare her for the fact that you even still existed, let alone that you were coming to see her, was unbelievably thoughtless, she tells me. The emotional mother, who just cried while she held me in her arms, vanished in an instant. "And you," she looks daggers at Nathan again, "had no right whatsoever to tell her Sophie is her mother before we've had time to explain everything to her, gently and sensitively, the way a child of her age needs." To be honest, I agree with her. I'd envisaged getting to know Phoebe all over again, slowly. I'd thought that today I might sit with her, talk to her about what she likes doing, perhaps ask if she remembers me going away. Now it all feels spoiled. Nathan's made Mom angry and made Phoebe anxious. I know he's only trying to help, as always, but this time, unfortunately, he's got it wrong. She probably didn't even understand. Because of Nathan's accent, I say to Mom, trying to calm the situation. I wait for him to apologize to Mom. But he doesn't. He just shakes his head as if it's all beyond him. Mom sighs, puts the tray with the 3 mugs down on the table, and sits down heavily. "Look, this is all a bit of a shock, to put it mildly," she says, her voice shaking slightly. "You must surely realize, Sophie, that until we heard from the police just a few weeks ago that you'd applied for a new passport, your dad and I have both thought the worst. You can't imagine what we've been through." "I know. I'm sorry. I wanted to get in touch. Of course I did, but I couldn't." "Why not? Just an email or a text or a phone call, anything would have been better than the endless weeks and months of nothing. Nothing apart from a stream of journalists on my doorstep, wanting to know if I'd heard from you yet, and whether I thought you were alive or dead. Can you even begin to imagine what that's been like?" "Oh, Mom, I'm so sorry you had all that to deal with," I cry. "Journalists! I hadn't even considered that. How selfish she must think me." "We tried everything to find out what had happened to you. Even your company couldn't tell us. Only that you didn't work for them anymore, that you'd walked out." "Why, Sophie? What on earth happened after you walked out? Where did you go?" I shake my head miserably, and she sighs with exasperation. "I will explain, Mom," I say. "I promise I will, but at the moment, it's just so difficult." "You've got no idea," she says crossly. "No idea what we went through, your dad and I. We obviously got the police involved, but after searching for a while, they just listed you as a missing person. They said that, as you were an adult, you could decide to disappear if you wanted to. Where the hell have you been?" Her voice is rising again now. "How did you think it would be okay to vanish off the face of the earth and then to just waltz back in as if nothing had happened?" The tears are pouring down my face. Hearing Mum talking about her pain, her desperate search for me, makes me feel so terribly guilty that I suddenly just want to pour out the whole story. Nathan's looking at me, shaking his head, warning me against it. But I can't. I just can't bear the way she's looking at me, so disappointed in me. She has to understand, at least, that I couldn't help being away for so long. "I'm sorry," I sob. "I love you, Mom. I never stopped loving you. It's hard to explain why I couldn't get in touch. I wasn't well. Look, I completely forgot myself, okay? It's difficult for me to talk about." "Difficult for you to talk about?" she retorts. "Well, I'm sorry if it's difficult for you. Try living with the difficulty of your daughter going missing, not coming back for her child. You're right, you certainly forgot yourself, forgot how to act like the decent girl you used to be. Too busy getting together with your new boyfriend, I suppose." No, I mean, I actually forgot. Oh, spare me the sniveling excuses, Sophie. Frankly, if you were so involved in your life over there that you even forgot your daughter— I couldn't help it, Mum, I cry. Let me try to explain. But she's not listening. I've messed it up. It's all gone wrong, and I wish I hadn't even attempted to tell her what happened now. I don't understand how you could have cut yourself off so completely, she's going on now, ignoring all the missing person appeals. I never saw any appeals, I sob. I look at Nathan. He's shaking his head. No, there was nothing, he confirms. Mum just sighs. She doesn't believe us, but it's true. We never saw a single report in New York about me being missing. Even if we'd seen my face on a poster or something with the wrong name, we'd obviously have known it was me, that they were looking for me. If only we had. Mum sighs, staring at the ceiling as if for inspiration. I can see she's trying to calm down. I wipe my eyes and try to calm myself, too. Well, she says, at least just promise me, if nothing else, that it isn't going to happen again, because if— Her voice breaks slightly, and she has to stop for a moment, looking down at the table. If you were to vanish like that again, after Phoebe's really understood that you're back and got used to you being around, it wouldn't just break my heart all over again. It would break hers, too. And I don't think I could forgive you for that. Not a second time. I'm not going anywhere, I promise, I tell her, wiping away a fresh onslaught of tears. I feel so bad, knowing how I've made her suffer, as well as my poor little girl. I'm never leaving again. I realize it's asking a lot, for you to believe in me after what's happened, but it hasn't been easy for me either. I reach across the table and squeeze her hands, and finally she seems to relax slightly. She's not exactly smiling. She still looks too shaken and too cross, but there's a slight relaxation in her body language. I don't think she's going to say she's pleased to see me, but perhaps, on some level, she actually is. It's so lovely to see you, I say, hoping to encourage her. She shakes her head. It's such a shock, just turning up like this. We thought you'd just decided never to come home, to hide from us, to hide from Phoebe. No, never. I'd never have done that. I flounder a bit. How could I have thought it would be best to turn up without any warning? It was a stupid idea all along. I wish now that I'd insisted on calling her from New York as soon as I remembered who I was. As soon as we knew we were coming home. I'd like to spend a little while with Phoebe, I go on carefully, but I promise we're not going to rush anything. I won't say any more about being her mum again until she's got used to me. Although, I was hoping she'd remember me, I add sadly. You've changed, Sophie, Mum says, with, finally, just a faint ghost of a smile. Don't you realize that? Phoebe probably does know it's you, but she's confused because you've lost a lot of weight and your hair's so much shorter. Oh. I run my hand through my cropped, wavy hairstyle. Of course. I pause, and then go on quickly. And in case you're worried, Mum, I just want to say that there's absolutely no question of us taking Phoebe away from you right away. We can't rush it anyway, because we've got to look for somewhere to live. I'd been hoping that this might reassure her, but I didn't expect the way she reacts now. Pushing back her chair as if I've slapped her, her cheeks suddenly flaming red again, staring at me as if I've attacked her. Taking her away? She repeats. There's no question of you taking her away from me. Not now, not soon, not ever. If that's what you've come here hoping for, then I'm sorry, darling. You might be her mother, you might be my only daughter, but that is not going to happen. How can I trust you not to disappear again if you can't even explain where you went or what happened to you? I will not risk Phoebe being abandoned all over again. She lives here with me now. I've been bringing her up. She stays with me. She's Sophie's child, Nathan puts in. She was Sophie's child before she went missing. Until the police got in touch to say they'd been notified about the passport application, I'd actually been going through the process of getting a declaration of presumed death with a view to becoming Phoebe's legal guardian. But Sophie's here now. She can't be presumed dead, Nathan says. Nathan, please, just leave it, I beg him. I'm starting to cry again now. This isn't the way it was supposed to go. I look from him to Mum, tears threatening to overwhelm me again. We need to take this slowly, okay, Mum? We need to talk it all through. We were never going to just take her. I was just hoping, eventually, to kind of share her again, like we did before. I wouldn't dream of depriving you of her. I know how much you've been doing for her, how much you must love her. She shakes her head at me. You have no idea, she returns, and her tone of voice is so deadly, icily calm, that I suddenly know how serious she is. I stare at the expression on her face. The smile has vanished completely. The hands I've just been holding and stroking have turned into clenched fists. She means it. She's not going to let me have Phoebe back. Not even for short periods, not even to make her own life easier. I'm going to have to fight for her, but I don't want to have to fight my own mom, and I'm not even really sure if I've got any fight left in me. Chapter 6. Anna. When Sophie, my only daughter, my only child, stopped calling me from her month's placement in New York, when she then didn't come home on the date she was expected, when I didn't hear from her anymore, couldn't find any trace of her. It was as if something inside me had died. I couldn't let myself believe she'd died. I just couldn't believe I could be alive in a world where Sophie wasn't living anymore. I felt, to be honest, like I should have had a nervous breakdown. It probably would have helped, but I couldn't. I couldn't give in to howling with the pain and grief I felt because I had Phoebe to look after, Phoebe to keep safe, and Phoebe's questions to answer. Where's Mummy gone? When's Mummy coming back? She'd ask me, her big brown eyes full of confusion. And I couldn't answer her. I couldn't tell her I had no idea where Sophie was, that even the police, even the private detective we hired, didn't know where she was or why she didn't come home. After a while, as little children do, she just stopped asking. She seemed to adjust to the situation. She still had me, she had her granddad at weekends, she had her home and her routines, and on the rare occasions that she still mentioned her mummy, I'm afraid I simply told her she didn't live with us anymore. And I cried after Phoebe was in bed, so that she didn't see me upset. I'd lost my daughter. I didn't want to believe she was dead, but I couldn't quite believe anything else either. I couldn't accept that she'd have deliberately just stopped contacting me, just disappeared. And now, to just turn up on the doorstep with no phone call, no message, no explanation, to refuse to tell me where she'd been, what had happened, why there'd been more than a year of total silence, and not turning up alone, but with a strange man who seemed to think it was okay to come into my house and throw his weight around, telling Phoebe what she should or shouldn't do. Well, did she really imagine I was going to even consider handing my granddaughter back to her? Absolutely not. Did she really not understand how it felt to see her standing on the doorstep, holding out her arms to me, expecting a welcome hug as if she'd just been away for a weekend? Of course I wanted that hug. Of course I still do. I didn't want to see her walk away, those tears in her eyes, that sadness and disappointment on her face. After an uncomfortable few minutes of us all sitting in the lounge in silence so that she could watch Phoebe playing, I don't feel I can refuse that, she and the American left without any more discussion. I wanted more than anything to call her back, to hold her in my arms and never let her go again. But to hand my granddaughter back to her? To just send Phoebe off with her to wherever she decides she's going to live, not even knowing if she's going to up and leave again? If the American decides to go, she'll go with him. I can see how under his thumb she's let herself become. She can't even tell me where she was for a whole year, and she expects me to let Phoebe go to her? Well, that's just not going to happen. Absolutely not. I never stopped loving my daughter. I never will. But I'm so angry with her right now, it's hard to give rein to the joy I should be feeling, the joy I want to feel now. Because whatever happened, whatever the apparently terrible events she alluded to were, events she can't even tell me about, the fact is, she's back. Chapter 7. Sophie. Then I hadn't expected to be going to New York at all. In fact, it was completely out of character for me, even when the trip was offered to me by my boss, Melanie, the manager of the Manton House Hotel in Chelmsford, where I'd worked ever since leaving school. I didn't think I'd be able to accept. I loved my job, and from day one of my career there, I'd always been keen to work hard and prove myself. I got on well with Melanie, who was only in her 30s and was full of drive, energy, and enthusiasm. She inspired me to be the same. I knew she was pleased with me, and I began to dream of perhaps one day becoming the actual assistant manager. Then I got pregnant. It wasn't planned, of course. The father wasn't in the picture. Tom was an old friend from my younger days when we both belonged to a swimming club. I'd bumped into him on a night out in Chelmsford. Of course, we'd both had a few drinks. Neither of us was careful. And as I wasn't in a relationship and didn't tend to make a habit of one-night stands, I wasn't on the pill. Obviously, I should have taken the morning after pill, but I just hoped I'd get away with it. It was just one silly mistake, I reasoned, one I could barely even remember. And then, after I'd done a test, after I knew there was a new little human growing inside me, something primal kicked in. I didn't want an abortion. I wanted a baby. I wanted it for me. I didn't want the drunken ex-teammate who I'd presumably thought was so amazing while I was wearing the beer goggles that night to have anything to do with it. I told my parents I was going to bring up the baby on my own. But of course the truth, which didn't really hit home until after Phoebe was born, was that Mum would be helping me. I was still living at home. I'd looked at the cost of childcare and nearly passed out with shock. But I needed to carry on working. It's easy to pretend to yourself that you're going to be independent when someone who loves you is prepared to half carry you. I returned to work when Phoebe was 9 months old, Mum and I having agreed we'd both work part-time and split Phoebe's care between us. I still loved my work, but the idea of being promoted was beginning to feel like a childish dream. My life revolved around Phoebe, keeping her fed, clothed, clean, and amused. It was difficult to separate the two distinct parts of me. Did I regret having Phoebe? No, never. Did I struggle? Yes. Even with Mum's help, it was all so much more than I'd ever realized it would be. The commitment, the way a baby possesses you, their needs, the all-consuming nature of motherhood. I'd had no idea. I don't think anybody does, but definitely not when they're not long out of their teens. When finally one Monday morning I was called into Melanie's office, I wondered sadly whether she was going to tell me I was no longer up to the job. I tried to straighten my shoulders, but could feel them drooping of their own accord. Phoebe was teething again, and I'd had a sleepless night. I knew that if it was going to be bad news, I'd have difficulty stopping myself from crying. Melanie smiled at me. "Have a seat, Sophie," she said calmly. There was a pause, then she went on. "I know it must have been hard for you recently. I've done it myself, combining a career with a baby." "You have?" I said, surprised. She'd never mentioned being a mother. "Yes, my kids are 12 and 10. I couldn't help raising my eyebrows. "You must have had them when you were quite young." "Like you, yes. So believe me, I'm aware of what you're going through, which is why I'm not sure how you'll react to what I'm going to ask you." I sighed. Okay, what else could I say? She was going to let me go, or maybe suggest I moved to a more junior role. She'd find somebody more qualified, who could work full-time and, more importantly, didn't have to check her clothes for baby-related stains every day. But in fact, what Melanie told me was so surprising, I actually left her office with my mouth still open in surprise. I'd been chosen for a special project. One member of staff from each hotel in our chain was being sent to work for 4 weeks in New York at the lead hotel of an American hotel chain that we were eventually going to merge with. There's a lot of discussion still going on, as you can imagine, but the CEO of the New York head office wants to organize this kind of exchange trip. He clearly stated that he wants members of staff from all levels to assess all the differences between our two hotel groups and, as he puts it, engender a collective spirit. We'll be rebranded, renamed, expected to merge the way we run our businesses so that guests staying at one of our hotels in Liverpool, for instance, or here in Chelmsford, will be able to expect exactly the same experience, the same level of comfort and hospitality as one in America. She paused, smiling at me. You're one of the names we put forward to our head office, and you've been selected to spend a month in New York. I'm so pleased and proud that you've been chosen, Sophie. Every hotel manager in our chain has put names forward, and the CEO was obviously impressed by what I told him about you. But I don't know if you'll be able to do it, she added, her smile fading a little. And if you can't, I totally understand. It won't affect your position here, or your chances of promotion, or anything like that. I'd respect your decision, obviously. Your child is your priority. I was struggling not to just stare at her with my mouth open. I've been chosen to work in a hotel in New York? It won't even be much actual work. You and all the other delegates are going there to observe how the American company works and report to their CEO afterwards about how we work here. In your case, you'll be representing admin staff. There'll be managers going, reception staff, domestic staff, catering staff, all from different hotels in our chain? Yes, and there'll be an admin assistant from one of the American hotels sent to our lead hotel, Oxford Street, doing the same thing. I chose you because I trust you, Sophie. You're a hard worker. You care about the hotel and the guests. You give 100%, even though I know you're actually tired out half the time. And I've always imagined you going places. Our assistant manager is, as I'm sure you're aware, close to retirement age. She stopped, and for a moment, we both just looked at each other. But I realize the trip to New York, I won't be able to accept it, I said quietly, looking down at my lap. As I said, I'll understand if that's the case. I don't know if I could have left either of my children at such a young age, to be honest. But I wanted to give you the chance to consider it. Your flights and accommodation would obviously be covered. You'd receive your normal rate of pay, but you'd be working full-time, so that's to your benefit. And although you'll be expected to help out wherever necessary there, as well as reporting back about the way they work, it wouldn't be very onerous work, to be honest. If there were any way you could cover the childcare for 4 weeks, a whole month, I sighed again. Even if it had been possible, how could I bear it? How could I leave Phoebe for a whole 4 weeks? I couldn't even imagine it. It was painful enough leaving her to come to work for 2.5 days every week. And whether you take up this offer or not, she went on, you should know that I've already suggested you should take over from Andrew. He wants to retire later this year, but I'm trusting you to keep that to yourself, of course. Of course, I said automatically, although inside my thoughts were racing ahead. I'd be assistant manager here? Within a year? I'd be expected to work full-time again, but Phoebe would be a bit older, and the rate of pay would be higher, perhaps enough to enable me to afford some childcare. I'd gone into that meeting expecting to hear the worst, but I was leaving feeling valued and appreciated. Even though I was sure I couldn't accept, couldn't bear to leave Phoebe for 4 weeks even if there had been a way of doing it, I felt my mood brighten as I thanked Melanie and promised to give her my decision the following week. She thought highly enough of me to recommend me for this special honor and had already suggested me for assistant manager. It made all of my struggles feel worthwhile. I presumed the decision about New York was a foregone conclusion, but I hadn't reckoned on how much a mother is prepared to do for her child. And I don't mean me, I mean my mum. As soon as I told her about my meeting with Melanie, she said she'd talk to Adam, her practice manager, and see if she could take 4 weeks off. "Oh, Mum," I stared at her, shocked. "I'd never have asked you to do that. I've already decided I can't go. I can't leave Phoebe for that long. And anyway, you've got to think about your own career too." "It's different for me. I'm in my 50s now. My career is established. I love my job, but it's not as if I'm still working my way up. And the surgery can cope without me. 1 or 2 of the other nurses will probably be happy to take up my 2.5 days a week just for 4 weeks. They'll get overtime, and all I'll be doing is taking a big slice of my annual leave in one go." "Really? You'd be prepared to do that for me?" "That's what we mothers do. Do you think there's anything you wouldn't be prepared to do for Phoebe?" "Exactly. That's why I'm going to turn this offer down and stay with her." "No, look, I know you'll find it hard leaving her, but this is too good an opportunity for you to miss," she said. "Melanie's obviously really impressed with you, and I'm not surprised. I'm so proud of how hard you've worked, even now you're tired out from looking after Phoebe." "Well, I've only been able to do that because of your help," I reminded her. "I've been happy to do it. I was ready to go part-time anyway, to be honest. It's been a relief, and I've enjoyed every minute of looking after my granddaughter. It's brought us so much closer together. I'll be honest with you, Sophie. I was worried sick when you decided you were going to keep the baby, without even wanting any help from the father. But I've got to admit, you're doing a great job. And if me taking a month off to look after Phoebe for you gives you such a good chance of advancing your career, well, all I'm saying is, it's what I want for you. Phoebe's so young, she'll hardly even notice you're gone," she added. And then she must have seen the expression on my face, because she quickly added, "Oh, of course she'll miss you. You know she will. I just meant that she won't be too upset. She's used to me. You won't have to worry about her." "I know, and I'm really grateful for the offer. Really staggered, actually, that you're prepared to do this for me. But I need to think it over. It's such a big deal, being away from her for a whole month. She might not be upset, but I will be." "I know, I totally understand that. But you'd be able to call us and FaceTime us, and it will go quickly. It's such an amazing opportunity, and you need to let Melanie know your answer as soon as possible." "It won't actually happen for another month or 2, but yes, she needs to know, so the company can choose someone else if I say no. And I need to make sure I can get the okay from Adam." I wasn't convinced. It felt selfish, like I was taking advantage of Mum when she'd already given so much of her help and time since Phoebe was born. And the thought of being away from my baby girl for so long was already giving me a pain in my heart before I'd even decided. "It feels irresponsible," I said. "It isn't. It's just difficult for you. Whatever you decide, darling, I'm proud of you." I hugged her then and said I'd sleep on it. The next day, as expected, Adam approved Mum's request for a month's leave, and the following day, I told Melanie I would accept the job. A whole month in America, all expenses paid. Although I felt excited, I knew I'd find it hard too. I'd lived with Mum all my life, never been away to university, or even on a gap year abroad like some of my friends. Despite becoming a mom quite young, in other ways, I was probably a bit naive for my age. It was going to be exciting, but quite scary too, and I knew the hardest part was going to be saying goodbye to Phoebe. Chapter 8. Now. Nathan's quiet as he drives us back to London. "We've got to give Mum time," I say, swallowing back the tears that keep threatening to overwhelm me. I know it's all my own fault. I know I got it all wrong. I knew straight away that I should have prepared Mum for the fact that we were coming, for the fact that I was even in the country. And I messed up my attempt to explain why I'd been away for so long, messed it up so badly that it's put me off trying again. We took her by surprise. It wasn't really fair, just turning up like that. It was a shock. "I warned you, didn't I?" he says. She's going to try to hold on to the kid. She's made that quite clear. She doesn't want to give her up. I know, but to be honest, Nathan, I do understand how she feels, and I never intended to take Phoebe away from her altogether, and certainly not straight away. It's going to take time, and Phoebe's got to get used to us herself. I realize he doesn't mean any harm by it, but I wish he didn't keep referring to Phoebe as the kid. I wish, too, that he hadn't told her to take her thumb out of her mouth. Phoebe was anxious. I bet she doesn't normally suck her thumb these days. And even if she does, so what? She's only little. And it made Mum cross, hearing Nathan criticize her, which is hardly going to help our cause. I've got a horrible feeling that already Mum's taken a dislike to him. She doesn't know him, of course. She has no idea of how amazing he's been to me. I know he's upset on my behalf now, disappointed for me that the visit didn't go well when I'd been so looking forward to it. But I need him to hold back and just be polite and respectful to Mum while she's getting to know him. I'll have to remind him on our next visit, and maybe it'll go more smoothly then. Mum did, at least after her outburst, let us spend a few minutes with Phoebe, although she didn't leave the room the whole time we were with her. Phoebe was quiet and kept looking worriedly at Nathan, who, thank goodness, stayed silent, probably brooding on what Mum had said. I asked Phoebe whether she went to nursery, and she looked at me as if I'd insulted her. I go to preschool now, and I'm starting big school soon. I blinked in surprise, turning to Mum, who nodded in confirmation. She'll be 4 in August, if you remember. She'll start at the village school the first week of September. You're looking forward to it, aren't you, Phoebe? Phoebe nodded. But she's still so little, I exclaimed, choosing to ignore the dig about not remembering. Of course I've remembered how old she is, when her birthday is. The fact that I missed her 3rd birthday last year is one of the things I don't think I'll ever forgive myself for. But I just hadn't had time since coming back to get used to thinking of my baby as a schoolgirl. She'll be one of the youngest in the reception class, obviously, Mum said. But she's ready. She's loved preschool. She's made friends. Good, I smiled at Phoebe. It was still hard to believe I was sitting next to her, talking to her, after all the time we've been apart. I bet you'll be one of the cleverest, though. Yes, I will, she said earnestly, 'cause I already know my numbers, and Nanny shows me the words in stories. She's very bright, Mum said, a note of pride in her voice. It should have been me, I wanted to shout. I should have been the one reading stories to her, tracing the words on the page with my finger to show her how to read. I should have been here to teach her to count, to learn her colors and write her name, and do all the hundreds of little things she's presumably already learnt to do without me. I didn't talk to her any more about being her mummy. It felt really sad not to have had that conversation with Phoebe, but it felt too difficult after Nathan blurting it out too quickly and provoking Mum's outburst, although I'm still not sure whether Phoebe herself has really grasped it yet. Surely she must have recognized me, however different I look now. But I'm hoping, desperately, that by doing things Mum's way and doing nothing to alarm Phoebe or upset her, she'll gradually come round. She'll have to, surely, because she must realize she can't expect to keep my daughter away from me indefinitely. It's just going to take longer than we envisaged for Mum to come round, I tell Nathan quietly now. I'm not sure the softly approach is going to work with her, he replies. I thought you should have been more insistent, to be honest. Nathan, she's my mum, and I haven't seen her for over a year. She's angry with me. I should have been prepared for that, because I didn't give her any notice that we were coming, and because I'm finding it so hard to tell her why I've been away so long, to explain about the amnesia, to tell her how ashamed I am of what happened at the hotel in New York. Being insistent is just going to make her dig her heels in more. And if we all start getting antagonistic already, it's just going to upset Phoebe, frighten her. Your mom's probably been overprotective with her. What about your dad? Should we try talking to him instead? He might be more likely to listen to reason without getting over-emotional. I shake my head. I'm a bit irritated by the suggestion that Mom might have overprotected Phoebe. A little child is surely entitled to be overprotected by the one person who's left to look after her when their mother vanishes, aren't they? I remind myself again that Nathan's just disappointed for me. I'd built today's visit up into such a big, exciting event, and he wanted it to go well for me. Nathan and I never argue, and I don't want to start now, when we need to be on the same side, working towards the same goal. He's always put me first, before his own job, before anything else in his life. He put his whole life on hold to look after me because he was the only person I had in the whole world, the only person looking out for me, caring for me, when I didn't even know who I was or what had happened. I know he loves me, and I do understand that he's just upset at the moment about how disappointing the reunion with Mum was. He just wants me to be happy, and I love him for that. Anybody would be emotional in this situation, is all I say in response. To be honest, though, I think I should go and see my dad anyway. Mom will probably be calling him already to tell him about me turning up, and in actual fact, Dad is a calm, placid type of person who might well talk to us about Phoebe without getting overheated. I'll try calling Dad this evening, I say. We try to talk about other things on the rest of the drive home, but it's difficult when we're both feeling upset and disappointed. We saw a couple of properties for sale last night that we might be interested in, and we'd originally thought that we might have a drive around after leaving Mum's today to see what they look like before deciding whether to request viewings. But neither of us really feel like doing that now. I know Nathan wanted to try to find a house for us as soon as possible while he's on leave from work, but equally, I don't want him to rush into it. I won't be able to contribute financially at the moment, and I'm aware of everything he's done and is continuing to do for me. So I'd hate him to buy something he later comes to regret. He's only come to England and is only house hunting in Chelmsford for my benefit because of my need for my daughter. I feel responsible for so much that he's doing and has done right from the start, paying for my hospital care because I stupidly hadn't even taken out travel insurance. We have to get it right now and make it work. So much is at stake. I try calling Dad this evening, but the call goes to voicemail. He's probably doing an emergency surgery or something, Nathan says when he sees the disappointment on my face. He's a consultant, an attending, I correct myself, remembering the American term. He only gets called in for emergencies if he's on call, and it's very serious. Maybe this is very serious. If not, he'll call you back. Why didn't you leave a message? I don't know. I feel odd about it. He won't recognize the number, will he? It's a new one. And it'll be a shock, especially if Mum hasn't had a chance to tell him I'm back. I want to speak to him properly and not, I was going to say, not mess it up like we did with Mum. But there's no point. Nathan puts his arm around me now, looking at me sympathetically. Today's been a bit of an anticlimax for you, hasn't it, babe? Why don't we go out to eat? Get us some fried chicken and a couple of cold beers. That'll put a smile back on your face. I laugh. Even though he spent a lot of his time in the UK on work trips, calls himself an Anglophile, and jokes that he's fluent in the language, he's still such an American at heart. I let him persuade me into going out to eat, but I keep my phone on me, just in case Dad does try to return the call, despite not recognizing the number. But he doesn't, and when I try again the next morning, there's still no reply. I think I'll send him a message, I decide finally. Nathan's looking at properties online again and just nods and gives me a thumbs up. I send the message saying only that I'm home and I'd love to talk to him, but by the time we finished breakfast and cleared up, I still haven't had any response. Your Mum's probably reported back to him and told him you upset her turning up out of the blue. That's what I'm worried about, I admit. Well, leave it for a while and maybe try him again this evening, he suggests. What do you want to do today? I've found a few properties now that we could look at. Shall we go back and try facing your Mum again? She might have calmed down a bit by now. I must admit, I'm desperate to see Phoebe again, but she'll be at nursery. No, at preschool. Can we go after 3 o'clock, I suggest? Sure we can. So let's drive up there, go into town. I haven't seen Chelmsford yet, and look at these properties. If any of them look promising, we can make viewing appointments later. Then, when it's time, we'll go to your mum's. Thanks. I reach over and give him a kiss. I can ask her if Dad's changed his number or anything. It feels strange walking around Chelmsford. Parts of the city have changed, even in the year or so that I've been gone. Shops and restaurants have closed. Others have opened in their places. I don't want to walk past Manton House, I tell Nathan. Past what? Manton House Hotel, where I worked. Where is it? I'd quite like to see it. No, Nathan, I can't. I'll just wait for you here if you want to. All right, don't worry, I won't. He smiles down at me. Of course I won't, if it's going to upset you. Come on, there's an apartment. He consults his Google Maps, just around this next corner that I'd like to have a look at. I thought you said you'd prefer a house. I would, but the choice seems to be between an a flat, within walking distance of the station, or a house out in one of the suburbs. Villages, like Mum's. We could look for a house there. We could, but there don't seem to be any on the market at the moment. And the thing with the suburbs, the villages, is that I'd have to drive into town to commute to London, and from what I've read, the parking's expensive here. Or you could get a bus. He gives me a look. A bus, he says, as if he's never heard of such a thing. I shrug. Okay, let's look at this flat then. There need to be at least 2 bedrooms because obviously I'm hoping eventually. 1 room will be for the kid, he finishes for me. Of course it will. He squeezes my hand. We'll make sure of it. He's not impressed with the position of the flat. There are several for sale in the block, and to be honest, I agree. It's not in the best spot, right opposite a pub and on a main road. It'd be noisy to live there all day, with a child. We head back to the car, drive out of town a little way, and look at a couple more properties. There's a house I like the look of on an estate only a couple of miles from the city center, and Nathan agrees to arrange a viewing, despite his reservations about the commute. The agent tells us we can view it this evening, and as we haven't got any more properties to look at, we drive down to Mum's village. I'm going to call her this time, I say. The call goes to voicemail, and I'm now becoming paranoid that both my parents have taken Phoebe and gone into hiding to avoid me. She's probably collecting the kid from preschool and didn't hear the call, Nathan reasons. And, looking at the time now, I can see he's right. We're too early. Let's try my dad's place first then, I suggest, just in case he's home. He works odd hours. Okay, where's he live? The next village. The very upmarket one we drove through last time? Yes. Nathan raises his eyebrows. We head out of Mum's village and down the hill, passing farmland and cottages that make me feel glad to be back in the English countryside, and go on into Leawood, where Dad owns a house in a new cul-de-sac off the high street. Very nice, Nathan comments as we pull up outside, and then, oh, there's a sold sign prominently displayed outside. I try to swallow back my shock. Mum didn't say anything about him moving. No, well, he may not have gone far. He won't have done, if he's still working at the hospital in Chelmsford, will he? I hope not, I say, my voice quivering slightly. We could ring the bell. The house might be sold, but it doesn't mean he's moved out yet. But the sound of the bell echoes within what very definitely looks like an empty house. I feel like crying again. I've only been gone for a year, and everything's changed. I suddenly need desperately to see my dad. Let's go back to Mum's place and wait for her there, I say. I'll ask her about Dad. If she'll even open up to you at all, Nathan says a little sourly. She didn't seem very inclined to talk much yesterday. She'll have got over the shock of me turning up so suddenly now. She probably didn't even think then to tell me about Dad moving. Okay, If she's not back, we can wait outside." The relief I feel when, parked up to wait outside Mum's house, I finally see her walking down the road, holding Phoebe's hand, is indescribable. I'd honestly begun to wonder whether both Mum and Dad had deliberately disappeared to stop me from seeing Phoebe. The fear I'd felt for just 10 minutes or so there gave me a tiny insight into how my parents both must have felt when I disappeared. I really don't blame them for being upset with me. I just wish I could think of a way to tell them what happened without making things even worse. Chapter 9. "Hi, Mum."
"Hello, Phoebe."
I close the car door and follow them up the driveway to the house, Nathan trailing behind me. "I hope you don't mind. We've been in Chelmsford looking at properties, so we thought we'd just pop in again. I did try calling." I tail off awkwardly. I don't know why I'm apologizing, making excuses for coming round to see my own mother, my own daughter. Perhaps it's the expression on her face, the way she grips Phoebe's hand more tightly, the way she doesn't even answer me right away, but turns her back on me while she unlocks the front door. "Well, you're here now," she says, "so you'd better come in, I suppose." Not quite the welcome I'd hoped for, but we follow her into the hallway in silence and trail her through to the kitchen, where she puts the kettle on and pours a drink for Phoebe. "I've been to preschool," Phoebe tells me after she's taken a swig of her drink. "I've been painting." "Oh, lovely," I smile at her. "I used to like painting too, when I was little."
"Did you paint lots of red?"
"I do. I like red. It's my favorite." "My favorite color's blue," I tell her, "like the sky." "Like my t-shirt," she says, pointing to her chest. Then, her head on one side, looking at me curiously, she goes on, "What's your name? Are you my mummy? Because—" Mum whirls round immediately. "Phoebe," she says, "why don't you go upstairs and bring one of your toys down?" I wait until she's out of the room, then say quietly, "Mum, she needs to know who I am." "Why? Just to upset her all over again when you leave the next time?" "We're not going to—" Nathan starts, but she interrupts him. "I was speaking to my daughter." "Nathan and I are staying," I tell her firmly. "We're buying a property, a house or a flat in this area, and we're not going anywhere. Well, Nathan will be back and forth to the U.S. with his job, but I need to find a new job here. We're staying," I repeat. "And how do you propose to pay the mortgage if you haven't even got a job?"
"Nathan's got a good job."
"You don't have to worry about that," Nathan puts in. "I'll be taking care of the bills, looking after Sophie." Mom, still ignoring him, puts a mug of tea down in front of each of us and sits down, facing me. "And that's okay with you, is it?" she asks me, more quietly. She's looking right into my eyes. "Being looked after?" "Only until I've got a job, Mom." "I presume you left the hotel chain?" I shift awkwardly in my seat, looking away from her piercing gaze. "I'll tell you all about that eventually, but it's more important right now," I try to make my voice sound firmer, "to get Phoebe used to me again. I'm going to tell her I'm her mummy, okay? I want her to understand that." She shakes her head but doesn't say anything. What can she say? She can hardly disagree. Phoebe needs to know who I am. "But before I do that, before she comes back down, I need to ask you about Dad," I go on. "I've been trying to call him, and just now we went round to his house." "Oh," is all she says. "It's been sold. He's moved. Where to?" There's silence for a moment. I suddenly feel sick. Is she going to tell me? Please, God, please don't say my dad's... "He's away at the moment." I stare at her. "Away? But the house is sold." "Yes, because when he comes back, he's moving in with me." I couldn't be more surprised if she told me he'd moved to the South Pole. Oh my God, you're getting back together? That's great. Kind of unexpected, but, well, I'm pleased for you both, obviously." She just nods. She doesn't exactly look ecstatic about it. I want to ask more, but at that moment, Phoebe comes pounding back down the stairs, carrying a box of Lego. "I'm going to make a house," she announces. "I'm going to make it on the floor." "In the lounge then, Phoebe," Mum says. "Otherwise, we'll be kicking it over in here."
I'll go in and help her, I say immediately, putting my mug down and getting up before Mum can think of any excuse to stop me. Nathan follows me. I think he's realized it's best if he doesn't try to say much to Mum at the moment. She obviously needs time to get used to him. He sits on the sofa and watches while I get down on the carpet beside Phoebe and help her tip her Lego out of the box. After a moment, Mum comes in too and sits silently in an armchair, as far from Nathan as she can manage. I'm enjoying myself, helping Phoebe to build the walls of her house, and we're all quiet for a while. I'm still finding it almost impossible to believe that I'm here, next to my little girl, watching the concentration on her face, the way she bites her lip while she carefully fits one brick onto another. I can actually hear her breathing, feel the warmth of her breath against my arm. It brings back such memories of her as a baby, held in my arms, that I have to swallow back a lump in my throat. Why did I ever think it was a good idea to go away? If only I'd turned down that trip, that month in the American hotel. If only. "What's your name?" Phoebe suddenly asks me again, sitting back and staring at me. "'Cause I think you look like my mummy, but my mummy went away." "My name's Sophie," I smile at her. Then, taking a breath, because I feel suddenly shaky about actually saying the words out loud, I go on. "And yes, I'm your mummy, Phoebe." "But Nanny said I haven't got a mummy anymore." I swallow. Has Mum actually told her that? That I don't even exist? "I've been away for a long time, sweetie, but I am your mummy. You've probably forgotten me a little bit, and perhaps I look a bit different." "Are you really my mummy?" She sits back on her heels and stares at me. "You do look like her, but we thought you'd gone." "That's true. I did go away, but I'm back now. I never wanted to leave you, Phoebe. I just couldn't come back." "Did you get stuck?" Yes, kind of, I smile again. But now I've got unstuck so that I could come back again, and I'm staying here now, forever. "So now I've got a mummy again, as well as a nanny?" She looks at me with her head on one side, her big brown eyes wide with the innocence of childhood. "I'm going to tell my friend Jack. He's got a mummy and a daddy, but no nannies." "Every family's different, Phoebe." "I know, 'cause I haven't got a daddy. I wish I had one, 'cause Jack's daddy plays football with him. Nanny tries, but she's not very good at kicking the ball." I laugh. "I could probably give football a go, if you'd let me." Phoebe immediately scrambles to her feet, knocking over what little we've built of her Lego house. "Now?" she says excitedly. "No, not now," Mum says, her voice firm. "Sophie's got to go in a minute." "I'm not in a rush. I can—" "Not now. Phoebe's tired from preschool, and she'll be having her tea soon." She doesn't look in the least tired, and surely it's a bit early for tea. But I'm not getting into an argument about it, obviously. I've realized it's going to be best to take this at Mum's pace. I shoot Nathan a warning look in case he decides to make a protest of his own, but fortunately, I think he's also realized the wisdom of keeping quiet for now. "She's not just Soapy, she's Mummy too," Phoebe tells Mum importantly, and the moment of tension is broken, fortunately, as Nathan and I laugh at her mispronunciation of my name. "I quite like being called Soapy," I say after Mum's corrected her. "But I think I like you calling me Mummy even better, Phoebe. I'm so excited to have come back to be your mummy again." "Me too," she says, "'specially 'cause of the football. But I bet I can kick it better than you." "I expect you can. We'll soon find out. Would you like me to come and see you again soon?" "Yes," she says, and to my absolute delight, she runs to me and puts her arms around my legs. "Come again tomorrow, Mummy Soapy." "I like you coming," She turns to point at Nathan. And he can come too. Can he play football? You bet I can, Nathan says immediately, grinning. Can they come back tomorrow, Nanny? She asks, running over to Mom and jumping on the spot in front of her. Not tomorrow, perhaps at the weekend. That'll be better, Phoebe, because you won't be tired from preschool. I'm not, she starts with a pout, but Mom gives her a look I remember so well from my own childhood, one that's not only guaranteed to stop any further argument from a child, but could probably stop an enemy ship mid-ocean. We'll come at the weekend, I tell Phoebe. Anxious though I am to see her again, I'm even more anxious to keep the peace with Mom. I've realized it's the only way I'm going to eventually get Phoebe back. We have to gain her trust, slowly at first if necessary. It's better than engaging in a fight. Would Saturday be okay, Mom? Yes, I suppose so, she concedes. We arrange a time, and Nathan and I follow Mom back out to the hall. I turn and give Phoebe a wave. I want, really, to pull her close to me, hold her tight, smother her with kisses, and never let her go. But I realize that she, too, needs me to take it at her own pace. Will you tell me more on Saturday about you and Dad getting back together? I ask Mom as she opens the front door for us to leave. Or will he back by then? No, he won't be back for a while yet. She gives me a look and challenges me in return. Will you tell me about what happened in America, or are you just going to let me keep guessing? I will tell you, Mom, I promise. Like I've said, it's a bit difficult to talk about at the moment, but I will. So I just have to wait. She turns away from me. I want to pull her back, to hug her and plead with her to forgive me and to love me again. I want to beg for her understanding and patience, to give me time to explain the trauma I've been through, the memory loss, the horror of having remembered absolutely nothing about myself for so long. To explain that, I'm still traumatized by it even now. I want her to know that of course I didn't stay away deliberately, but the shame I feel about the way I behaved in New York, to say nothing of the fear of how she'll react to me having been, as Nathan puts it, mentally unwell, is so overwhelming that I don't know how to start. She walks away from me, her posture rigid, as if she's made up her mind to treat me with contempt. I swallow back tears. It'll get better, I tell myself. She can't have stopped loving me. I know mothers can't just give up loving their children. She's just protecting herself, afraid I might go away again. I have to prove that's not going to happen, and I have to accept that it might take time. It's not until we're on the way home that I realize Mom still hasn't told me any more about Dad moving back in with her. I wonder why she doesn't seem to want to talk about that. She doesn't even look very happy at the prospect. I suddenly want to see my dad, desperately, to find out what's going on, because I'm sure there's more to this than Mom's telling me. Chapter 10. Anna. I want to be excited about it, having my daughter back, the one thing I've longed for and dreamed of for over a year now. I'd all but given up hope, all but accepted that I'd be bringing little Phoebe up by myself for the rest of my life, and even worse, begun to accept that Sophie must be dead. And then, when we were told that Sophie was definitely alive, that she was still in New York and had applied for a new passport, the joy and relief was mixed with a feeling of something like disgust. She was safe, she was well, but still she was hiding from me and her father, but worse than that, from Phoebe. How could she do that? How could she stay away from her own daughter deliberately? What kind of mother could do that? And how could my daughter be that kind of mother? I did wonder if a man was involved, but she'd only gone to New York originally for 4 weeks. Could she really have met someone in that time who turned her head so completely that he'd talked her into staying there, abandoning us, abandoning her daughter? It just didn't seem possible. And now, presumably, I've met the man I suspected might have been responsible, and I can't help it. I can't like him.
I can hardly bring myself to look at him. To know Sophie's alive, to see her back here, to see her with Phoebe again, that's all I wanted. I should be happy, but until she can tell me why she stayed away, why she couldn't even get in touch, that happiness is tainted with something else, something darker.
And the very idea of letting her have my granddaughter, to take her away from me when, frankly, she's all that stood between me and a descent into insanity during the past year, is enough to make me slam the door on my daughter and not let her back in. For Phoebe's sake, yes, I need to let Sophie see her. I need her to understand her mummy's back and to get used to her being around. But as I've warned Sophie, and her American, if she were to disappear again, that would be different. So I need to harden my heart, just in case. And it's difficult, because angry, perplexed, frustrated though I am with her, she's my daughter, and of course, I'm always still going to love her. There's something else playing on my mind, too. I have mentioned this to her already, but I don't think I've spelt it out clearly enough for her to understand. The journalists and TV news reporters won't have finished with us yet, nor will the local busybodies who were hanging around outside the house, scaring Phoebe, making me reluctant to open the front door. After giving them a constant stream of no comment, they began to drift away eventually, but now they'll surely have sniffed out the information that Sophie's back. I'm expecting it to start all over again, any day now. If they're waiting outside the house on one of the days she turns up, they're going to have a field day. Sophie won't be expecting it. They'll bombard her with questions and photos, and from what I've seen of Nathan, he's likely to react, which they'll just love. I need to warn Sophie, obviously. They'll assume she's come back to live with me, but when she and Nathan finally find a house, it won't take them long to sniff that out too, and I'm not sure she's resilient enough now to cope with them surging on her every time she goes in or out, especially if she's on her own in the house when Nathan goes back to work. If whatever happened in New York really was so traumatizing that she can't even tell me about it, the last thing she's going to need is to be hounded by journalists and photographers. So, yes, of course I'm worried about the impact of the media attention she might get. Of course I'm still anxious about her, still feel protective of her, even though, at the same time, I'm so angry with her for just appearing at my door and expecting everything to be the same as it was the day she left. I was so proud of Sophie then, when she told me about being selected for the placement in America. So proud to know that even though she was often dropping with tiredness and suffering from conflicting emotions about leaving Phoebe with me while she went to work, she was also doing such a good job at the hotel, as well as with parenting. Her dad and I really admired her for being that person. While all her friends from school were off enjoying themselves, going out to clubs and parties, or flying off on foreign holidays, she never once complained. I didn't help her with Phoebe just because she was my granddaughter and I felt that I should. I did it because I wanted to. I loved Phoebe and loved spending time with her, and because I loved my daughter too. But if I'd had even the slightest inkling of how long she was actually going to end up being away, if I'd had any way of seeing into the future, knowing what was going to happen, I'd never have let her go. I'd have insisted she stayed at home and cared for her daughter. Yes, I'd have told her to turn the whole thing down flat. And now I wish, more than anything, that I had. Chapter 11. Sophie. The week passes quickly. We're spending most of our time trawling through property websites, and twice we make the journey out to Essex again and spend the whole day viewing houses and flats for sale. Perhaps we're being too fussy, I say to Nathan as we head back to the London flat yet again. It's exhausting. The excitement of viewing properties has completely gone for me, now that we've seen so many and still haven't found anything that works for us both. We've been shocked, too, by how expensive everything is. I've never attempted to buy a property before, and it's the first time for Nathan, too, as he's always rented up till now. We should be fussy, he retorts.
This is the single most expensive thing we'll ever buy, and we're going to be living in it for, well, a long time, if not forever." The word forever makes me feel suddenly nervous. He's right.
It is a huge step, one I certainly didn't think I'd be ready, let alone able, to take for a good while yet. But what I meant is, perhaps we should lower our sights a little. We only need 2 bedrooms for now, and 1 bathroom would be fine. We don't have to have an ensuite too, do we? We could start off with a smaller place, and then, in a few years, if things are easier, we can look to move again, when I've got a job and— "I don't want you going out to work while Phoebe's so little." "What? I need to work, Nate. Anyway, Phoebe's starting school in September," I remind him. "Listen, if you went out to work, it would give more ammunition to your mom. She's given up her own job to look after Phoebe, so she'd say she's better off staying with her permanently than being shunted back and forth between her and us, like you say you want, and ending up being farmed out to a childminder or whatever after school." "Don't talk about ammunition," I protest. "You're making it sound like a war." I want to resolve this peacefully. And anyway, I was going to look for a part-time job. Something where I could work mornings only, for instance, so that I can pick Phoebe up after school. You and every other parent in the country. Those jobs are snapped up faster than you can even look for them. Have you seen any advertised yet? I haven't started looking. We've been too busy doing the property search. Well, don't forget they'd want references from your previous employers, he says. I fall silent. I can feel myself pouting. Sorry, he says, taking a hand off the steering wheel to pat my knee. I don't mean to upset you, but you have to be realistic. And even if you did get a part-time job, you'd still have the school holidays to cover. Other people manage somehow, I mutter. I'll find a job where I can work from home. And again, you and half of the population are looking for those. Oh, all right! I'm really irritated now. You don't have to rub it in. I'm unemployable? Is that what you're trying to say? I had a good job here before I went to the States. Yes, he says more gently. Before you went to the States, yes, you did. He doesn't need to say any more. I sulk for the rest of the journey back to London. I know I'm not being fair. I know he's only trying to help me to be realistic, but I feel like I'm being patronized. Just because I don't want to sit at home, wherever that's going to be, doing nothing while he's working and Phoebe's at school. Just because of what happened in America, which I'm trying to believe wasn't all my fault. Am I going to be punished for it forever now? Doesn't Nathan want me to make something of myself again? But it's difficult not to keep mulling over what he said about Mom. Is he right? Will Mom refuse to give Phoebe back to me if she thinks I'm not going to be at home full-time to look after her? By the time we get home, I've convinced myself that when I do start looking for a job, I'd better keep it quiet from Mom. Even thinking this makes me feel sad. I've dreamed for weeks now about being back home, seeing Mom and Dad, and hopefully having Phoebe back, and it's massively disappointing the way it's working out so far. I don't like all the deception and secrecy. I want things out in the open. I think I should tell Mom now about what happened in the States, I say to Nathan while we're preparing dinner together. He sighs and shakes his head. It's up to you, obviously, babe, but I can tell you now, if you do, she'll make sure you never get Phoebe back again. Well, I do kind of understand how she feels, to be honest. I was being unfair. A bit naive, really, coming home and expecting her to just let me see as much as I want to of Phoebe, straight away, whenever I like. I've got to wait for her to trust me again. And how can she do that if I don't tell her about what happened? I pause, thinking about it, going hot and cold with shame as I imagine telling Mom about the amnesia. Telling her I had some kind of breakdown and lashed out at the people who'd been bullying me, and that I ended up with a kind of mental illness, not even knowing who I was, to say nothing of the whiskey drinking that made me fall in the first place. I realize it's not exactly going to paint me in a very good light when she hears the truth, I add quietly. I agree.
especially as she's told us she started applying to be Phoebe's legal guardian. If she went to court about it and claimed you were an unsuitable mother, I nearly dropped the knife I'm using to chop the veg. Unsuitable mother? Of course she wouldn't. She used to tell me how impressed she was with the way I'd managed, being a working mom. A working mom, Nathan! And how well I was parenting Phoebe. How well you were parenting her. How impressed she used to be. Do you think she'd still be impressed now? If she knew why you've been gone for more than a year instead of 1 month? I'm sorry, babe, but you have to tread carefully if you want the kid back. You really think she'd go to court? To stop me having Phoebe again? Ever? I pause, remembering the look on her face when she told us she'd applied to be the legal guardian, how her fists clenched and her eyes took on that determined look, how I realized the truth that I might have to fight her for my daughter. I've been telling myself it won't really come to that she'll come around, slowly, if I take things at her own pace and let Phoebe get used to me again, wait for her to ask to come back to me, as I'm sure she will before too long. But is Nathan right? Would Mom really fight me through the courts if it came to it? Is she angry enough with me for disappearing to do that? Or does she just not trust me anymore to look after my own child? And if that's the case, perhaps Nathan's right. But if I can't ever tell Mum what happened in America, I go on, thinking it all through as I speak, she'll never trust me, or forgive me for staying away for so long, for what must seem like no good reason. So it's obvious what you have to do, he says. You've got to make up a story, a good one. Lie to her? I don't like the idea of that, Nathan. And what if it does, God forbid, go on to a court case in the end? You'd have to keep on lying, obviously. He says it so calmly, so flippantly, as if it's the easiest thing in the world, as if lying to my own mother, and then, possibly, eventually, lying in court too, was no big deal. I can't, I say in a little voice, and Nathan just raises his eyes and shrugs. He doesn't argue the point, and it's obvious why. He knows I can't come up with a better plan. That shrug, that look. He might just as well have said, well, you won't get your daughter back then. Have I really got no other choice? I lie awake all night thinking about it, tossing and turning, imagining telling Mom a complete fiction, knowing she'd probably be able to see the guilty look on my face, knowing that she'd accuse me of lying and I'd have to admit it, and then she'd definitely think I wasn't fit to have Phoebe back anyway. Then I imagine telling her the truth and seeing the shock in her eyes, perhaps pulling Phoebe away from me, keeping her close and never letting her out of her sight again. When I finally sleep, I dream about her, dream I've got my little girl back again, that I'm her mom again, taking her to school in September, being there for her at the school gates at the end of the day, and in the mornings chatting to other school moms who I haven't even met yet, and then rushing off to work, somewhere. When I wake up, I want to cry. Surely I can make it all happen. Surely Mom and I aren't really going to have to fight each other over this. I obviously still want her to be in the picture, to be Phoebe's nanny, and see her as much as she wants to, every single day if she likes. But I've got to be my daughter's mummy again. I've got to know that one day I'll have her back again, even if it's only for 1 day a week to start with, or whatever Mom's happy with. That's what I need, and it's what I'm determined to get her to agree to. I don't care how. I don't care how? Is that really what I think? I'm prepared to lie? I look at the time on my phone. It's only 6 o'clock, and I've got nothing to rush to get up for. Just another day of scanning the property websites. Nathan was talking last night about looking for somewhere to rent if we don't find a place soon. He wants to have something settled, one way or the other, before he goes back to work. So we'll spend today looking at rental properties, and tomorrow we'll go back to Essex to view some. It should be exciting, but the worry about Mum is taking over. Perhaps when we go to see her, to see Phoebe on Saturday, Dad might be back. I can't wait to see him, but Will he be just as upset with me as Mum is? It must have been so awful for them both, not knowing what happened to me, worrying about me, trying to find me. But Dad might be less judgmental, less angry? Perhaps? I turn over, trying to get back to sleep for a while, but it's impossible to shut down my rambling thoughts. I toss and turn for another half an hour, and I must be disturbing Nathan because eventually he gets up and goes to make us both a coffee. I think, I tell him as I sip the scalding drink and hope it's going to help me to stay awake for the rest of the day, that my dad might be the answer to all of this. He might be less upset with me than Mum is. After all, Mom had most of the burden of looking after Phoebe and had to give up her job because of it.
Let's hope so, Nathan says, putting down his coffee to put his arm around me. Let's hope he's back from wherever he's been, maybe on Saturday. But of course, I didn't know at that point exactly where my dad actually was. Or why.
Chapter 12. So, where is it then, the house you found? Mum says when I finally stop talking about it for long enough for her to ask the question. We've been here for at least 20 minutes, and I realize I've spent the entire time gushing on about how lovely the house is, how well decorated it is, how well the kitchen and bathroom are fitted out, and how nice the little garden is, without actually saying anything about the location. Oh, sorry, didn't I say? It's here in Little Panfield, just a few minutes walk away. You know, the little cul-de-sac just past the school? Primrose Close. I always liked that name. One of those new houses, where the old stables used to be? New houses? They were built about 10 years ago, Mum.
But yes, it's number 3, and we love it.
It'll be so convenient, close to you and close to Phoebe's school, and only a short drive for Nathan to get into Chelmsford while he's commuting to London. I might even take driving lessons. It's about time I did, after all, and then, when I've passed my test, I'll be able to drop him off at the station. Well, that all sounds perfect then, she says, although somehow she doesn't exactly look thrilled for us. And you've got the mortgage sorted, have you? No, we've decided to rent. We can think about buying a place later, but we haven't been able to find anywhere we liked enough yet, and Nathan wanted this all sorted out before he has to go back to work. And better still, we can actually move in next week, so it's all systems go. I see. Well, that's all settled then. Good. Again, she doesn't sound as pleased as I was expecting.
I feel a bit disappointed. I was hoping she'd be thrilled for us, glad that we're going to be living so close. I'm so excited about it, not just about the house itself, which both Nathan and I fell in love with as soon as we walked into it, but also because I'll be near enough to take Phoebe to school or pick her up and see as much of her as I can, even while she's still living here with Mum and Dad the whole time. Do you know yet when Dad might be coming back? I ask now, as I follow Mum out to the kitchen, where she's come to make the usual tea and coffee. Nathan's actually playing Snap with Phoebe in the lounge, and I'm so glad Mum seems to be prepared to trust him with her, at least for a few minutes while we're out of the room. No, Mum says. I did tell you it could be a while yet before he comes home. I'm not imagining it. She sounds strange. I feel like she didn't even like me mentioning Dad. She certainly doesn't sound like a wife who's looking forward to her husband moving back in with her.
So where's he been, I persist. Is he on a long holiday or what? I'm thinking maybe it's a work thing. Dad sometimes goes abroad to give lectures on plastic surgery techniques, but not usually for longer than a week. Maybe he's doing a lecture tour of different countries. He's really well regarded in his field and has written quite a few papers. I'm suddenly filled with such an urgency to see him again, I have to stop myself from just turning to Mum and demanding an explanation. No, she says, it's not a holiday. She puts down the milk jug she'd been holding, and I notice that her hand's shaking slightly. I stare at her, worried now. What then? He hasn't been well, Sophie, so he hasn't been able to work, and he's coming to live here with me when he's well enough. I stare at her. What's been wrong with him? I don't like the serious look on her face. When I think about it, she's been looking serious each time I've seen her since we've been back. I thought it was all because of the shock we gave her, turning up out of the blue like that, and her annoyance that I still haven't told her why I've been gone so long. I know I need to address that, to make up a story, as Nathan suggested, but right now, I'm far too worried about Dad to consider that. I didn't want to tell you this straight away, she says now. She's turned to face me, and she's put her hands on my shoulders, as if to hold me steady, but actually, I think she's steadying herself, as if she's about to say something shocking or momentous. And then she does. Your father's had a stroke. I've had to sit down. I'm crying so hard I'm having to put my hand over my mouth because I don't want Phoebe hearing me from the next room. Mum's now stroking my arm saying, all right, even though it obviously isn't all right at all, and even though she's got tears in her own eyes. Why didn't you tell me straight away? When did it happen? How is he? Is he going to be okay? I managed to get out in between sobs. It happened about a month ago. He's recovering, she says guardedly, but he probably won't ever be completely as he was. And why do you think I didn't tell you right away? You just turned up here without any warning after all this time with a new boyfriend I knew nothing about. I was in shock. I thought you'd... She gives a little sob, then swallows and goes on quietly. I didn't think we'd ever see you again, Sophie. It's all been so much to deal with, on top of what's happened to your father. I couldn't bring myself to just come out with it straight away. My emotions have been all over the place, and I didn't want Phoebe getting upset. I'm sorry. I get up, wiping my eyes, and give her a hug. We hold on to each other, both trying not to start crying again, and for a moment I imagine that, despite the horrible reason for it, despite my poor darling dad having a stroke and being seriously ill in hospital, perhaps we'll be okay together now, that the weirdness between us might be over, that we'll be able to talk openly and honestly, and she'll start to trust me again. But then she drops her arms and turns away. Well, I've had to get on with things, on my own, she says pointedly. Your dad's been in hospital ever since it happened. It's a right-sided stroke, and luckily it hasn't affected his speech, except that he's still very confused, so he isn't always making much sense. But he's going to have to learn to walk again, and his balance has been affected as well. So he'll need a lot of physio, as well as help with things like learning to dress himself and... She tails off, sighing, looking weary, and he won't be able to manage on his own, let alone work anymore. So that's why he's coming back to live here with you. Yes, we might have separated, but as you know, we're still good friends. I still care about him. She gives a little sound like a gasp on the word care, and I suddenly realize she still loves him. I suppose love can go on, even after people drift apart and separate, if it was there in the first place. I feel like crying again. It's unbearably sad and shocking. My lovely, larger-than-life, strong and brilliant father being reduced to someone who's going to need care, perhaps for the rest of his life. So you're going to be looking after him. Well, I'll be here now. I can help you, I say, suddenly fired up with determination. I won't be getting a job right away, so I can come round and do whatever you need me to do. I pause for a moment before deciding I might as well say it. And, Mum, we can share looking after Phoebe too, can't we? I mean, if you've got your hands full with Dad, you're going to be exhausted. I'll be just nearby. I can take Phoebe to school and bring her home and... It's fine. Phoebe's no trouble, she says sharply. It's like a lid has been slammed down on how we were just a few minutes ago when we were hugging and comforting each other. I'm obviously hoping that, with all the physiotherapy and help he's going to get, your father will gradually improve. It's not as if he'll need full-time nursing care, just help. I know, but even so, You could surely use another pair of hands, I point out. And I want to be here for Dad anyway. I needed you here, Sophie, when he first had the stroke, she snaps. He needed you here. If you really want to know the truth, I think the worry, the terrible, aching sadness of the loss of you might have brought it on anyway.
So don't start telling me you want to be here for him. Now you've finally turned up like this, after all this time, all this awful, dreadful time of worrying about you, searching for you, thinking in the end that you must have been dead.
Oh, Mom, I gasp. I'm blindsided. I have to sit down again. But of course, I can't pretend I hadn't realized that's what they might have thought. What else were they to think? That I'd just decided to stay in the States without caring enough about them to even let them know? What did you think, she goes on more quietly, that we wouldn't have missed you? Wouldn't have cared? You're our daughter, our only child. You disappeared off the face of the earth. Your phone was dead. Your email wasn't working. We hired a private detective out there. Did I tell you that? After the police gave up looking for you. And when even the detective couldn't find you, that's when Dad went out there himself. He what? She stares at me, shaking her head.
Why are you so surprised? What wouldn't you do to find Phoebe if, God forbid, she ever disappeared the way you did? Of course your father went out to search for you. He's been a broken man, Sophie, even before he had the stroke. He tried everything, we both did, to try to find you, and when he failed, when he had to come back from America without you, well, he's never been the same since. I've had to be the strong one, not just for his sake, but because of Phoebe. We didn't think she'd ever see her mother again, and she was all we had left of you. She's wiping tears away again now. When the police finally told us you'd been found, it was like a slap in the face. You obviously didn't want to come back to us. And here you are, waltzing in without a care in the world, not even having the grace to tell us where you went, what you were doing all that time. Is it any wonder I'm having trouble relating to that? I haven't told your father yet that you're back. I can't. He needs to be kept calm. So no, I don't need you to come and help me with him when he comes out of hospital, just as I don't need your help with Phoebe. Not if you can't even give me any explanation about why you disappeared. Is that so much to ask for? No, I whisper. Of course it isn't. I'm sorry, Mom. But you still won't tell me? It's no good. I can't put this off any longer. I need to explain myself. I take a deep breath and blurt it out. I was ill. Ill for a long time, Mom. I was in hospital and... She turns away from me abruptly, her face a picture of disgust. No, you weren't. You're lying. Your father made sure the police had checked all the hospitals in America. I've just told you, he went over there. He took leave from work. He was too sick with worry to work, and he wouldn't leave any stone unturned. So we know the police checked every single hospital for anyone by your name, or even any Jane Does that they had no identification for. You weren't in hospital, Sophie, and the fact that you're lying to me just proves you don't even dare to tell me what really happened. How can I possibly trust you? How can I let you look after Phoebe? For all I know, you might just run away again and take her with you. I didn't run away, I insist quietly. I was ill, Mom, and it did go on for a long time. I wasn't physically ill, but... Oh, for heaven's sake, she explodes. You're not going to tell me you had depression or something pathetic like that, are you? Feeling sorry for yourself while everyone was tearing out their hair trying to find you? No, absolutely not. It was worse than that. I was ill, but it happened because I shake my head. I can't. I just can't come out and admit it, that I'd let myself be bullied, physically attacked someone, walked out, got drunk, and ended up not even knowing who I was. I can't say it out loud, I whisper to myself. I'm too ashamed, Mom. But she can't hear me, or she's pretending not to. I've totally messed it up.
I've managed to make her disgusted with me without even telling her the full story. And now I don't know how I'm ever going to manage it. I'm not lying, I tell her shakily. It's just so hard to explain. Okay, if you say so. She shrugs and turns back to resume making the tea, but her face is set, and I can feel her anger. I feel helpless. How am I ever going to be able to explain myself to her? She's just made up her mind now that I won't tell the truth. I know Nathan said I should make up a story, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to lie to my mom. And now she thinks I'm lying anyway. She won't listen to me. There's no point even trying. "Are you okay out here?" Nathan says, appearing in the kitchen doorway. He gives me a quizzical look, and I just shake my head. Plenty of time to fill him in on everything after we go home. "Is Phoebe all right in there with you?" Mom asks him. "I'm sorry we've been a while. We got chatting," she adds, looking away. "She's fine. She doesn't much like losing at Snap, though, does she?" he says with a short laugh. "Of course she doesn't, Nathan," I say, a bit irritably. "She's only little. I hope you let her win sometimes." "Well, that's not good for her," he begins, but I ignore him, going into the lounge and asking Phoebe, who's sitting on the sofa now and looking sorry for herself, "How about a game of football then, after I've drunk my tea?" "And I've got orange squash and a biscuit for you," Mom adds, coming in behind me, managing to sound chirpy despite everything. "Yay, football!" she shouts. "I'll get my boots on." "Drink and biscuit first," I remind her. "Okay." She sits back down, giving me a grin as she picks up her beaker of squash. "Okay, Mummy Soapy." It's a small thing, but the fact that she's called me Mummy Soapy, which I actually really like, without being prompted or reminded this time, is the biggest boost I could have had after all the upset of the conversation with Mum. I have to look away and take a gulp of my tea to settle myself down before smiling back at her. And I let her score 5 goals to my 1. It's the least I can do. Chapter 13. Then. If I'm honest, it's the embarrassment as much as Nathan's worry about the amnesia that's making it so hard for me to talk about what happened in the States. Embarrassment about how I behaved. I'm still trying to come to terms with it all myself. After all, it isn't that long since I finally remembered everything. I don't understand how I let myself get so upset by the teasing, the nasty, spiteful bullying that I encountered at the hotel in New York. When I think it all through now, I feel like an idiot. I went out there as a confident, excited young woman, proud of having been chosen for a special responsibility, and within 3 and a bit weeks, I was completely broken. It's difficult now to remember the excitement of arriving in New York. Even getting the yellow cab from the airport, looking out at the tall buildings as we came into the city center, all the traffic, the people, the bustle, everything felt new and thrilling. I'd hated saying goodbye to Phoebe when the taxi came to take me to the airport. I think right up to the final moment of kissing her goodbye, if there'd been any way I could have changed my mind and stayed at home with her, I would have done it. It had been tough, a week or so previously, telling Phoebe I was going away. "Away where?" she said, looking at me anxiously. "To America. It's a different country, a long way away, and I'll have to go on a plane." "A plane?" she said, her eyes wide now. This was something she could relate to. She knew her granddad sometimes went abroad on planes for his work, and I'd taken her to Southend Airport one weekend only a couple of months earlier to watch planes landing and taking off. She had a toy aeroplane with doors that opened and steps that came down, and little people to put inside. Since the airport visit, it was probably her favorite toy. "You're going on a plane, Mummy? Up in the air? Can I come?" "Aw, sorry, sweetheart, but no, you can't. I'm not going for fun. I'm going to work, in America, at another hotel, but not for long," I added quickly, seeing the look on her face. "And while I'm away, Nanny will look after you, and you'll still see Granddad too, so nothing will be different for you, and I'll soon be back again." "By tea time?" she said, cuddling closer to me. "No, not the same day. I'll be gone for quite a few days, but when I come back, I'll be back forever, okay? Promise?" "Of course. I'd much rather stay here with you, Phoebe, but sometimes grown-ups have to do things they don't really want to." "Like when I had my hair cut," I smiled. She'd screamed at the hairdresser salon when I took her for a trim. We gave up eventually, and I trimmed it myself at home. It didn't look very professional, but it was a whole lot better than the alternative. "Yes," I said, "a bit like that. So I'm going to miss you lots while I'm away, but I'll be able to call Nanny, and she can let you talk to me on the phone. We can have video calls so we can see each other. That'll be fun, won't it? And the time will go very quickly, and before you know it, I'll be home again." "And bring me a present?" Dad had brought her back a toy elephant when he'd been to lecture in India earlier that year, so it was understandable that she'd take this as a normality. "I'll see what I can do, as long as Nanny says you've been good while I'm away," I smiled. "I always be good," she replied indignantly. "Can we play a game now?" I laughed and gave her another hug. "Yes, okay, of course we can." Of course, if she or I had had any idea of how long I'd actually be gone, it would have been a whole different matter. I wouldn't have even considered going in the first place. I'd have turned the opportunity down flat, stayed at home, and not cared in the slightest whether it would affect my chances of promotion or not. The excitement I'd felt on arriving in New York wore off pretty fast once I met my roommate, Louisa. She was probably in her late 40s, very stuck up and impressed with herself. From our very first conversation, I quickly understood that she resented me being given a more prestigious position than her, when I was not only younger, but had no degree or formal qualification, and on top of that, had a child. Basically, her problem was that I was working with the hotel manager, and she wasn't. From the welcome dinner on our first night, when she teased me to make the other delegates in our group laugh, it became clear that she was going to make my time there difficult. She seemed to have no problem getting a crowd of admiring fans among the other British delegates, who followed her lead. They all quickly got into the habit of going out to clubs and bars during their weekends. I was never invited, and although I probably wouldn't have gone, it hurt to realize exactly how unpopular I seemed to be. I should have ignored it all, of course I should. But I was away from home, missing Phoebe so much that it felt like an actual physical pain, and the constant drip of comments expressing doubt about my capability of holding such a responsible position in my own hotel wore me down rapidly. When they called me names and suggested I must have been stupid or must have slept around just because I was a single young mother, I should have stood up for myself, as I hope I'd have done at home. Instead, I let the bullies get to me. I let them rob me of my self-confidence until I was reduced to a sniveling, pathetic version of myself, longing only for the end of the 4 weeks. The only thing keeping me going was the fact that I could FaceTime Mum and Phoebe, and naturally, on those occasions, I pasted on a big smile and a false tone of excitement. There was no way I was going to admit my failure, because that's how I saw it. Far from being Melanie's star employee, I was a useless, pathetic failure who cried herself to sleep each night from loneliness and disappointment in myself. It culminated, at dinner one evening, with such a prolonged verbal assault on me by, it felt at the time, almost everyone in the room, that I finally retaliated. I gave a hefty shove to the shoulder of one woman who'd been laughing at me, making her spill her drink. And when Louisa demanded that I should apologize, I told her to fuck off and gave her a shove too. It was a vicious one, and as she just stood up, she ended up flying backwards over her own chair, landing in an undignified heap on the floor, where she lay, screaming in fury as I gave her 2 hard kicks to her shins before picking up her cheesecake dessert and throwing it in her face. There was a horrified silence as I turned away, leaving her spluttering and spitting, and walked straight out of the hotel. I was shaking and crying as I exited the building. Crying not just because of the shame I was already feeling about the way I'd behaved. What if I'd seriously injured her? What if she made a complaint about me to the police? But also because I knew I'd blown it. Melanie had put her trust in me, and I'd let her down. It was over. I'd never be her assistant manager now. I didn't even know how I was going to face her. I walked through the city streets, along the river, and just kept walking. I didn't know where I was going. I'd left all my possessions in my hotel room, and I knew I'd reached the end of my tether. I was going home. I didn't want to have to go back to the hotel, not at any point, but I was going to need to, even if only to pack my suitcase and check out. I needed to go to the airport and try to get a flight home. I wandered for a long while, sometimes starting to cry again, sometimes aware of people staring as they passed me. I felt so stupid for letting those bitches get to me. The early evening light gradually faded as I came to a particularly lively section of town. People were streaming in and out of bars, jostling with each other, laughing, having fun. I only hesitated for a second before making the decision that would end up changing my life. I pushed open the door of one of the noisiest bars on the street and went inside. It was heaving with people, but there were steps up to another level, so I went up there and managed to find a seat at the bar. And by the time that evening was over, I didn't even know who I was anymore. Chapter 14. Now. I didn't even bring her a present. Nathan turns to look at me in surprise. We're in the middle of packing up a few things in the London flat, ready to move into our new house. Everything's happened so quickly, it feels like a whirlwind, an exciting one. What? Who? Phoebe, obviously. I've just been remembering the day I told her I was going to America, and how relieved I felt that she didn't get upset. She asked if I was going to bring her back a present, but I hope you told her what my mother used to say, those who ask don't get. Nathan, she was just a toddler, I retort, exasperated. I realize he hasn't got any children of his own, and I know he's really trying to be empathetic, but sometimes I do wonder at the lack of understanding he's been displaying.
Dad brought her home a present from India, so she obviously thought it was the normal thing. And I promised. I said I'd bring her something home, but don't worry, she'll have forgotten by now. Let's face it, she'd forgotten you even existed. I swallow back my hurt, but can't keep the irritation out of my voice. Thank you so much for rubbing salt into the wound. Ah, come on, I'm only trying to get you to face facts. He puts down the shoes he was packing and puts an arm around me. I know it's disappointing for you, but as she's still so little, she'll have forgotten everything you said to her before you went away. She's only just starting to get used to the whole idea of having a mother again. I know, and I'm prepared to take it slowly with her, of course, but even if she has forgotten, I've remembered my promise now. It's bad enough that I forgot it while I was in the States. You couldn't exactly help forgetting it while you were over there, he reminds me gently. No, but now I've remembered. I want to buy her something, okay? I want her to know that I promised it, and I've kept my promise, even if it's very late, even if I haven't given it to her right away. Well, you said it's her birthday in August. Yes, and I'll obviously be buying her a proper present for that. I'm hoping she might even be staying with us sometimes by then. But anyway, I'm going to get her a little something now. It doesn't have to be anything expensive. I stop, painfully aware, and not for the first time, of the state of my bank account. Completely non-existent. Nathan's been supporting me. I don't like it, which is why, now we're back in the UK, I really want to find a way to go back to work, whatever he says. I've agreed to wait until Mum's come round to the idea of letting me have Phoebe home with us sometimes, because perhaps Nathan might be right. Mum could possibly argue that I can't look after Phoebe if I'm working, whereas she's now retired. I still wonder, though, whether when she's also got Dad to look after, she'll find it all too much and be grateful to hand Phoebe over sometimes.
I'm sorry, I say, hating the pleading tone I hear myself using, like a child asking for permission. But if it's okay, could I have a little bit of extra money so that I can buy her something? I'm thinking maybe another toy plane, or perhaps a car, something that looks American. She'd love that. Of course, if that's really what you think you need to do, he says at once. He's nothing if not generous. He gives me a curious look. But a plane or a car? Really? Doesn't she like dolls or teddies like other little girls? Not really. Well, not that I remember anyway. She did have one favorite teddy, though. I smile as the memory comes back to me. She called it Doggy, even though we kept reminding her that it was a bear. She loved it, took it everywhere with her. I wonder if she still sleeps with it. I'll have to ask Mom. For a moment, I'm silent, reflecting on how sad it is that I don't even know anymore what my daughter's favorite toy is. But other than that, I go on, she never really liked dollies or anything very girly, and from what I've seen so far, she still prefers things that are more traditionally boys' toys. She was playing with toy cars when we arrived the other day, he agreed. And it seems she loves football. It's a bit unusual, isn't it? My kid sisters both loved their dolls, pushing them around in buggies and good for them, I retort, but I was exactly like Phoebe, actually. I never saw the point of the so-called girls' toys, and I don't like gender-based choices for children. There's nothing wrong with her playing with cars, or playing football, or rugby, or anything else that girls want to do these days. Okay. He almost takes a step back. Sorry, I didn't mean anything. I just thought it was unusual. But sure, let's get her a car, or a truck, whatever. Let's look online for something now. Thank you, I concede. I have to keep reminding myself. He's never had kids, and he's almost middle-aged compared with me. But at times, lovely though he is, I find his attitudes almost scarily outdated. He grabs his phone and has Amazon up on the screen in a couple of seconds. I stare at the model cars he's pointing out, shaking my head. No, Nathan, remember Phoebe's not even 4 yet. These are for much older kids. But then, as he scrolls down the page, a picture comes up of a toy New York yellow taxicab. It's not even expensive, and when I point to it, Nathan nods in agreement and has put it in his basket and ordered it before I can blink. That'll be perfect, I say happily. I can tell her all about the yellow cabs, and she'll assume I bought it for her in America. Thanks, love. You're welcome, babe. Tell her it's from me as well, won't you? I nod, but the excitement's almost gone out of the moment. It feels mean and childish to admit it, even to myself, but I don't want Phoebe to think the gift has come from Nathan at all. I want it to be what I promised her over a year ago, a present from her mummy from when I was away. I take a deep breath and pull myself together. Nathan and I are an item now. Quite apart from the fact that he's the one paying for it, it's unfair and selfish of me to want to leave him out of Phoebe's treat, of sharing in her pleasure and gratitude just because she's not his daughter. But she's not, a mean little voice inside my head insists, and she never will be. I don't think it's a good idea to listen to mean little voices inside your head. We've only got a couple of days left now before we move into the new house. I've repacked the luggage I brought with me from America, apart from a few clothes and essentials, but when I look around the flat, I realize most of Nathan's stuff is still unpacked. The house in Little Panfield is rented furnished, and Nathan says all the furniture in the flat can stay here anyway. Can I help you pack up the saucepans and crockery and stuff? I ask him, but he shakes his head. I'll be leaving some of it here. I'm keeping the flat. I turn so suddenly to stare at him that I feel my neck click. You what? Why? How can you keep it if we're going to be living in Little Panfield? If I have to work late, it'll be easier to stay overnight here sometimes, instead of commuting to Essex and back. And as you know, I'll still be doing work trips to New York. It'll be easier to get to and from Heathrow from here, when necessary. I'm still staring at him. But we've got to pay the rent on the new house. The company pays for this one. He's not looking at me as he speaks. I feel suddenly faint, as if I've had a shock. Is he lying to me? He's never lied to me before. You've always led me to believe you paid the rent on it yourself, I say. You just assumed. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't think I needed to spell everything out to you, but obviously it's a company apartment. It's mine while I hold this position, unless I tell the directors I don't need it anymore. And that seems a bit pointless while it could still be useful. It sounds perfectly sensible and logical the way he's explaining it, but still I feel unsettled. Why did he let me go on assuming he was paying for the flat? He's always called it his apartment, as if it was genuinely his, but it's not. And why has he only now thought to tell me he's decided to keep it on? Is he keeping his options open, in case he decides he doesn't like living in Essex, or doesn't like living near my family? Or even, in case he decides he doesn't want to live with me anymore? I feel a sick lurch in my stomach at the thought of it. What would I do if he left me now? I couldn't manage without him. I need him. I've always needed him, ever since the accident. Ever since he rescued me and looked after me and loved me when I didn't even know who I was. Have I been arguing with him too much? I think back over the things he's said and done recently that have irritated me, things I've felt like he's got wrong when we've been with my mom and Phoebe. I shouldn't have been impatient, shouldn't have snapped at him. I need to remember that he's not used to little children, and yet he's come all this way with me to help me to reclaim my life. I've got so many reasons to be grateful to Nathan. I need to remember that and stop criticizing him, or I'm in danger of driving him away. You wouldn't ever want to come back and live here permanently, though, would you? I ask him, conscious of the tremble in my voice, the reek of insecurity coming through. He looks up now, frowning at me, puzzled. What? No, of course not. This place isn't suitable for a family. I smile, relaxing a little, my breathing beginning to settle. A family. Of course he's not considering leaving me. He's thinking of us as a family already. Himself, me, and Phoebe. I should have known he'd never abandon me, even if I am sometimes mean to him. He's not keeping his options open. He's just being sensible. I should be more appreciative of how much he's doing for me, how much he's already done. I'm so lucky to have him. Chapter 15. 2 days later, we've collected the keys for number 3 Primrose Close from the letting agency, and here we are on the doorstep of our new home. To say I'm excited would be an understatement. My own house. Okay, it might be rented, and it might not be me paying the rent, but I'm going to live here with my boyfriend, and eventually, I hope and pray, with my little girl. I feel suddenly all grown up, even more than I did when I first became a mother. I just know I'm going to love living here. Nathan, smiling at my excitement, hands me one of the door keys and lets me be the first to open our front door, to run inside and go from room to room, up and down stairs, smiling to myself as I imagine making dinner in the little kitchen, relaxing in the living room, showering in the bathroom, sleeping in the big bedroom, and putting my little girl to bed in the smaller one. Do you still like it? Nathan asks me as he follows me in, carrying my big suitcase. I love it, I say, running back to give him a hug. We're going to be happy here, Nate. I just know it. We can always change things, the curtains or whatever, if you don't like them. Buy our own instead. No, I like them. They suit the house. It's kind of cottagey, isn't it? Cottagey, he laughs. You're so English, aren't you? I think I've noticed it so much more since we've been here. Of course I am. I've gone back to my roots, I agree happily. Come on, I'll help you carry the rest of the stuff in. Then I'll put the kettle on. It'll feel more like home once we've had a cup of tea here. He laughs again, shaking his head. As I said, so English. A cup of tea for every occasion. There really isn't much for us to bring inside apart from our suitcases of clothes. Just a couple of boxes of crockery and kitchen things, a bag of food shopping we picked up on the way, and our bedclothes and towels. Nathan, as he'd decided, left some of his stuff in the flat for the occasions when he might need to stay there. I've calmed down a bit now about that. He's just being practical. It makes sense. Anyway, I know I'll be on my own here sometimes when he has to go to New York, but Mom's only around the corner, and I'm hoping, by the time he might need to go away, that she'll be letting me have Phoebe here sometimes. The thought of her being here, running around the house and playing outside in the neat little garden, makes me hug myself with happiness. "Can we get a swing for the garden?" I ask Nathan as I'm making the tea. "A swing? What for?" "For Phoebe, of course," I say laughing. "And oh, wouldn't it be lovely to get a dog? She'd love that. Or perhaps a cat might be better, for when I go back to work, it wouldn't be fair to leave a dog on its own all day." He sighs and shakes his head slightly when I mention going to work, but I try to ignore it. I know he thinks I won't be able to get a job, but I'll prove him wrong, eventually, when the time's right. "A cat would be good," he agrees. "It'd help the kid learn how to look after something. It's good for kids to grow up with pets." As usual, I try not to flinch at the way he says the kid. Perhaps it's just the American way, I tell myself. He doesn't mean it to sound so dismissive, but Phoebe's got a name, and I just wish he'd use it. Instead, I try to focus on the thought of telling Phoebe we're going to get a cat. Perhaps we could offer to take her with us, to choose one. I feel another burst of excitement at the thought of it. It could be our first outing together. She'd be so excited. Meanwhile, I've got her present, the toy yellow cab, to give her. "Shall I call Mom and suggest we go round this afternoon?" I suggest. "We could go after school and take Phoebe's present. Maybe we could offer to pick her up from preschool," he suggests. I don't somehow think she'll agree to that. But it'd be lovely, wouldn't it? A surprise for Phoebe. I'll ask Mom anyway. "No," Mom says flatly when I call her, without even a second's hesitation. "You won't be allowed. There are rules. I have to let the school know if someone else is collecting Phoebe, and anyway, she still hardly knows you. She wouldn't want to go with you, even if it was allowed." "I understand," I say, trying to ignore the hurtful, dismissive tone. "She hardly knows you." I have to keep reminding myself, now, that Mom's not only had the shock of us turning up to contend with, but she's also had, as she's told us, the hassle of reporters and cameramen hanging around the house while we were away, to say nothing of all the worry of my dad's stroke. I want to be able to take some of that pressure off her, but I can only do that if she'll let me in and start trusting me. Perhaps in a while, I add, I could introduce myself to her teacher and let her know I'm her mom so that I can be allowed to meet her sometimes. Mom doesn't even reply. "But for now, anyway," I rush on, "can we come round and see Phoebe and you after she comes home today? Or," I add, suddenly excited by the thought, "would you like to bring her here, to Primrose Close, to see us?" "You've moved in already, have you?" "Yes, just now, today." "Well, you'll need a bit of time to get settled and unpacked and get everything straight." "It's all done," I laugh. "I've only got to unpack my clothes and stuff and make the bed up. It's fully furnished." "Oh, well, maybe another time." "We'll come to you then. I've got something for Phoebe, a present from America. I wanted to get her used to me first before giving it to her," I add, to cover my lapse. "You don't have to buy her presents. I don't want you trying to bribe her." Ouch! I almost dropped the phone in shock at the tone of her voice. "I'm not trying to bribe her, Mom. Don't say that. I promised her when I left for the States that I'd bring her back a present, okay? I know she won't have remembered, but a promise is a promise. It's not anything big or expensive." "Okay," she says after a pause. Her voice is a little softer now. "Yes, all right. Come about 3:30 then. But Phoebe might be tired, of course, from preschool." In fact, Phoebe doesn't look the least bit tired. She's actually full of beans, and for the first time since we've been back, she seems excited and pleased to see us straight away. We're getting there, I tell myself. We just have to be patient. She's getting used to us. "Hello, Mummy Soapy," she says, grabbing me by the hand and leading me into the living room, where she's got a miniature plastic train set laid out on the floor. "I'm playing with my trains. Do you want to sit there?" She points to the sofa. "And watch the train go round?" She turns to Nathan and adds, more quietly, "You can sit there too if you like." "Thank you," Nathan says, smiling at her and obeying. Mum brings in the inevitable tray of teas and biscuits and sits down opposite us. I feel how I imagine prospective adoptive parents must feel, being assessed to see if we're suitable. It hurts. I'm Phoebe's mum. I don't need vetting to spend time with her. "What have you been doing at preschool this afternoon?" I ask. "Numbers," she says happily, and proceeds to point to each of us in turn, counting us. 1, 2, 3. "Well done, but don't forget to count yourself," I remind her, and she giggles, points to herself, and begins again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 people. "Very good, Phoebe. You're a clever girl. I bet you'll do really well at school in September." "Probably," she agrees with a shrug, making me laugh. "Well, today I glance at Nathan and correct myself. We've got something for you. You know I told you I had to go to America? Well, before I went there, I promised to bring you back a present." I reach into my bag and hand the box across to her. "I didn't wrap it up because it's not your birthday yet," I explain with a smile. "It's just a little present from America." "What do you say, Phoebe?" Mum reminds her. "Thank you, America," she responds, holding the box reverently, and I can't help laughing, but Nathan immediately corrects her. "It's from your mummy and me, but we got it for you in America." I close my eyes. I wish he wouldn't be so pedantic with her. She just looks confused now. "Thank you, Mummy Soapy, and you," she says, eyeing Nathan warily. "His name's Nathan," I remind her. "And you're very welcome, sweetie. I hope you like it." She's already opened the box and pulled the toy out. Her eyes have lit up. "It's a car! A yellow car! I like cars!" "It's actually a taxi. Do you know what a taxi is?" I ask her, and she considers this for a moment before suddenly nodding enthusiastically. "Yes, I know. We saw one in the road yesterday, didn't we, Nanny? And you said taxis are a bit like buses. People go for rides in them. But it was black, and I like this one better 'cause it's yellow, like the sun." Yes, in America, in New York where I was, the taxis are yellow like this. They're called cabs there. Sometimes we say cabs here, too. "I love my yellow taxi," she says, happily running it along the carpet. "Good, I'm glad you like it. Granddad will like it, won't he, Nanny?" she goes on, looking up at Mum. "Because he likes cars too, and he plays cars with me, so he can play with my taxi when he comes. When is he coming?" I look at Mum anxiously. I don't know how much she's told Phoebe, but she's managing to stay calm as she says gently, "Remember what I told you, Phoebe. Granddad's coming here to live with us soon, but he's been very poorly, so he might not be able to play with you much at first. But later, when he's better, he can." "Yes, we hope so." Mum swallows and looks down. I say to change the subject, as I'm sure Mom won't want Phoebe to see she's getting upset. "Meanwhile, would you like to come and see our new house one day? Perhaps at the weekend." "New house?" she says, her eyes widening. "Did you build it yourself?" I chuckle, imagining her thinking of her Lego bricks. "No, it was already built, but we, Nathan and I, have just started living there. And guess what? It's only a little way away from your house here." "Can we go there in a taxi?" she asks hopefully, running the wheels of her toy cab across the carpet towards me. "No, we don't need to. We can walk there. It only takes a couple of minutes. It's near your preschool." She looks impressed. "Do you live there all the time? Or will you go away again?" "We'll be living there all the time," I say firmly. "I never want to go away again, ever. I missed you too much, Phoebe." "I missed you too," she says casually, "but I don't remember." "Perhaps we should wait a little while before we go there," Mum says. "We should let Mummy and Nathan get settled." "Oh, we're settled all right," Nathan says. "We're as snug as 2 bugs in a rug already." 2 bugs? Phoebe repeats comically, her eyes wide. "What bugs in a rug? Can you show them to me if I come to your house?" "It's just an expression," I tell her. "It means we're nice and comfy there already." "I want to come and see your comfy house," she says. She gets to her feet. "Can we go now, Nanny? Please?" Mom sighs. "Not today, Phoebe. Maybe one day, in a little while. Maybe in the holidays." "That won't be for ages. Please, Nanny, can we go tomorrow, if I be good?" "Perhaps at the weekend?" I suggest again, looking at Mum. "I can come round for her and take her." "No, I'll bring her," she says at once, her tone quite fierce. She doesn't want me having Phoebe on my own yet. She still doesn't trust me. Okay, I knew it might take time. I knew I'd have to be patient. "All right, that'll be nice," I agree, smiling. I need to show her I'm not trying to rush things. She needs to see I'm being compliant, that I understand her concerns. "Why don't you both come for lunch on Saturday? The weather's supposed to be good. We can play in the garden." "We're getting a swing," Nathan adds, and I smile a thank you at him. "She's only ever used the toddler swings in the park," Mum says. "We'll get a toddler swing then," I say immediately. "A swing?" Phoebe says, sounding awestruck. "In your garden? We haven't got one in our garden, have we, Nanny?" "No," Mum says flatly. "Not yet." I want to tell her that it's not a competition, that we're not trying to outdo her or make our house more attractive to Phoebe than hers is, or anything like that. I don't want her to think we're trying to lure her away. I want Phoebe to come to me willingly, not to be bribed. That wasn't my idea when I suggested getting a swing. I just wanted to have something nice for her to enjoy when she does come. But from the look on Mum's face, I can tell she won't believe me if I say any of this. Perhaps it wasn't such a good idea after all. I don't want her to think badly of me, any more than she already probably does. "And maybe," Nathan says suddenly, just as I'm thinking all of this, "after a little while, we might get a pet cat." "A cat?" Phoebe's looking like she's just been promised the sun, the moon, and all the stars on a plate. And my mom's staring at Nathan with something very close to outright dislike. So much for not using bribery. I follow Mom out to the kitchen when she takes the cups back out. She's been mostly silent, watching me as I've been playing with Phoebe and her toys. "I'm sorry if we're being a bit over the top with Phoebe at the moment," I say. "It's just, you must realize, I've missed her so terribly much, missed so many days and weeks of her life, and it's just so lovely to see her, to be with her again." "If you missed her so much, I can't understand how you couldn't find a way to come back sooner." I know it must seem incomprehensible." I close my eyes, sighing. How can I even attempt to explain myself now? When I've tried before, she's just shut me down, convinced I'm lying. "All I can say is," I go on slowly, looking her in the eyes, "that I honestly couldn't help it, any of it, including not getting in touch with you." Mum shakes her head and turns away. "I can't imagine how you couldn't have found a way to come home," she says flatly. "I just couldn't," I whisper. But she's pretending not to hear me, and she's silent for much of the remaining time before we leave. Chapter 16. As we turn into Primrose Close, Nathan takes a sudden, sharp breath and grips my hand more tightly. There's a car parked outside our house, a guy leaning against it, a camera balanced on his shoulder, while another man stands on the front doorstep, peering in the window. I can feel my heart rate suddenly speeding up. Mum told us she'd been bothered by reporters and cameramen while I was away, but I really didn't expect this. How have they found out where we're living so quickly? "Have you got the back door key with you?" Nathan mutters as we approach the house. "Yes." My voice is trembling. "I can't cope with this. I'm not ready for it. Will I ever be?" Go straight round the back, let yourself in, and lock the door, he says. It's okay. I'll deal with it. I don't argue. By now, it's not just my voice that's trembling, but my whole body. I leave Nathan standing with the guy who's on the front doorstep and walk quickly round the side of the house, looking at the ground. A voice floats after me. Sophie? Hello, Sophie. How are you settling in at your new house? Have you got a minute for a quick chat? Where were you all that time you've been away, Sophie? Did you realize nobody knew where you were? I speed up, almost running as I open the back gate to our little garden, grabbing my door keys out of my pocket as I go. I nearly trip on the step up to the back door in my haste to unlock it, but now it's done, it's open, I'm inside, slamming the door, locking it, and bolting it for good measure. I can't hear Nathan's voice from here, and I don't want to go to the front of the house in case they see me through the window. I can't even remember whether I closed the back gate or whether it's got a bolt on it that I should have shot. I pull down the kitchen blinds and hide behind them, feeling pathetic. Why now? Why, when I finally started getting my life back together, finally seen the possibility of being happy again, and putting everything shameful that happened in the States behind me? I can't even tell my own mom what happened to me, so how could I begin to contemplate talking about it to complete strangers who— I feel another little shudder run through me as I dare to imagine it— would want to share it with the world. And why would anyone in the world want to hear it anyway? But of course, I know the answer to that. Nothing is so exciting as a bit of scandal. A woman who thought she was clever enough to take on an important job and failed at the first sign of jealous bitchiness, who gave up as soon as the nasty comments got to her, who then had too much to drink, made a complete fool of herself, and knocked herself out falling down the stairs. To say nothing of having no idea who she even was for months afterwards. Oh yes, it would make a good story, I can see that. But I force myself to straighten up and take some deep breaths. No, they're not going to get the story out of me. Not now, not ever. What happened was my problem, my mess-up, not something for strangers to titillate themselves with over their breakfasts. I hear the front door opening, but stay where I am, waiting, listening to myself breathing. "Where are you, honey?" Nathan calls out cheerfully, and I run towards him. "Are they still here?" I gasp. "Pull the curtains. Don't let them look in the house." He pulls me into his arms. "Shh, it's okay. It's all okay, babe. They've gone. I got rid of them." He looks down at my face. "Hey, come on, don't look so scared. Oh, don't cry, baby. You're safe. They've gone." "But they'll be back," I mumble. "Now they know where I live." "And we'll deal with it, together, like we've dealt with everything," he says softly, kissing the top of my head like I'm a child. I don't mind. He makes me feel safer. He always has done. "They'll give up in the end," he adds. "Will they? I'm not so sure. How did you get rid of them anyway? What did you say?" He smiles. "Oh, it's not difficult. You just have to keep on politely saying you're not going to talk to them. I've told them that even if they sit there all day and all night, we're not talking. They took photos of me telling them that, but," he shrugs, "what use are those to them? They asked if I was your boyfriend, and I just refused to answer. It's you they want, so your best bet is, when they come back—" "You think they will?" "Of course. And there'll be others too, unfortunately. Until they all get the message that we're never going to talk. They're not allowed to harass you once you've made that clear. Our best bet is to put a notice on the door saying we're not going to talk to any media," he shrugs. "At least they haven't got your phone number." "Yet," I say moodily. "Yet. So if it starts, just put it on silent for a while." He strokes my arms, looking at me sadly now. This was bound to happen, but if we stay silent, they will give up. Something else will take their interest, trust me. And I do. Of course I do. I always have done. Where would I be? What would I have done without him? I trust him, but I don't trust those journalists. Will I have to be sneaking in and out of my own house now until they finally give up? I thought things were just starting to look up for us. I should have known it was never going to be that easy.
To help me take my mind off it all, Nathan suggests we look online for a little garden swing suitable for Phoebe's age. I find one that can be adapted as she grows. Nathan goes straight ahead and orders it, and I have to swallow back the usual feeling of unease about him spending his hard-earned money on things for my child. It was bad enough when it was just me, but now I'm getting increasingly frustrated about not having my own money. Should I go ahead and look for a part-time job that fits around school hours? Surely he'd agree with that, and surely Mom wouldn't think it would make me a bad mother. She worked while I was at school, and it didn't do me any harm. On the contrary, it gave me a good work ethic. But I feel really uncomfortable with the idea of going against Nathan. He's right, of course, about the journalists. They come back the next day, or it might be different ones. I'm trying not to look at them. We've already put a strongly worded notice on the door, but still they knock and ring the bell. Still, they call out their questions when Nathan leaves the house to go to the shop. He suggested I should stay indoors with the curtains drawn, but I hate feeling like a prisoner in my own home. I'm going to have to face them eventually. Nathan suggests putting a scarf over my face when I go out. What about tomorrow, though? I say with a sigh after they've finally given up and left again for the night. It's Saturday. Mom's bringing Phoebe round. I know she's mad at me after my botched attempt to explain myself the other day, but I'm sure she'll still come. She won't let Phoebe down. We'd better warn her, he says. Oh no, she won't want to come. I can't imagine your mum being put off that easily. She'll probably give them a mouthful. I smile. Well, she's told me she had to put up with them hanging around before, when I first went missing, and then again when the police told them I'd been found. So I suppose she's a bit more used to it than I am. But, oh Nate, I don't want Phoebe exposed to it. It'll frighten her. Not if your mum's with her. And anyway, Phoebe's seen it all before too, and I'm sure your mum's taught her to ignore them. We talk about how we might be able to manage the situation. How Nathan could perhaps open the back gate as soon as we see Mom approaching with Phoebe. Or Nathan could even offer to pick them up in the car and whisk them indoors quickly. But whatever we suggest feels like it's not enough. Mom will be cross if we don't warn her, and she just won't come if we do. I toss and turn all night, wondering what to do. And then, in the morning, I look outside to see beautiful sunshine, and no reporters, no cameras. I keep looking out, all through our breakfast and while I'm tidying up afterwards, but nobody turns up. They're not coming today. They'll probably be back on Monday, Nathan warns me. But that's all right. I'll have to deal with it then, and I'm starting to feel a bit bolder about it. For now, I've got my little girl coming to see me, a lovely sunny day, and I'm hoping Mom will be feeling less cross with me now that she's had time to calm down. It's all going to be okay. Chapter 17. We haven't got any garden furniture yet, but Nathan and I carry the chairs from the living room out onto the patio so that we can all sit in the sun for a while. As soon as Mum arrives, with Phoebe bubbling over with excitement, wanting to explore the house right away, I tell Mum quietly about the reporters. Ah, they've started already. That must have been upsetting for you. Well, you did warn me, and you had to put up with it while I was away. Yes, but I didn't expect it to happen to you quite this quickly. She looks at me a little anxiously. Were you all right with it? Did you have trouble getting rid of them? You know you mustn't say anything, don't you? Not a single word. If you just say, it's too upsetting to talk about, or anything like that, they'll make some kind of story out of you saying you'd had an upsetting experience. So if you don't want your name and photo splashed all over the papers, don't say a single word. I didn't, and it's okay, Mum. I was a bit overwhelmed that first time, but Nathan dealt with it brilliantly, and now we're putting a note on the door every day, and I've just got to get used to ignoring them.
Well done, Mum smiles at me. I feel myself, for a moment, basking in her admiration. She's admiring me just for saying I'm going to ignore the media. She wouldn't be so impressed if she'd seen me hiding behind the curtains and crying. It's Nathan. He's been brilliant, I repeat.
He's protecting me.
I think you do a pretty good job of protecting yourself, she replies quietly. You always did. Perhaps I did, but that was before. As soon as Phoebe sees the swing, of course, she's squealing with excitement. I lift her onto the seat, smiling as she shrieks at me to give her a push. Swinging high, swinging low, this is the way the children go. I find myself singing to her as I gently push her again each time she swings back to me. I stop, surprised by the memory of the little song, and then, suddenly, Mum's joining in from where she's walked down the garden to stand behind me. Down to the ground, then up so high, just like an aeroplane in the sky. Oh, I exclaim, smiling. Have you been singing that to Phoebe too, when you take her to the park? Of course, it's what I used to sing to you too, don't you remember? Not really, although I suppose that's why the words came straight back to me.
For a moment, we both hold each other's gaze, smiling at each other. She was always a lovely mum to me. I wish, desperately, that we could go back to how we were, how close, how loving we used to be with each other. I want to be able to share Phoebe with Mum again, rather than fighting her. I want to be honest and tell Mum everything, but however much I'd like to, whenever I imagine telling her the whole story, I feel even more anxious after my earlier clumsy attempts to try to explain myself. I do love you, Mum, I whisper. I never stopped loving you. I never stopped loving you either, Sophie, she whispers back. But I lost you. I'm so sorry. Honestly, if I could turn back time. Mummy Soapy! Phoebe shouts impatiently. Aren't you pushing me anymore? Sorry, Phoebes. I turn back to the swing. She's wriggling, trying to make it swing on its own. Shall I teach you how to swing it yourself? Put your legs out straight to go forward and tuck them back to... I know, Nanny told me that, but I like being pushed best. Sing the song, she orders imperiously. Okay, Your Highness, I laugh. Here we go. Swinging high, swinging low. Mum joins in, and we sing it together 4 or 5 times through, taking it in turns to push the swing, until eventually she says, Phew! I think I'll sit down and drink that coffee now. I watch her walk back to the patio. She looks tired. No, more than tired. Defeated. Older than she should. Older than I'd remembered her. That's my fault, I think, with an inward groan. And now she's had the shock and distress of Dad's stroke to face, together with the suddenness of my reappearance, and the fact that I still haven't managed to explain where I've been. It isn't fair. When I go into the kitchen to prepare some lunch, she follows me in, but her eyes never leave the window where she's watching Phoebe running around outside with her football. It looks like a nice little house, she says. We already showed her and Phoebe around as soon as they arrived. I'd made it tidy and put flowers on the table, and Nathan even cleaned the windows before they came. I want to impress her, to let her see I can make a lovely home for Phoebe. I noticed the little bedroom, she goes on, although she didn't comment on it at the time. There was already a single bed in there, a low one, and the pink wallpaper, it was obviously already there, I realize that, and the pink duvet cover and pillowcase? We bought them to match the wallpaper. She nods. I see. Mom, I haven't changed my mind, she says abruptly. She's staying with me. For now, yes, of course. I'm not rushing into anything, but I'd hoped we might be able to kind of share her again, share her care, like we used to. Especially when Dad comes home from hospital. You're going to be so busy then, and I'll help you, of course I will, but I could give you a break from having Phoebe all the time, especially during the summer holidays when she won't be at preschool. Unless you disappear again. That's not fair. I've told you, promised you, I won't. I couldn't help it, Mum. If you'd let me explain, it wasn't just that I was ill, there was more to it.
but it's so hard for me to talk about." She sighs, sounding exasperated. "Sophie, everything you've told me so far about your disappearance has been a lie. I don't want to hear any more. I want to be happy that you're back, but every time I think about what you put us through, not even contacting us—" "I know. I'm so sorry, Mom, but I couldn't help it. It's a long story, and it doesn't paint me in a very good light, I'm afraid. But what happened was—" "Oh, don't bother." She heads for the kitchen door. "And don't bother making me any lunch. I'm not hungry. I'd take Phoebe straight home right now if it weren't for the fact that you've promised her a game of football, and I don't believe in letting children down." "I didn't let her down. Not deliberately. I'd never—" I'm crying, reaching out to stop her walking out on me, but I'm too late. She's already outside, sitting down heavily on one of the chairs, ignoring Nathan when he tries to ask if she's all right, leaving me alone in the kitchen, trying frantically to wipe my eyes and stop myself from howling. After a few minutes, Nathan comes in and, seeing my face, wordlessly pulls me towards him for a hug before starting to butter bread and help make sandwiches. "What happened?" he whispers, but the door and windows are open, and anyway, I can't trust myself to talk to him about it yet without crying again. Instead, we have lunch outside with only Nathan and Phoebe doing much talking or eating, before having the game of football I've already promised Phoebe, letting her score 3 goals through the legs of the swing before Mum announces that it's time to go home. "I don't want to go yet," Phoebe complains. "I like coming to Mummy Soapy's house, Nanny." "Her name is Sophie," Mum says irritably. And as they leave, Phoebe waving goodbye as they walk off down the street, I wonder why her dismissal of the pet name Phoebe's given me hurts me almost as much as the fear that she might not even let her come back. "What happened?" Nathan finally asks again after I've closed the front door. I tried again to explain what happened in New York. "Did you try a different excuse today?" "No, Nate, not an excuse and not a lie. I want to tell her the truth. I've been trying to explain what really happened, but she won't listen to me now. She just assumes I'm lying and gets angry." "Well, okay. Come on, don't cry." He holds me close, strokes my hair. "She'll come around." "No, Nathan, she won't. Because now she probably won't trust me at all around Phoebe. She won't want me anywhere near her. So we might have to fight her for custody." "I don't want to do that. I keep telling you, I love my mom. I don't want to fight her. I thought we were getting closer again, today, and now it's all gone wrong, and I wish I'd just told her the truth right from the start. Admitted I had a breakdown and went berserk in the hotel, walked out, got drunk, then ended up with no memory." "You know that's a bad idea." "Well, I wish you'd come up with a better one," I snap, pushing him away. I know I agreed with him at first, agreed that Mum would be shocked to hear my story, that she might think it makes me unfit to look after my own child. But now I'm not sure he's right, even about the mental condition, as he calls it. The amnesia I had was caused by my head injury, not a mental breakdown. And anyway, I'm thinking now that Mum would be sympathetic about it, not judgmental. But I know Nathan's just trying his best, doing everything he can, as he always has done, to help me. I don't think I always show how grateful I am to him, but he never gets angry. He just carries on being cool-headed, rational Nathan. I apologize after I've calmed down, and later we make dinner together, and I fall asleep on the sofa next to him, tired out from all the upset and worry. "Tomorrow's another day, baby," he whispers just as I'm dozing off. Another day without my child. Chapter 18. Anna. I'll be honest, I regret now getting so angry with Sophie. But every time I challenge her to tell me what happened in New York, she looks so shifty that even before she speaks, I know she's going to lie to me. It was a stupid lie in the first place, saying she'd been in hospital, when she should have had the sense to realize the hospitals had been checked. I was hurt, still am hurt, that she can't be honest with me. But I've kept telling myself that if the truth is really so very painful for her to talk about, then I need to be more patient, difficult though that is. And I didn't want to spoil today. For Phoebe's sake, she was so excited about coming to see Sophie's new house. So I made a conscious effort, and it paid off. We had such a lovely little time together in her garden, pushing Phoebe on the swing, singing that rhyme that Sophie always loved when she was a child herself. It brought back happy memories, and for a while, I really started to believe everything was going to be okay. That I'd got my darling girl back, that I could perhaps really try to trust her again, that she'd confide in me eventually, and things could go back to how they used to be. We used to have such a closeness, us two. Friends of mine who were going through horrors with their teenage daughters used to comment on it, on how lucky we were that Sophie wasn't like it. Oh, she had her moments, of course she did. Teenagers need to push against their parents in order to grow up in their own way. But she was never a horrible girl, never shouted or threw things around, always listened to us, at least before disagreeing. Naturally, Peter and I were concerned for her when she decided to keep her baby. We talked to her about losing her own freedom, relinquishing her youth, but she was adamant that she didn't care. She wanted the baby. I respected her decision. She said she knew it was going to be hard, but it was what she was choosing. So, of course, I did everything in my power to help, and have never regretted that either. Phoebe has been an absolute joy to us in our middle age, almost the joy of a second child, which we never had ourselves. So when I went into the kitchen today with Sophie to help her make sandwiches, I was feeling more optimistic about everything. And then, when she proceeded to try to give me more nonsense about her time in New York, the same spiel about being ill, that she couldn't help it and it wasn't her fault, I felt more let down and disappointed than anything true, however worrying, however scary or alarming, could possibly have been. I've had to presume she's ashamed of whatever it was that happened. When we found out she'd walked out of her job, away from the hotel where she'd been working and staying, and never even went back for her bags, we suspected something deliberate on her part, rather than anything sinister happening to her. It looked obvious she'd wanted to disappear. Since she's been back, I've heard nothing to make me think otherwise. She just chose to vanish, to hide from us, and then to suddenly reappear after a year with a new boyfriend. I came close to losing my temper with her after she started muttering away again, all self-pity about how she couldn't help it and it wouldn't paint her in a good light. I wanted to shout at her, "Just tell me!" I know I upset her. I didn't like seeing, when she eventually emerged from the kitchen, that I'd made her cry. But she has no idea how many tears I've shed myself over the past year. Tears I'm shedding again now, of course, now that I'm home and Phoebe's safely asleep in bed. I wish we could have just carried on singing, swinging high, swinging low, smiling together at the memories, thinking about our precious years together. I wish I could just stop asking her to explain what happened. But I can't, can I? I need to be sure I can trust her again now, for Phoebe's sake. Chapter 19. Sophie. It's Monday, and Nathan has to go back to work. He's in a good mood, whistling as he showers and dresses, like he's happy, looking forward to it, whereas I've stayed in bed, even more miserable than I was over the weekend, since Mom took Phoebe home. "I'll bring you a cup of tea," he says chirpily, heading down to the kitchen. "Have a lie-in." I ignore him and get up, pulling my hoodie on over my pajamas, even though it looks like another nice day. I can't be bothered to get dressed. What is there to get dressed for? What am I going to do all day here on my own? The unwanted thought immediately comes to me. Well, what did you do all day when you were in America? But I don't want to think about that. I don't like looking back at my time in America now. Even the better days, the days after I began to feel safer with Nathan, to trust him and understand that he only seemed to want the best for me, make me feel uncomfortable to remember now. I was so weak, not physically weak, but helpless, frightened. It was scary just not knowing who I was, where I'd come from. I sometimes lie in bed now, remembering how that felt, trying not to. Wondering if my memories are here to stay now, or whether my brain might suddenly empty them all out again, whoosh, leaving me back where I started. The fear is always there. I go downstairs, look out of the window, and note with relief that at least there aren't any reporters outside yet, and concentrate on pouring cereal into bowls and juice into glasses. "I thought you were going to stay in bed for a while," Nathan says. "No." I sit down opposite him, shrugging. "I'm bored already, Nate, and I've got absolutely nothing to do." "Washing? Ironing?" he says, as if he's suggesting something exciting. I just pull a face at him, and he laughs. "Why don't you download some new books? Sit in the garden, enjoy the weather, relax." "I need to work," I insist. "I can't go on like this." "But once you've got the kid back," "She's Phoebe, not the kid." I'm feeling too grumpy to ignore it. And the way Mum was talking to me on Saturday, I don't know if I'll ever get her back. "Aw, come on, hon, cheer up. Your mum will calm down." I just shake my head and sip my tea disconsolately. He finishes his breakfast and gets ready to leave, while I'm still sitting here contemplating my granola, not hungry, not happy. "See you later," he says cheerfully, kissing me on the top of the head as if I'm a baby. As soon as he's gone, I wish I'd been nicer, wished him a good day, given him a proper kiss goodbye. I wish I didn't feel so resentful. It's not his fault. I need to get over myself. Nothing is going to improve if all I do is sit here and mope. But still, I do, for another hour, before suddenly deciding to snap out of it and behave like a grown-up, have a shower, get dressed, and go for a walk to clear my head. I don't do it intentionally, but Little Panfield is, as its name implies, little. There are only so many roads to walk down, so many corners to turn around, and it's pretty much inevitable that any walk in the village will take you past the school. The preschool is in a small building at the side with its own playground, and at the time I walk past, all the children are inside. Phoebe only goes to the afternoon sessions anyway, so I realize I won't see her. But I linger for a while, imagining her here, playing outside with her friends, or going into the classroom and sitting at one of the little tables, doing her drawings, learning her numbers, listening to stories. The need to see her again is suddenly so overwhelming that I have to take some deep breaths to compose myself before turning away from the school and resuming my walk. When I get home, I take Nathan's advice, even if only to distract myself from my thoughts. I tackle the ironing pile first, before downloading 2 new books to my Kindle and sitting down with a cup of tea for a long read. By lunchtime, I'm bored again. If I can't get a job, perhaps I should take up a new hobby, at least until, if I can start having Phoebe here. Maybe I should join a club, make some new friends? It hasn't occurred to me before that I haven't got any friends here now. I lost touch with the girls I went to school with after I had Phoebe. Our lifestyles were so different, we had nothing in common anymore. For a moment, I get quite excited by the idea of joining some kind of local society, but the more I think about it, the more I realize that those clubs will just be full of retirees. Everyone else is at work. After taking an unnecessary amount of time to make myself a toastie for lunch and spending a further unnecessary amount of time eating it, I drift around the house, straightening cushions and generally feeling redundant before giving in and turning on the TV to catch up with the news, and then leaving it on for another hour or so. When I find myself actually watching a program for preschool children that Phoebe would probably enjoy, I shake my head at myself, turn it off, and put on my shoes to go for another walk. This time, I try to make it a longer walk, circumnavigating the park and the woodland beyond, where I used to play with my friends when I was younger, before heading back into the village and buying some chicken and salad for dinner this evening. The food in the village shop is expensive, and I realize, guiltily, that my priority today should have been to organize an online shop from one of the supermarkets in town. It's ridiculous how the less you have to do, the less you feel inclined to do anything at all. I have to pass Mom's road on the way home, and without stopping to consider it properly, suddenly decide to turn down there. She'll probably be out. Phoebe's due to be picked up soon. But I tell myself I just want to look at the house again and picture her being in there, or perhaps see her little red bike outside. How else am I going to feel close to her now if Mom's going to keep her away from me? But I stop at the end of the driveway. Mom's actually out here, kneeling on a cushion, weeding the flower border alongside the drive. I start to turn away, but my abrupt movement must have caught her eye, because suddenly she's on her feet, walking towards me, holding out her arms. "I'm sorry, Mom," I manage to blurt out as she pulls me towards her, neither of us caring about her dirty gardening gloves and the soil down the front of her t-shirt. "I'm sorry too. I just can't understand why you're lying to me. You were never a liar, Sophie, and I always thought we could share anything, however bad." "I know. I want to, but it's difficult. I can see that." She holds me out at arm's length and studies my face. "I'm sorry," I snapped.
It hurts, you see. Hurts me to think you can't share this thing with me. But I suppose I have to accept that it must have been something really awful, something that scarred you so much you can't even bear to talk about it. Otherwise, you'd have told me by now. Yes, I would have. So I'll just have to wait. I just hope that, as soon as you feel ready to open up about what happened, you'll talk to me about it. I will. I promise. She glances at her watch. I've got to clean up and go to meet Phoebe now, but can I come with you? She hesitates for a moment. Okay, come and wait in the kitchen while I get ready. You can leave your shopping here while we go if you like. Thank you. It feels a fragile kind of peace, but nevertheless, it's made me so happy. Perhaps there's still hope. On the way to the school, Mum tells me Dad's being discharged home next week. I've already asked if I might be able to go and visit him in hospital, but at the time she was reluctant, saying that the shock of seeing me would be bad for him, so I didn't persist. But now she says she'll need to prepare him for coming face to face with me once he's home. So I realize she still hasn't even told him that I'm back. I don't know how it's going to affect him, she says. I realize it'll be a shock, just as it was for you, Mom. But hopefully it'll make him happy to see me, I say. Surely he'll be glad that I'm alive and well. And remember, I'm here to help, however I can, with Dad or with Phoebe. You said it's half-term the following week. You're going to struggle with both of them at home. That was a mistake. She looks away as if I haven't spoken, and we walk on in silence. But when Phoebe comes out of her classroom, she squeals with excitement on seeing me there with Mum and runs straight up to me for a hug. I couldn't keep her away from you now, even if I wanted to, Mum says quietly as we walk back again. So yes, it might be helpful for you to come round once or twice next week, after your dad's settled in. I feel as if I've been given a present or won first prize in a competition. Thank you. I'm looking forward so much to seeing him. I stay for a cup of tea when we get back and sit for a while with Phoebe, listening to her singing a new song they've been learning at preschool and telling me about a new little boy there who unfortunately cries every day and wets himself. But he can't help it, she asserts, so we mustn't laugh at him. That's quite right. I expect he'll stop once he's settled down there. Yes, that's what my teacher said. I'm settled down because I've been going there for ages. And I'm going to settle down when I go to big school too, she says proudly. And did you know? My granddad's coming to live with us next week, but I've got to be good and quiet because he's been very poorly. He's even been in bed in the hospital, and he's even got to be in bed a lot when he comes here. I know, but I'm sure he'll feel much better for being here and seeing you. Don't forget your bag, in the fridge, Mum reminds me as I'm leaving. Oh yes, thanks. It's dinner for tonight, but I'm going to start shopping online now. Without a car, it'll be difficult otherwise.
As you said, you need to take driving lessons, she comments. I could pay for them if… Oh, no, I wouldn't let you do that. I can't get over how much nicer she's being to me now. Such a contrast from Saturday. She must have been as upset as I was about how that ended up, but I know she still can't bring herself to really trust me until I tell her about New York. I'll talk to Nathan about it. If I decide to learn, he'll pay for me. She frowns. The lessons are massively expensive now, and I presume he's paying the rent and all the bills on your house until you get a job. To be honest, Mum, Nathan doesn't really seem to want me to go out to work, I admit. She looks back at me in silence for a moment before asking, quietly, "But what do you want? Won't you be bored at home all the time without even a part-time job?" Yes, I want to admit. Of course I will. I've been bored to tears just on this first day on my own. But Nathan doesn't think you'll ever agree to me having Phoebe back if I'm working. Well, if we do decide to adopt a cat, or a kitten, I'll need to be at home with it for a little while to settle it down, I say instead. In fact, we haven't even discussed any further the idea of getting a cat yet, since Nathan put his foot in it by mentioning it to Phoebe and annoying Mum. But it's been on my mind again today, while I've been feeling bored and useless. And anyway, Nathan likes me being at home, I add, with a little shrug to make it look as if I don't mind. But what do you like? She says again, and this time there's a different tone to her voice. Nathan's not in charge of you, Sophie. You make your own decisions, surely? And now I understand why the atmosphere between us today has been so different, so much nicer. Mum's not necessarily angry with me. I've hurt her, and I'm still hurting her by not confiding in her. But she's my mum, and she loves me. It's Nathan she doesn't like, doesn't trust, and I suppose it's inevitable as she hasn't really had time to get to know him yet, doesn't realize how much he's done for me, how much he loves me. She can't possibly understand why I haven't, actually, made any decisions of my own at all for the last year, not since the one that stopped me from coming home, the decision to have that second drink, the worst decision of my life. Chapter 20. Mum brings Phoebe round to see me a couple of times during the week. The atmosphere's far more relaxed without Nathan here, and although that makes me feel sad for his sake, after all, she hasn't really got to know him or given him much of a chance before seeming to distrust him so much, I can't help feeling happy that I'm spending more time with my daughter, getting to know her all over again, and enjoying the hugs and cuddles she now gives me freely. "I'm glad you've come back to be my mummy again," Phoebe says one day as I'm pushing her on the swing as usual. "I like coming to your house." "I'm happy to be back with you too," I say, my heart almost bursting with joy. "I'm so sorry I was away for a long time." "That's all right, Mummy." She's dropped the soapy now, and although I'm a bit sad to have lost that little nickname, the thrill of just being called Mummy again is more than enough compensation. "Nanny says you couldn't help it, and at least you're back now." Things are so simple and straightforward for little children, I realize. I'm still getting used to Phoebe being nearly 4 years old. I don't have friends, siblings, or cousins with small children to help me learn about each stage of their development. The time Phoebe and I have spent apart has changed her so much. A year is a long time in a little child's life, so she's been surprising me afresh every time I've seen her since I've been back. But even so, from the day I first saw her again, everything has felt natural and easy between us, despite missing months of her life, the history that only Mum will be able to fill in for me. "Tell me some stories about her," I ask Mum when we're all back indoors, and I've given Phoebe some paper and crayons to amuse herself with. "What was she like during the year I was away? Did she have tantrums? When did she start playing football, learning how to kick the ball? When did she start talking in such long sentences?" I sigh and add quietly, "I've missed so much." "Yes, you have." For the first time, Mum's response simply sounds sad rather than critical. Is she beginning to accept that I didn't choose to be gone for so long, and that I also can't help not giving her an explanation yet? Oh, Sophie, you have missed so much. I don't know where to start. But I can tell you, Phoebe's always been an absolute delight. She's never really been difficult. She's only had little tantrums when she's been frustrated, because she likes to do things for herself, and if she finds that she can't, it makes her cross. I smile. That's quite a nice trait, though, isn't it? She wants to be independent. Phoebe looks up at us. I should have known she'd been listening.
I am independent. I do things myself, don't I, Nanny?
Yes, sweetheart, of course you do, Mum says, smiling.
I can see the love, the adoration in Mum's eyes, and for a moment, my heart actually hurts. How can I ever hope to take Phoebe away from her? How can I expect Mum to let her go? I've been making a photo book, she goes on suddenly. I started it when you first went to America. It was only supposed to be for pictures I took of Phoebe during that month, and I was going to give it to you as a surprise when you came home. But when you didn't come back, I kept adding to it, so it's still on the website. I never got it printed. I went to add some more photos last night, and then I stopped, because I realized you'd probably like to see it now. Oh, Mom! I reach out to hug her. There are tears in my eyes. That was a lovely idea. I'm so sorry I wasn't... She shakes her head, dismissing my apology. I suppose she's fed up with hearing it. Would you like me to get it printed for you now? That would be lovely, thank you, but I'll pay for it. She gives me a very direct look. You will? Or Nathan will? I shrug, looking down at my feet. It's the same thing, Mom. Yes, he's supporting me at the moment, but I'd definitely like to try to get a job. I know I probably shouldn't be telling her this, but on this one point, I think Nathan's wrong. Mom always respected me for being a working mom. She helped me, we looked after Phoebe together, and I'm still hoping she might like to have that kind of arrangement again. She's looking at me thoughtfully now. I thought you said Nathan didn't want you to. That's what he says, but probably just because he likes looking after me. But I'm sure if I do find myself some work, he'll end up being pleased for me. So would you go back to the hotel? No, I say a little too forcefully. Then, seeing the look on her face, I amend my tone quickly. No, I want to do something different, preferably working from home. Well, more and more companies have introduced home working now. Have you started looking? Sending out your CV? Not yet, I admit. I wish I hadn't started on this topic now, because she's obviously going to ask, is your CV even up to date? I shake my head, not meeting her eyes. Of course it isn't. I haven't worked for over a year. She nods, as if to say she suspected as much, and we both fall silent. Phoebe, perhaps sensing an awkwardness, puts down her crayons and runs over to climb onto my lap. Play with me, Mummy, she pleads. Actually, Phoebe, we need to go home now, Mum says, just as I'm about to suggest a game of football.
Oh, but Nanny, I wanted to...
Mum cuts her off with a warning look, and Phoebe and I both give in, equally reluctantly. I'll order you the photo book, she says as she's leaving. It'll be my treat. Thank you. And as you know, your father will be home on Saturday. Yes, let me know when I can come to see him. I don't hear from her over the weekend. I call her on Sunday evening to ask how Dad's settling down. She says he's okay, without giving much away, and I presume he's listening. Come and say hello tomorrow, she suggests. I've told him you're back now, obviously, and he's keen to see you. Again, I get the impression she'd prefer to see me during the week when Nathan's not here. To be honest, this suits me too, as I hate being at home on my own with nothing to do while he's at work. But Nathan's been in an uncharacteristically bad mood all over the weekend, complaining that the commute from Little Panfield's getting him down already. The trains are always running late, he says, and it's a nightmare trying to park in Chelmsford, and ridiculously expensive. I need to learn to drive, I tell him. Then I can drop you off and pick you up every day. No, it'll make more sense for me to get the bus to and from Chelmsford, but they're probably even worse than the trains for timekeeping. Don't you like the idea of me driving your car? I tease him. It's not mine, Sophie. It's a company car, as you know, and you're not insured on it. The company won't insure you. Why should they? No, I'll just have to put up with getting the bus, I suppose, although it means going out earlier and getting home later. I told you we should have tried to find an apartment in the city center. I stare at him. No, we looked at some, and we didn't like them. You wanted this house as much as I did. You didn't want to wait. You wanted to be settled before you went back to work. And you just wanted to be near your mother. And my daughter, I remind him. He doesn't respond, but I'm annoyed and hurt. He's not being fair. It wasn't just my choice to move here. I realize he's tired and disappointed that the commute has been worse than he'd expected, so I let it rest, and by the afternoon he seems to have got over it, although he doesn't bother to apologize. I decide that as soon as I've got a job and started to earn my own money, I'm going to take driving lessons and start saving up for a little car of my own, whether he agrees or not. Now that I'm home, I need to become more independent. I can't go on relying on Nathan for everything. I'm back now, and I want to start being me again. Mom calls me again on Monday morning. I've been thinking, Sophie, she says. If you're coming today to see your father, could you come around 12? I have to go out at about 20 past to take Phoebe to preschool, and as he's only been here for a couple of days. You don't want to leave him on his own? Of course, I'd be happy to come then. Or instead, I tail off. She won't agree to me taking Phoebe to preschool. Not yet, anyway. There's no point pushing it. I don't want her to get annoyed with me. I'll see you then, I finish instead, and she says she'll leave me a sandwich as she and Phoebe have to have an early lunch. How is he? How's he settling in? I ask Mom anxiously as soon as I arrive. Okay, she says, as well as can be expected. She's using her nurse voice, but she looks tired already. Come in, he's in the lounge. We've got an electric chair for him to help him get up. He's sleeping downstairs for now, of course, on the sofa bed in the spare room, but we're going to get a stair lift fitted. He needs a bit of help sometimes with his food, but a sandwich seems to be manageable if I cut it up first. I know you're talking about me, an irritated voice floats out from the lounge. Is that Sophie? And before he's even finished speaking, I've run into the lounge and thrown my arms around my lovely father. Dad! I'm crying openly as he strokes my hair, my face, my shoulders with his one good arm. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I wasn't here. I'm so sorry this has happened to you. When I finally manage to stop crying, I straighten up and see him wiping away his own tears. And that starts me off again. Why are you crying? Says an anxious little voice behind me. And then Mum's there too, scolding Phoebe, who was apparently told to leave me and Dad alone for a little while to say hello to each other. They're happy tears, she tells her. Granddad and Mummy are happy to see each other again. And sometimes when people are happy and excited, they cry a little bit. Like I cried when I opened my Christmas present and it was my bike and it was exactly the one I wanted, she says. That's right, just like that. Now, come and get ready for preschool if you finished your sandwich, please, Phoebe. They go out of the room, Mum closing the door behind us, leaving Dad and me to look at each other in silence. It's so good to have you back, he says finally. I didn't think I'd ever see you again. I know. I'm so sorry, Dad. Mum said the same. I wish I hadn't had to put you both through that. I'll never forgive myself, I blurt out, realizing it's true even as I'm saying it. I can't ever forgive myself for this, for not being here, for not knowing, for... I don't want to think it, but for perhaps even being the cause of what's happened to him. And he's so obviously not the same man he used to be. His face has dropped on the left side, and he can't use his left arm properly. Mom's already told me that he can't see very well to the left either, so I've approached him from his right side, and that's where I sit down now. I looked for you, Sophie, he says. His voice is shaky, his speech slow and unsteady, but at least he's talking. At least he hasn't lost his language, thank God. I went to America to look for you. I had to give up. I couldn't. I didn't want to give up on you. I didn't want to come home without you. I let your mother down. Oh, Dad, no you didn't, I cry. I let her down. I let you both down. But I couldn't. I couldn't help it. I couldn't come back. But I'm home now, and I'm never, ever going away again. I wish I could explain, but
He puts his good hand on top of mine and strokes it gently. Shush, I know. Your mum's told me you haven't been able to explain it yet, that we've got to assume something horrible happened. I wish you'd share it with us, darling. Whatever it is, your mum and I would understand. Not knowing it's hurting your mum so much. I know, Dad. I'm nearly crying again now. I've tried to tell Mum, but it's so difficult. I get emotional and she gets cross. I feel so bad about it, but it's hard for you to talk about. Okay, I can wait, Sophie, and your mum's decided she has to wait too, as long as you do tell us as soon as you can manage it. His voice is different, and he's having to think about his words, but it's such a relief to hear what he's saying, that he's not too angry with me. And it's not your fault this bloody stroke happened to me, okay? He goes on. Don't think that. It's probably my own fault. Worked too hard, drank too much. Ask your mum, she'll say the same. He manages a little lopsided smile. All that matters for now is that you're here, yes? Yes, I mumble through my tears. Oh, Dad, it's so good to see you. So, no more tears, eh? He wipes his own face again. Just talk to me. Tell me about this boyfriend Mum says you've got. I can't remember the name she said. I get muddled. Is he American? Tell me what he's like, how you met him. I'm too tired to talk anymore. All right, I agree. His name's Nathan. And while Dad closes his eyes, still holding my hand, still listening, I tell him what Nathan's like, who he works for, how good he is to me. Then I change the subject and talk instead about our new house in the village and how much I love it, and how I'm hoping to get a job and maybe learn to drive and possibly get a cat. While I'm talking to him, Mum and Phoebe pop into the room to say goodbye as they head off to preschool, and I stop to kiss Phoebe goodbye and say I'll see her later. Can I stay till she comes home? I check with Mum. Yes, she smiles. Please do. You're doing your father good. Of course she is, Dad says, opening his eyes and smiling at me. She's my daughter. Of course she does me good. She's made me happy again. Chapter 21. Anna. I don't know why I hadn't quite taken on board how hard this was going to be. It's not as if I've never had experience of stroke patients. I knew what to expect, but somehow, when I've been visiting Peter in hospital, he didn't seem quite so disabled, quite so helpless. I should have known better, obviously, but this is the man I've loved since I was about the age Sophie is now, working in my first nursing job at one of the big London hospitals, where Peter was then a handsome young doctor. I never stopped loving him. We just, like a lot of couples, drifted apart. We didn't even bother to divorce. Neither of us had anyone else. Within a year of separating, I was wishing we hadn't. And seeing him so weak, so shaken and suddenly somehow diminished, lying in his hospital bed, was shock enough without taking on board exactly how bad things would be for him once he was discharged. And of course, Sophie was quite right. The combined toll of caring for him and Phoebe is going to be considerable. Sophie, my lost child, the daughter I seriously thought I'd never see again.
It would be a stretch to say that I'm starting to recover from the shock she gave me, turning up on my doorstep the way she did. I'm not sure I've forgiven her for that yet. A phone call, an email, or message, anything would have been better than just appearing like that. How could she possibly have thought it was the right thing to do? To be completely honest, at first my anger with Sophie surmounted any of my other feelings about her being back. When she first turned up here with Nathan, she seemed almost like a stranger with a slight American twang to her voice, who wanted me to welcome her back and love her again immediately, despite everything. Despite everything she'd put us through, not seeming to care, just expecting it all to go back to normal, expecting to have Phoebe back again, expecting to take her away, even for half the week, even for one day at a time, from this home where she's lived since she was born, to live with the mother she'd all but forgotten, and a man she'd never even met before. I actually think Sophie realizes, now, that she hadn't thought it through properly, if at all. I suppose I can understand up to a point. She was desperate to see her child, desperate to get their relationship back to normal. But the very idea of her walking away with Phoebe, and with that man, made my blood run cold. Perhaps I'm being unfair. I presume she loves him. I can only hope and pray he's good to her. She keeps on telling me he is. But at the moment, I can't take to him. I've only met him a handful of times, and now he seems to have chosen to stay away, which I can't say I mind. But some of the things Sophie tells me, about him wanting to look after her, not wanting her to go out to work, bother me, needless to say. She was a strong, independent young woman when she went off to New York. What happened to my daughter? I have realized now that I've got to give her time. It's hard, but I'll just have to trust her on her promise to tell me all about it when she's ready. And meanwhile, yes, I think I've got to start trusting her with Phoebe, even if it's only for very short periods. She's quite right. I'm going to need a break from the double caring duties occasionally. I'm grateful. And Phoebe loves being with her. There's no doubt about that. But if she were to let me down now, well, it wouldn't just be difficult to trust her again another time. It would be far worse than that. I simply wouldn't ever be able to. Chapter 22. Sophie. By the end of the week, I've got so used to going to Mum's house to sit with Dad that I finally feel like I'm really back where I belong, as part of my family. Dad says he loves seeing me. His face lights up every time I arrive, and I can see it's helping Mum. I really don't think she realized how difficult it was going to be for her, having Dad at home and needing so much help, while she's also looking after Phoebe, taking her back and forth to preschool, and coping with all her excess energy. Dad has a physiotherapist coming in to help him twice a week. He leaves Dad with exercises to do to try to improve the mobility of the arm and leg on his affected side. Mum's house already looks different from before he came home. The stairlift has now been fitted, and they've got a seat in the shower and grab rails everywhere, and a wheelchair, which Dad has so far resisted using, although Mum and I both think it would be good for him to get outside in the fresh air. He complains that it's like living in the therapy department at the hospital where, such a short time ago, he was one of the most senior and most highly regarded members of staff. It's so sad when he talks like this, the frustration and depression taking him over. But Mum is doing a great job at jollying him along, telling him that if he keeps a positive outlook, it'll make his recovery faster. I've got my doubts about that. I might be the only one of us with no medical qualifications, but I can see how much my dad has aged and somehow shriveled, as well as losing his spark. Will he ever get back to the strong, tough, independent, and cheerful man I remember? I don't know, and I still can't help feeling like it's all my fault. How on earth are you going to manage next week? I ask Mum when, on the Friday afternoon, I've made her a cup of tea and left her to have a little rest in the other room while I've been sitting with Dad. She made me promise to wake her up in time to collect Phoebe, but I've hated having to do so because she was so exhausted she fell sound asleep straight away. Next week? She asks vaguely, taking off her glasses to rub her eyes. Half term? Well, I won't have the school runs to do at least. No, but you'll have Phoebe all day, every day, getting bored, needing entertainment, while Dad needs so much attention. I'll come round every day, of course, as long as you're happy with that. At least I can try to help. Oh, Sophie, you've been so much help. I don't know what I'd have done without you. She stops, and we look at each other in silence, the irony so obvious to us both. Perhaps it was somehow meant to be that I arrived back just as Mum was going to need so much support. We might both be thinking this, but neither of us says it. She just pulls me into her arms and we hold each other tightly for a moment before she stands back and says quietly, as if it isn't anything of much importance, as if these aren't the very words I've been longing to hear ever since I boarded that flight from New York. Perhaps you might like to have Phoebe to play at your house a couple of times next week. And I feel like she's handed me the crown jewels. I'm smiling to myself so happily as I walk back home, thinking about bringing Phoebe home with me, playing with her in the garden, or indoors with whichever toys she wants to bring with her, that I don't even blink when I notice the reporters and cameramen are back again. It's happening every few days, and each time I've got better at squaring my shoulders, ignoring them, and letting myself into the house without comment. I need to warn Phoebe, although Mum has told me that they've started turning up outside her house again too, wanting to talk to her about how it feels having me back and living nearby. Phoebe and I have got used to ignoring them now, she said with a shrug when she told me about it. They'll give up again soon. I certainly hope so. They're wasting their time as far as I'm concerned. Do you want to come with me to Mum and Dad's? I ask Nathan the next morning. He looks at me in surprise. It's Saturday. I know.
And? Well, you've been round there every day, haven't you, while I've been at work? Now it's the weekend. I thought you'd have stayed at home with me.
Mum still needs help, Nate. Probably more than during the week, because she's got Phoebe there all day. I won't stay too long, but Dad likes seeing me. Anyway, it cheers him up, and it gives her a break. And Dad might like to meet you. Oh, he looks uncomfortable. Well, I'm not sure it would be a good time for him to meet me while he's not well. He's not ill, Nathan. He's recovering from a stroke. He's just a bit disabled, but we're hoping he'll improve. Okay, well, if you don't mind, I think I should wait until he does. It sounds like he and your mom have enough to deal with at the moment, and I'd feel a bit in the way. I don't mind at all, to be honest. Mum's different when Nathan's around. I want to enjoy the nicer relationship we seem to have worked out for ourselves this past week, since Dad's been home. I don't want Nathan saying the wrong thing, upsetting her, possibly even upsetting Dad, especially not right now when I've just got the chance, all being well, to bring Phoebe home here during the week, to finally have her to myself again. I'm hugging myself with excitement just at the thought of it. I'm not sure why, but I haven't even told Nathan yet. Don't stay there all day, will you, babe? He says as I go to get my shoes on. It'd be good to do something together this weekend, just you and me. I won't be around next week. What? I stop in my tracks, turning round to stare at him. What do you mean? I'll be in New York for a week. I told you, didn't I? No, you didn't. Sorry, hun. I thought I did. You knew this was going to happen, though, didn't you? I'll have to go over there quite often. That was always part of the deal. Yes, of course, I did know that. It's okay, I don't mind. I'd have minded before, I remind myself.
I'd have minded a lot if he'd had to go to the States last week when I was so bored here on my own, going for walks just to keep myself sane, thinking about joining the WI for God's sake, and probably being the only person there under 60. But now I suddenly don't mind at all if he's away for the week, because this will be the week when I'm going to start getting Phoebe back. Not permanently, of course, not yet, and only for short periods to begin with, but slowly, gradually, I'm going to have her home here with me.
And if Nathan's not going to be around, even in the evenings, it's going to make that a whole lot easier, because somehow I think it'll make Mom more agreeable to it. I spend a lot of time at the weekend at Mom's, chatting to Dad, keeping Phoebe occupied, and generally helping out. Nathan looks slightly disgruntled about it when I finally get home, but he doesn't say anything.
I do feel a bit guilty, because he'd said he wanted us to spend time together before he goes to the States, but Mom looks so tired, and I feel like my priorities have to change now. I know her attitude towards me, her opinion of me, is changing too. I continue going to help her every day while Nathan's away, and by the middle of the week, on a day when apparently Dad has had a bad night and Phoebe's playing up in the morning, complaining that she's bored and wants to go out somewhere, Mom turns to me, her face white with fatigue, and asks me if I'd like to sit with Dad for half an hour or so while she takes Phoebe for a walk. Of course I will, I say, choosing my words carefully. But wouldn't it be better for you if I took Phoebe home with me for a couple of hours instead and leave you and Dad in peace? I could bring her back after lunch. Despite the fact that she's already suggested this herself, she frowns for a moment, but I can see she's wavering. Let her take Phoebe for a little while, Dad says. I'm going to have a sleep anyway, so you can lie down on the sofa, love, and have a rest yourself. You had a rough night. My fault. It's not your fault, she retorts stoutly, but she looks back at me, considering. I promise I'll bring her back. Let's say by 2 o'clock, I suggest, meeting her eyes. We'll just play in the garden, and I'll give her lunch. She'll be fine.
Am I going to Mummy's house? Can I go on the swing?
Phoebe squeals.
Can we go now, Mummy?
Mom hesitates for another minute, then closes her eyes as if she's already preparing to fall asleep. Bring her back at 2 o'clock, she says, or I'll... She doesn't get any further because Phoebe's already squealing again and running to get her shoes on. So I don't know what it was that Mom was going to threaten me with. That she'd come and get Phoebe herself? Call the police? Never let me see Phoebe again? Whatever it was, I've got the message, and I'm not going to let her down. She's beginning to trust me. It's the first step towards me getting my daughter back. I love coming to your house, Phoebe says. We've been in the garden for about an hour, starting off with the swing, of course, and then playing football until we've both got tired and come indoors to have lunch. On the way here earlier, we diverted to the village shop where I bought some fresh ham, Phoebe's favorite, some crisps, and I let her choose a cake, the gooeyest chocolate one in the shop. She's hungry now after all the running around, and we settle down at the table to enjoy our lunch. My heart feels like it could explode with joy. This is the moment I've been dreaming of, wondering if it would ever actually happen. She's here with me, on her own, finally really mine again, if only for a couple of hours. I love you coming here too, I reply, smiling across the table at her.
Why don't you live with us? She asks, frowning. You could bring the swing with you.
Obviously, this would be an important consideration. I laugh. Well, that would be lovely, but I live with Nathan, you see. We can't all come and live with your nanny.
Why not? You can have my bedroom. I don't mind. It's quite big.
Thank you, Phoebe. That's very kind of you. But I think I need to stay here. It's my home now and, well, if you like coming here...
I do! I love coming here!
Then you've kind of got 2 homes, haven't you? One with Nanny and one with me. Aren't you lucky?
Yes!
Her smile is as wide as her face.
I like having 2 homes.
She munches another mouthful of ham sandwich, looking thoughtful and pleased with the idea. I watch her. I can't take my eyes off her. So, if Nanny says it's all right, you can come here and see me more often, okay?
And play on the swing? And have ham sandwiches and crisps and cake?
Definitely, I agree. I'm going to ask Nanny when I go home. I look at my watch. It's nearly 1:30. We'll finish lunch, and then I'm going to take her back early this time to prove a point that I'm trustworthy, I'm following the rules. Mom doesn't have to worry about me. Worry about me doing what exactly? Does she really think I'd run away with Phoebe? Take her back to America with me and disappear again? Is that what she's afraid of? The thought makes me shiver with concern. That's not who I am. I need to make her aware that whatever I am, whatever she thinks I might have done that I can't tell her about, I would never do that. I'm not going to disappear again. I wouldn't do anything to scare my darling Phoebe or upset her. And apart from anything else, I'm never going back to America again.
The memories of my time there, the really scary time before I had the slightest clue who I was or who Nathan was, still haunt my nightmares sometimes, and I wake up crying, feeling like I'm back there in that hospital bed, frightened out of my life. Reliving my time in the States is bad enough. Going back is the last thing I ever want to do. Chapter 23. Then. And are you quite sure you feel well enough to be discharged today, Caroline? You're happy to go home and for Nathan to look after you? The doctor smiled at Nathan, who smiled back at her. Of course, if he used to be a nurse, perhaps they knew each other. I shrugged. The last thing I wanted, of course, was to go home with this man. But it seemed I really didn't have any choice. Nathan had explained that he couldn't afford to keep paying for me any longer. Paying for me, I'd said, staring at him. As far as we know, you don't have any insurance, Caroline. I don't know why you're in New York, but you're obviously British. It had taken me a while to grasp that I was in America. I had no idea why I was there. And this man, this Nathan, who I apparently knew but couldn't remember, had kindly taken it upon himself to pay my bills up to this point. Understandably, he couldn't afford to keep doing it forever. I'll pay for myself, I'd said crossly. I looked around me. Where was my bag? Did I have a bag? I must have done. You've got no money on you, or cards, or anything, he said, looking at me sadly. You turned up at the bar with nothing. I'm really sorry. I realize how hard this is for you. He was looking at me almost tenderly, like he actually cared, but I wasn't about to be fooled. He could have been a monster for all I knew. But honestly, I'll be able to take good care of you. You'll be fine. It's hard to ask you to trust me when you can't even remember me. Wasn't that what a kidnapper, an abuser, would say, though? I felt a shiver run down my spine. Should I ask the doctor for help? But what could she do? I couldn't stay in the hospital if there was no money to pay for me. Well, look, it's still very early, she was saying. So I suggest Nathan goes home to get you some clean clothes, and meanwhile, you can have your breakfast, and I'll get one of the nurses to come in and help you have a shower. She turned to Nathan. It's not going to be easy. Are you absolutely sure you'll be able to manage? She shouldn't be left alone. I know. It's fine. I can work from home until she starts to improve. Thank goodness you're in a position these days to be able to do that, she said, smiling at him. Well, okay, Nathan, I'll sign off the discharge, but you know, obviously, you must bring her back if things don't improve. Of course I will. Thank you, Sarah. Dr. Sarah gave me another smile and said she was sure Nathan would take good care of me, and off she went, leaving us to stare at each other. What the hell was going on? Why was I even in America? Apparently in some kind of friendship or relationship with an American man. And why, if we knew each other well enough for him to offer to take me home with him, did he not know why I was in New York? This was all so weird, so frightening. I had no idea if I could trust him. I started to cry, while he looked at me helplessly. You've got a cup of coffee here, he said, pointing to the bedside table. Come on, drink it before it gets cold. I don't want a cup of coffee. I don't even know if I like coffee. I want to... I stopped. I was going to say I wanted to go home. But how could I even do that when I didn't know where home was? I want you to tell me about myself, I said. Who I am, where I work, where I live, how we met, how long you've known me, everything, okay? I took a sip of my coffee.
Evidently, I did like it. Nathan looked back at me for a few seconds, looked over his shoulder, and then said very quietly,
"I'm really sorry, Caroline, but I can't. I've let the doctors here think you're my partner, but the honest truth is, the only thing I actually know about you is your name."
Chapter 24. Now. It's Saturday, and Nathan has just arrived home from his week in New York. I was expecting him yesterday, but I had a message from him saying he was tired from the journey and was staying at the London flat for the night. I didn't mind too much. I spent a whole lovely day with my little daughter, starting off at Mum's house, then bringing Phoebe home here again to play. It was so nice. I'm so happy that Mum's realized I can be trusted and that it makes sense for Phoebe to spend time with me, especially while Dad's taking up a lot of her time. While Nathan and I are catching up over morning coffee, I tell him how I've been spending the week helping Mum with Dad. And, I can't help smiling now, I had Phoebe here 3 days running. You did? He looks surprised.
Well, that's a step forward, isn't it? Was your mom okay about it? Definitely. After the first time, once she realized I was taking Phoebe back at the time we'd agreed, and it was giving her a bit of a break, she was perfectly fine with it. Grateful, I think. She's exhausted, Nate. She has to get up during the night to help Dad to the toilet, and, well, it's all been such a worry for her. I put down my cup for a moment. I'm actually wondering whether she'd let me collect Phoebe from preschool sometimes now. She just has to let the teacher know. I could go there with her and introduce myself. You think your mom would be okay with that? You don't think maybe you should take it more slowly, in case she thinks you're angling to get the kid back permanently? I stare at him. Well, I am, aren't I? That's my ultimate dream. Not full-time necessarily. I'd be more than happy for Phoebe to split her time between us like we did before. But I'm hoping, now that Mum will gradually realize for herself that it would be better for Phoebe and for her and Dad too if I have that kind of arrangement again. Perhaps I'd have her for half of each week, and then... You keep saying I, Nathan says, suddenly sounding hurt. Sorry? It's not just you now, Sophie. We will be having Phoebe. I'm here too. I know. I feel myself getting uncomfortable. Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. Just that I'd be the one, if Mum agrees to all of this, doing most of it. Taking her to school, looking after her all the rest of the time. You'll be at work. And, although of course I'm keeping this thought to myself, it's also because I don't want to mention him too much to Mum. I'm trying to give the impression it will just be me looking after Phoebe whenever she's here. It mostly will be, of course, but when I suggested having Phoebe here tomorrow, Mum immediately asked whether Nathan would be home, before saying it wouldn't be necessary. She'd manage. She doesn't trust him. I think he's given the wrong impression of himself, but it's difficult to explain that to him without upsetting him. Mum's looking more and more tired as the days pass, and seems more and more grateful that I'm here to take over with Phoebe. By the middle of the following week, she's agreed with me about picking Phoebe up from preschool. She's taken me to meet her teacher, and I've now collected her 3 afternoons running and taken her home. Can't we go back to your house, Mummy, instead of Nanny's? Phoebe asks today. It's Friday afternoon, we're into June now, and it's a particularly warm, sunny day, and I imagine she's thinking about the swing and the miniature football goal Nathan has now bought from Amazon and installed in the garden. Don't you want to see Nanny and Granddad? I say, ignoring the leap of joy in my heart, the little voice in my head rejoicing that she'd rather come home with me. I do, but... She tails off, sounding awkward for a moment. How early in life we learn that there are feelings we probably shouldn't freely express. But Nanny's always busy now, and she keeps saying she's tired and please be quiet, Phoebe. And Granddad can't do anything, and he gets grumpy. He can't help it, sweetie, I say gently. He's been very poorly, and Nanny's looking after him, so she does get tired. I know, she told me that. But I want to play with someone.
Well, let's go back to your house, Nanny's house, for now, okay? Because she'll be expecting us. But I can stay and play for a little while, and maybe you can come to my house over the weekend."
Yes, I want to. Let's tell Nanny. Is it the weekend tomorrow? Can I come all day? Can we have ham sandwiches and chocolate cake?
And we laugh together and swing our arms as we walk, talking about the games we'll play tomorrow and the fun we'll have. And Mom, fortunately, just smiles with her pale, tired face and her sad, dark-rimmed eyes and says yes, that would be good. And this time she doesn't even ask whether Nathan will be there. I play a couple of games with Phoebe and promise her that the following day she will get her wish. She's coming to our house to play in the garden and have ham sandwiches and chocolate cake. Her excitement is infectious. I hug her and tell her how much I'm looking forward to it, and even Mom's smiling as she watches Phoebe jumping up and down singing, chocolate cake," as if she never has such a thing at home. To my relief, the next day goes perfectly well. Nathan has some work to finish off at home anyway, so it's not until after lunch that he gets involved with Phoebe, and then only to play football with her. This time he's remembered what I told him and lets her win, and I notice that she's getting a little more confident around him. I take her home at exactly the time agreed with Mum, and when she asks Phoebe if she's had a good time, I'm gratified when she immediately announces, "Yes, I winned at football. I even beated Nathan 'cause I scored 3 goals and he kept missing." "Oh, well done, Phoebe," Mum says, and we exchange a smile. "I hope Nathan's beginning to learn how to talk to children," she adds quietly to me after Phoebe runs off to see her granddad. "Yes, of course he is." I feel suddenly defensive. "He's never had kids of his own, Mom, so it's been quite a learning curve, but Phoebe's taken a liking to him." It's a bit of an exaggeration. She liked beating him today, that's about all, but it's a step in the right direction. Mom's got the photo book she made about Phoebe back from the photo print company. I offered to pay her for it, but she insisted it was a present for me. I've already had a quick look through it, and it made me feel like crying to see all the beautiful pictures of my little girl, all the exciting occasions of her past year or so without me. I know I'm going to keep the book by my bed and look at it every night until I feel like I was there, seeing her myself instead of having to catch up later. As I'm about to leave, Mum takes me to one side and says, "I want to give you some money, Sophie." "What? What for?" "Well, as I've said before, I want you to have driving lessons, and—" "No, you can't pay for that, for me. You're right, I should learn to drive, and I want to. I've been thinking of booking lessons, but—" I tail off. I don't want to admit to Mum that until I can get a job, I can't pay, and Nathan seems to think I don't need them. "You need to be independent," Mum says quietly. The look she's giving me is one I remember from my younger days, when she'd give me one of her serious talks about working harder at school, revising for exams, thinking about my future. However serious your relationship is, it's not good to rely on a man for everything. "I know, I don't," I lie, looking away from her. Again, I'm the surly teenager I sometimes used to be, the one who wouldn't listen, thought I knew best, didn't want to admit that in a secret part of my heart, I knew Mum was right. "Have you still got the same bank account?" she persists. "No, it was closed down when I wasn't here, but when I was in Chelmsford shopping the other week, I went into the bank and opened a new one." There's hardly anything in it, but she doesn't need to know that. I'm trying desperately to hold on to my dignity, to not give in, to refuse her help because for God's sake, I'm a grown woman. I'm a mother. She's right. I should be supporting myself. I shouldn't be having handouts from my parents. But to become independent, I need to have driving lessons. I want to get a car of my own. I want to be able to take myself shopping in Chelmsford, to go wherever I want during the week when Nathan's at work, without having to depend on an unreliable bus service. I want to help him by giving him a lift to and from the station. He's fallen into the habit of getting taxis home in the evenings, and I worry about the expense, even if he doesn't seem to.
So, Mum's going on, give me the details of your new account. I'm going to pay some money into it this evening. Book the driving lessons, Sophie. It could be important one day. I blink in surprise at this. But she's right, I realize. What if, God forbid, Mum wasn't well and Dad needed to be taken to the hospital? What if Phoebe needed to be taken somewhere and Mum couldn't do it? She might, who knows, when she's a little bit older, want to have swimming lessons or dance classes or whatever. And wouldn't it be lovely if I could take her to those? I can't keep relying on Mum to do these things for her, and I'm hoping by then that Phoebe will be living with me anyway. I need to be able to drive. I can't spend the whole of the rest of my life in Little Panfield. I think it's the horror of this, the thought of becoming someone who never leaves their home village, like an elderly lady living in sheltered accommodation, when I'm still only in my 20s, that makes me, reluctantly, nod agreement. Then, realizing I'm being unappreciative, I turn and give Mum a hug. Thank you. I'll pay you back. There's no need. But I will. When I get a job, I'm going to get one as soon as I can. There, I've said it out loud. I'm definitely intending to go against Nathan's advice. And immediately, Mum's face lights up with an expression I haven't seen on her since I've been back. Admiration. She's proud of me, just for being determined to get a job. It seems odd until, thinking it over on the way home, I realize the truth. She's glad I'm doing something that she's guessed Nathan doesn't really want me to do. I've kept telling myself Nathan's just been thinking of me because he's concerned that if I go out to work, Mum would use it as an excuse for not letting me have Phoebe back. But I never really believed that. She admired me back when Phoebe was a baby for working part-time. She admired me enough to offer to go part-time herself and share the childcare with me. And now I've seen that admiration on her face again. I know I'm right in what I've been suspecting. It isn't for my own sake that Nathan's reluctant for me to get a job. No, it's because he wants to keep me at home. He wants an old-fashioned housewife for a girlfriend. Well, I'm sorry, Nathan. I love you. You've been wonderful to me, and I'll always be grateful for that. But you're going to have to realize I'm not that person. Not anymore. Chapter 25. I've been thinking, I say to Nathan over dinner the following weekend. I'm trying to adopt a casual tone, like it's just a whim, nothing serious. I wish I had my own laptop. He looks up at me, his expression amused, as if I'm a child asking for a silly toy. What on earth would you need that for? Oh, just to keep myself busy, really. I could maybe write. I try frantically to think of something completely innocuous. A diary. A diary, he repeats, looking a bit concerned now. Why would you want to write a diary? Don't you think it would just upset you, writing everything down, what you went through last year? Well, look, the thing is, I've always enjoyed writing. I'd like to take it up again, and I thought perhaps I could start by writing about what happened to me. Yes, I thought it might help me to recover from all the trauma. I shrug. He's still looking doubtful. Or maybe I could try to write little stories for Phoebe. That'd be nice, he agrees finally. It'd keep you busy when I'm at work and Phoebe's at school later, wouldn't it? Give you something to do. Keep me busy. Give me something to do. He really doesn't want me working, does he? But I know it'd cost a lot of money. I look down at my plate. I hate this, asking like a child for him to buy me things. Why did it never bother me before? Well, I know the answer to that. But things are different now. Well, I look up again, watching his face. I've realized lately that he doesn't like any implication that he might not be able to afford something. I'm sure I can manage that, he says, finally, giving me a smile. And I jump up, run around the table to put my arms around him, kiss him, and thank him profusely, as he'll have expected. The excited child thanking her benefactor. I don't know why I've started thinking like this. He's always been good to me, looked after me, helped me, and cared about me. Why would I start to feel anything less than genuine appreciation now, after all this time? Why is that little voice in the back of my head saying something's not right, that it's all a bit one-sided, that it is, actually, beginning to feel demeaning? Perhaps it's because of the way Mom was talking to me about being independent. But it's okay. I block out the ungrateful thoughts. He's going to buy me a laptop. I'm getting what I want. I should just accept it and be happy. Of course, I'm not telling him the real reason why I want the laptop. Obviously, I want to be prepared for any opportunities that come up for some work I can do at home. I've been looking online, and the only thing that's come up so far, strangely enough, is an appeal on our local village Facebook group. Local author living in Little Panfield is looking for a person with good, accurate keyboard skills to type up a manuscript from audio dictation. Good pay for the right applicant. I couldn't do anything about it until I'd had the conversation with Nathan about the laptop. I somehow doubt many people would be interested in taking on this kind of work. Who, these days, would want to spend their time just typing up somebody else's writing? And whatever the ad states, I bet the pay is measly. But I've got to start somewhere. I'm not qualified for anything. I've got no CV because I can't explain what happened to my last job. And anyway, I was being perfectly honest when I told Nathan I like writing, so the idea of typing a manuscript for an author is quite appealing. Okay, it might not be anyone's dream job, but it would certainly be better than sitting here doing nothing whenever I'm not looking after Phoebe. The next day is Sunday, and Nathan takes me to PC World as soon as they open and chooses the laptop for me. I don't mind. He'll know what's best, far better than I would. He seems to purposely avoid the cheaper end of the market, too, the ones I'd have automatically gone for if it had been left up to me. And without any hesitation, buys me a laptop case. I'm allowed to choose the color, and the latest software package, and pays for this to be uploaded while we go to the nearby Costa to wait. Back home, I feel as excited as Phoebe was when we gave her the new toy taxi. Nathan watches me with a satisfied smile as I eagerly bring up Word and begin to set up a document which I'll use for my diary. Something to show him if he asks what I've been doing. Happy now? He says, giving me a little pat on the head, as if I really was Phoebe's age. Yes, thank you so much, hon. It's perfect. I'm really pleased with it. Good. You can try writing stories for Phoebe now, can't you? It'll be a nice little hobby for you. I'm determined not to give in to feeling offended, patronized. It doesn't matter. He's been generous, he's given me what I wanted, and it's made him feel good too. What is there to complain about? All I need to do now is keep quiet about my true motives for as long as I can, until I can tell him what I've achieved, and at the moment, I haven't achieved anything. While Nathan's watching TV, I look at the Facebook post from the local author again. Her name is Marion Smith. Not a name I recognize, but whoever she is, and even if the pay is rubbish, if I got the job, I'd still be better off than I am now. I quickly send Marion Smith a direct message, telling her I'm interested and leaving my phone number, adding that I'm available between 8:30 and 5:30. I've just seen Nathan off in the morning when there's a call. Hello, is that Sophie? This is Marion Smith, says a rather breathless voice when I answer. She sounds quite elderly. I suspect I was right in thinking she probably won't be paying much. But I have to start somewhere. Oh, hello. I put on my most businesslike voice. I was interested to see you were looking for someone to type up a manuscript. Yes, that's right. Have you got keyboard skills, dear? Yes, I have, I assure her. I'm very fast and accurate. Did you have typing lessons at school, like I did? She asks, one of those teachers who made everyone cover their keys with stickers so that you couldn't look? No, I don't think they do that anymore, I say carefully. I just taught myself. We used computers at school, so… of course, silly me. I can hear the smile in her voice. She sounds nice. Well, I was always grateful for my typing lessons, she went on, because all I ever wanted to do was to become an author. And did you? I've almost forgotten now that I've called her about a job. I'm enjoying talking to her. I mean, did you become one?
Did you actually get a publication deal?
Oh, yes, she says. I can hear the smile in her voice. Fortunately, I did. Well, I'd love to work for you, I gush. I'm very fast and very accurate, and my English is good too, so I could even edit it for you while I type if you like. I wouldn't want any extra. I don't mind what you pay me. Oh, there's no need for editing, dear. That's all done through the publisher. But I'm glad to hear you'd be able to pick up mistakes if you found any. How nice. It sounds as though you like reading. Yes, I do love reading. Do you write under your own name, Marion? It feels too rude to admit that I've never heard of her. No, she says. I've got a pen name. I write as Carla Black. Carla Black? The Carla Black? I barely hear a word she says now. I take in, as if in a dream, the ridiculously excessive amount she proposes to pay me. I agree that we should meet in person before she gives me a contract, an actual contract, and that I should go to her house in one of the most prestigious roads in the village for a cup of tea tomorrow so that this can be achieved. We arrange the time, and I hang up, sit back in my chair, and run a hand down my face, breaking into a smile. Well, shut the flippin' front door, I can't help exclaiming to the wall opposite. I might be about to start working for a famous author. The next morning, I arrive exactly at the agreed time at Marion, aka Carla Black's, beautiful detached bungalow. I feel a bundle of nerves as I ring the doorbell, but when she opens the door, greets me enthusiastically, and tells me to call her Marion, I like my prospective new employer straight away. She's as far removed from my idea of a rich, successful author as it's possible to be. She's dressed in a pair of jogging bottoms and a short-sleeved top that looks as if it's been attacked by an enthusiastic cat. And when we go into her living room, I see that she does, in fact, have a black cat lying asleep in an armchair. Marion's probably well into her 80s, which is why, she tells me as we settle down at her table with a pot of tea and plate of custard creams, she's decided she can no longer face the typing of hundreds of pages of a novel. It's the arthritis, dear. It gets us all eventually. Oh, I'm lucky, really. Some of my friends can hardly walk anymore, but it's my hands that are my Achilles heel, if you'll excuse the mixed metaphor. Look! She shows me the swollen knuckles, and I shake my head, feeling sad for her, but she just laughs it off. Well, getting old isn't for sissies, they say, but it's better than the alternative. That's a very admirable attitude. Well, I've had a good life, a very lucky life, doing what I love most. I had a good husband. He only passed away 2 years ago. She waves a hand to dismiss my murmur of sympathy. And when he went, I got Trevor. Trevor? The cat, of course. She gives a lovely cackle of a laugh. Trevor's good company. Every author needs a cat. But that's enough about me. Tell me more about yourself. Well, I'm obviously looking for a job. And the thing is, I need to work from home. I've got a child, I say quickly. And she'll be starting school in September. So I'm ready to go back to work, but I need to be around. Ah, I see. She gives me a kind smile. I wouldn't have guessed. You look so young. I'm not very good at judging people's ages these days. Everyone looks young to me. No, you're right. I was only 20 when I had her. It was a bit too young, really, but... She's shaking her head. Not too young at all, in my opinion. We all had our children at that kind of age when I was a girl. So, you need a job where you can be at home with your little girl. I admire you for that, Sophie. And you live in the village? Perfect. You've got your own laptop? Superb. Let's go for it then, shall we? I'd love to, but I don't want to let you down, Marion. Supposing I'm not as good as I think I am. Supposing I take too long, or I make mistakes. Well, that's no problem. They'll be edited out. but let's do a trial chapter then. There's no rush anyway. My editor, Patty, is great. He gives me deadlines. I miss them. He waits. I smile. I want to work for her desperately. Okay, that sounds good. Yes, I'll do a trial chapter. Right. Well, I've been brought up to date, she says with a smile. I've got the technology. Oh, not the dragon thing. The computer program you talk into. I couldn't get on with that. It never understood me. No. She waves a smartphone at me. I just talk into this. No need for dictaphones and tapes these days, would you believe? The phone records everything for me,
And apparently, I can send you the audio file on a message. Yes, I'm sure you can. I get my own phone out and we talk each other through the procedure. She's at least as capable as I am myself. I must admit I'm surprised, but pleased. This is going to be so easy. No equipment to take home and hide from Nathan. She's already sent me the first chapter, and I've checked it's safely stored in my files. And there's no rush, she reminds me sternly. Your daughter comes first. You're being paid the same amount, no matter how long it takes to complete the book. She pauses, then adds with a grin, within reason, of course. The amount you quoted seems very generous. Does it? I've no idea. I've never done this before. She waves it aside. Good. I don't want to underpay you. If we're both happy to proceed after the trial chapter, shall I pay you in installments? On completion of each chapter. How does that sound? You won't want to wait until you've done the whole book. Oh, well, that would be amazing. Thank you. I get to my feet. And it's been so lovely to meet you, Marian. I'm really hoping you'll be pleased with my work. She smiles at me as she takes my hand in her own. These knobbly, wrinkled hands that have produced over 30 best-selling novels before she's decided now that her brain might still work, but her fingers won't. I feel like I've made a new friend, as well as, hopefully, gained a new employer. By the time Nathan comes home, I've not only started my trial chapter for Marian, but I've also had an idea for a little story for Phoebe, which I'm going to type up tomorrow, so that I'll have something to show Nathan if he asks whether I've been using the laptop. I'm not saying I think it'll be easy to write a children's story, but Phoebe will love it anyway if I write it for her. My own story, my diary, is going to take much longer because I'm trying to write the story of what happened in New York, and I'm not finding it easy. I might have my memory back now, thank God, but I'm not sure I want to spend too much time thinking about what I remember. Chapter 26. By the end of June, everything's going well. Mom and I have got into a routine. I collect Phoebe from her house every day and take her to preschool, then go back for her at the end of the afternoon and bring her to my own house, where I give her a drink and a snack and hear all about her day. We play some games together, and then I take her home, by which time Mom's got her dinner ready. I've suggested that on some days I could keep her for dinner, but Mom doesn't seem keen. She could have an early dinner, I suggest lightly. I wouldn't want her to wait till Nathan and I eat, as he's often quite late home. No, it's fine, she says. Bring her home for dinner. It's been such a help to me, you taking her to preschool and back, and keeping her for those couple of hours afterwards, and it gives me time to get dinner ready. I'm perfectly aware now that I was right. Mom's trying to keep Phoebe away from Nathan. I'm going to have to work on that. But for now, I'm just enjoying seeing her and spending time with her. I usually see Dad every day, including weekends. His recovery is progressing more slowly than we'd hoped, and Nathan's still making excuses not to come with me at weekends. So I have more time then to play with Phoebe. And I'm not going to spoil things by getting impatient, pushing too hard. There's no rush. I can wait. Phoebe's an absolute pleasure to be around. She's completely used to having me back now and loves showing off about the fact that she has 2 homes, a nanny and granddad house and a mummy house. I often talk to her about the time before I went to America, and she loves hearing stories of what she was like as a baby. But she doesn't seem to remember any of the times I tell her about, until one day when we're looking at old photos together.
I like looking at them as much as Phoebe does. I've got into the habit of testing myself to make sure I remember them all, the occasions when I took them, and what we were doing at the time. I think I'll always feel insecure about my memory now, and I often wonder if there are things that still haven't come back to me. I remember that, she says suddenly, indicating a picture of herself sitting in her buggy, crying and pointing at a nearby duck. Mom, Dad, and I had taken her out on a sunny Sunday afternoon. It was probably only a week or two before I left for the States, so she'd have been about 2 3/4. We were visiting a village on the Essex-Suffolk border, where there was a nice little tea shop on a village green with a duck pond. We bought tea and cakes and gave Phoebe her cake to eat in her buggy. Perhaps she dropped it, or perhaps she laid it briefly on her lap after taking her first bite. I didn't notice. But the next thing I was aware of was a piercing scream from Phoebe and a duck waddling off with her cake in its beak. "The duck ate my cake," she recalls cheerfully now, smiling up at me. "But you buyed me another one, and I sat on your lap and Granddad chased all the ducks away while I ate it." "That's right, sweetheart, he did, didn't he?" I'd forgotten those details myself, but now, looking at that photo of her, it all comes flooding back as if it only happened yesterday. And after the tea shop, we went to count all the ducks on the duck pond. And my cake was a chocolate one, and I had a drink of juice. "You remember more than I do," I laugh. "Clever girl." It's sad to think that, when she's a little bit older, these very early memories might be gone. They say nobody can remember anything earlier than the age of 3 or 4 once they've grown up. But that means that at least some of the new memories she's making now might stay with her. I need to make her memories of our times together now really special, I decide. Hopefully, by the time she breaks up from preschool next month, Mom might be happy for me to take her for days out myself, even if we have to go by bus. Every weekday while Phoebe's at preschool, of course, I've been working on Marion's, Carla Black's, novel, and I'm making good progress and loving it. She was happy with the first chapter I sent her, and I've now been paid for that one plus several more. I knew she was a famous thriller writer, and now I'm wondering why I never read any of her books before. I'm already hooked on this one. "When you get to my age," she told me during one of our regular catch-ups on the phone, "the only thrills you get are those of a literary variety. I don't sleep as well as I used to, so I lie in bed at night making up plots and twists." "Well, this story is already getting very exciting," I told her. "I've got no idea at all yet how it's going to end." "Good. I'd be disappointed if you did." I still haven't told Nathan that I'm working. As far as he's concerned, I'm just using a laptop to write little stories for Phoebe. I'm doing that too. I've already shown him the first one I completed, and he seemed impressed, unless he's just keeping me happy. Or patronizing me, perhaps. I haven't read it to Phoebe yet, but I've already decided to write another one, about a duck eating a cake. I think she'd like that. So I don't have time anymore to be bored, sitting at my laptop, typing away, steadily completing more chapters of Marion's work, and then returning to my own little stories before bringing my daughter home with me. I'm feeling fulfilled and happy again. And the best part is that Mom's impressed with me. She knows I haven't told Nathan about the work for Marion, but she's made no secret of the fact that she's glad I'm working again, earning a bit of money and keeping myself busy. Marion makes the payments directly into my bank account, where the only other money is the amount Mom's given me towards driving lessons. I booked a course of lessons as soon as we had the conversation about it, but there was a wait, and finally on the last day of June, I have a phone call from the instructor I'd picked out from recommendations on the local Facebook group to say he can fit me in now. My first lesson will be on Tuesday morning. I don't know whether I'm excited or anxious. But one thing I do know is that I need to tell Nathan about this now. It's one secret too many. I'm worried that he'll find out. As it is, I only just managed to whip the envelope containing my provisional license out of his sight before he might have seen what it was. I don't like keeping secrets from him. It can't be good for our relationship. I know it's going to be difficult, eventually, to admit that I've been working and earning money without telling him. The driving lessons are surely a less contentious thing, so I'm starting with that. I tell him over dinner, and he's more annoyed than I was expecting. There's no need for you to learn to drive. What's the point? I can take you anywhere you want to go at the weekends. I want to be independent, Nate. I don't want you having to take me everywhere. Why not? Where are you planning to go that I can't come with you?
I thought you were happy with your life here now, playing with your laptop and writing your little stories. You'll be even busier once we get the kid back full time.
I am happy. Of course I am, I say, trying not to be too irritated by the sniffy tone he always takes about my little stories. But it'd be nice if I could, perhaps, take Phoebe out on my own during the school holidays. You surely don't expect to pass your test in time for the summer holiday, he says, laughing. No, of course not. But perhaps by the autumn half-term, or Christmas, or, well, however long it takes. And where do you think the money's going to come from for all of this? Driving lessons are expensive, Sophie, and I'm sorry, I certainly can't afford to run a second car just for you to have jaunts with the kid in the holidays. Mom's given me some money, I admit quietly. She's insisted. It's to thank me for helping her look after my dad and Phoebe.
Your mom shouldn't be interfering between you and me. You knew I didn't want you to learn to drive. You're too nervous. You haven't got the right temperament.
Well, thank you for that vote of confidence, I shoot back, throwing down my cutlery. I am learning to drive, however little faith you have in me. I've already got my provisional license, and I've booked my first lesson. He stares back at me for a minute before seeming to deflate. I don't think I've ever disagreed with him so strongly before. He looks hurt, and I have to steel myself not to apologize. Well, it seems I'm more or less redundant around here now, he says. You make all the decisions, apparently, and your mom funds you to carry them out. That's not true. Of course you're not redundant. But I can't understand why you wouldn't want me to learn to drive. Everybody of my age can. I missed out because I was too busy having Phoebe and looking after her.
Okay, he says, with a deep sigh, as if he's giving in to something that goes completely against normal standards of behavior. If that's what you're determined to do, then you'd better give it a try and get it out of your system. But you can't allow your parents to buy you a car, too. You'll have to wait until I've got some more money together. All right, I say, to pacify him. I won't need one until after I pass my test anyway. If you pass, and you have to take a theory test first, don't forget. I know. The instructor told me when I booked the lessons. It hasn't exactly done much for my self-confidence, the way he's been talking. He's almost set me up to fail. But thinking about this while we're watching TV together later, I realize I should actually be looking at it differently. I should make up my mind to show him I can do it. I can pass my test, and I can be a good driver, whatever he might think to the contrary. Yes, I'm going to prove I'm better than he seems to think I am.
I'll surprise him and make him look at me differently. I don't like feeling like this about Nathan, doing things behind his back, arguing with him for my independence. I'll never stop being grateful for all he's done for me, how he looked after me when I had nobody else. But, well, back then I needed him to take care of me. But everything's changed now, and I want us, eventually, to be equals in this relationship. So Nathan needs to start getting used to it. On Monday, the day before my first driving lesson, Nathan arrives home earlier than usual, and he's carrying a cardboard box with some holes punched in the top. What's that? I begin, and then stop dead, staring at him. He's put the box down on the table, and there's a scratching sound coming from inside it, and then a noise that sounds like, yes, it's definitely a little meow. Close the windows before I open the box, he says, giving me a grin.
We don't want him getting out and getting lost.
You've bought a cat? I ask stupidly. A kitten. We agreed, didn't we? And the kid's going to love him. He's a ginger one, really cute. But I'd have liked to... I start to say, before seeing the smile drop from his face and swallowing back the rest of my protest. Why did he have to do this on his own? I wanted us to choose the cat together and perhaps even take Phoebe with us. I'd have preferred to get an adult cat from Cat's Protection. I might not have wanted a ginger one. I might have liked a female. He hasn't asked me a single thing about my preferences. I slam the windows slightly as I close them. Nathan's gone silent now, watching me, before saying in a peevish tone, "I thought you'd be happy." "Well, I didn't know you were planning to do this yet. We hadn't discussed it properly." "I know, but the opportunity just came up. Someone in the office had kittens to rehome, so I went back with him after work, and, well, I picked the cutest one. Look, you haven't even seen him yet. You can choose his name." He opens the box to let the kitten out, and despite my irritation, I find myself melting as soon as I look at him. "Oh, he's gorgeous," I can't help admitting. But still, my annoyance with Nathan is making it difficult to really appreciate the poor little thing. Why did Nathan have to do this right now? The weather's getting warmer, and now we can't have doors or windows open. Why, in fact, decide to bring me home a fait accompli today, of all days, when I've got to be out tomorrow, not just to take Phoebe to preschool and back, but also to have my first driving lesson? I'll be worried now about leaving the poor kitten alone. And then I start wondering, is that actually the whole point? He doesn't want me to have these lessons. I can't quite believe it. But has he done this just to give me a reason to have to cancel? I stroke the little ginger kitten's tiny head, talking to him gently until he lets me pick him up. I'm going to love him. I know I am. So will Phoebe. I'll let her help me choose a name. But if it weren't for the fact that I can already feel myself getting attached to him, I'd be tempted to tell Nathan to take him straight back. Chapter 27. Anna. I'm scrolling through the TV channels, idly looking for something interesting to watch. Peter's fallen asleep in his chair, tired out by a visit from the physiotherapist this afternoon, and I'm just debating whether to wake him up in time for his favorite quiz show or let him snooze on and risk a wakeful night later, when my phone buzzes with a message from Sophie. "Nathan's bought us a kitten." I blink at the screen in surprise. I remember a cat being mentioned weeks ago when they first arrived, but nothing's been said since. To be honest, at the time I thought Nathan was just suggesting it as a way of bribing Phoebe into going to their house. I smile to myself as I tap out my reply. "Oh, did you know he was getting it?" I still haven't got used to the fact that Sophie and I are able to message and call each other again after that terrible year of hearing nothing from her. These past few weeks haven't been easy. I've had to work hard at putting aside my annoyance at her silence about the reason for going missing. But the annoyance is still there, underneath the surface, and will be until she can finally bring herself to tell me the truth. Even so, I can't deny it's wonderful to have her back, to be able to talk to her, to see her, and love her again. I'm having to make a supreme effort to focus on that, and appreciate the help she's giving me too, in order to restrain my frustration. She messages back. "No, I didn't know. I thought we were going to look for one together, and the timing's not good. It'll be okay to leave the kitten on his own for a little while when I'm doing the preschool run, but I've got my first driving lesson tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and it's a 2-hour introductory session. I think I'd better postpone it." I sigh to myself. Now I understand. Nathan is using the buying of a kitten to try to get his own way. I should have guessed. That man is so manipulative. I presume Sophie's told him now about the driving lessons, so this is his way of trying to stop her. He's probably made it seem like the kitten is a special surprise, so that she'll be grateful, even though it's making her life difficult. Why is Nathan so against her learning to drive? What threat is he seeing in that? She just wants to be more independent, to be like everyone else, as she puts it, instead of having to rely on him to take her anywhere she needs to go. What's he afraid of? That she'll get her own car and start living her own life again? If only. I message her, "Don't cancel the lesson. Leave it with me. I might be able to help." "No, Mom, you can't leave Dad on his own for 2 whole hours. The kitten will be okay to leave once he's settled down. I'll just have to wait for the lesson for a week or 2. Peter's still sound asleep. I take my phone into the kitchen and close the door so I won't disturb him and call my next-door neighbor, Kate. "You mentioned the other day," I say, "that Hannah's looking for some work." Hannah is Kate's teenage daughter. She's just finished her A-levels. How would she feel about a bit of emergency cat-sitting? And within 5 minutes, it's all sorted. I message Sophie, "I've got you a cat-sitter. It's Hannah next door. You remember her. Nice girl, very sensible, loves animals. They've got a dog and 2 cats. She's finished school now and is looking for summer work, so she's happy to help you out tomorrow, and it's given her the idea to advertise herself for pet sitting. She'll be at your place at 8:45 tomorrow." For a couple of minutes, there's no reply. But just as I put my phone down again, it beeps. "Oh, Mom, thanks so much. But do you know how much she's charging?" "My treat this time. Next time you want to use her, you can pay her yourself." The little dots appear immediately on the screen. I know she's going to try to insist on paying, but I get in before her. "This was an emergency. I was not going to let you cancel that driving lesson. Hope it goes well. Tie's tie." If it hadn't been too long to leave Peter on his own, I'd have gone round there myself to look after the damned kitten. Anything rather than Sophie having to give in to this control. Yes, that's the word for it. I honestly think Nathan wants to completely control her, and it's being done under the guise of kindness and generosity and love. I don't understand why my daughter doesn't see it. When we waved her off to America, she was a confident, capable, intelligent young lady, and she's come home as a shadow, a pale imitation of that person. This is how I know for sure that whatever happened to her in New York, it must have been life-changing, and somehow, somewhere, Nathan fits into that. She keeps talking about how good he's been to her, but until she finally tells me what happened, it's hard for me to see what she means by that. I must admit my feelings have been gradually changing over the weeks since she's been back, seeing how happy she is to be here and how happy Phoebe is too. And of course, I'm grateful for how much help she's been since Peter came home. But whatever I keep telling myself about how traumatic it must have been for her in New York, if she really can't bear to talk about it, the truth is that it still hurts that she can't confide in me. And what exactly has been Nathan's part in all of this? She seems to have accepted him making all the decisions for her, so I can't help wondering if it's not so much that she can't bear to tell me what happened, but that he doesn't want her to. And why not? What is he trying to hide? One thing's for sure, I don't trust him. And I have an instinctive feeling that, whatever happened in New York, I'd have had my daughter home with me a lot sooner if it weren't for him. Anyway, what are you calling this kitten? I message Sophie after I've thought about it for a few minutes. After all, what's happened isn't the poor little creature's fault, and I wouldn't like Sophie to think I'm not taking an interest in it. No name yet. I'd quite like Phoebe to help me choose. She'll be excited. I won't mention it in the morning. I'll let you surprise her. Thanks, Mom. Kiss, kiss. Peter wakes up then, and I tell him what's happened. He smiles. Phoebe's going to be really excited about that kitten. Yes, she's going to want to spend even more time with Mommy, I say quietly. He gives me a strange look. It's got to happen, love. Sophie's back. She's her mommy. I know you don't want to let go, but... Too right I don't want to let go of her, I retort, a little sharply. This is her home. Sophie's only been back for a little while. What if she suddenly disappears again? What if Nathan decides to take her back to America? Phoebe is not going with them, and I'll go to court to fight that if it ever comes up. Shh, okay, calm down, he says, looking at me sadly. Sophie's promised not to go away again. We have to trust her now. I have a feeling she'll tell us soon what happened. She seems better all the time. more like her old self. I lean back against the sofa and close my eyes. Yes, he's right. She's getting there, slowly, showing a bit more determination, showing that she wants her old self back, looking less like a person who's still lost, who needs someone to prop her up. How I'd love to tell her to kick that prop away and stand on her own 2 feet again. But I guess she needs to come to that conclusion on her own. Chapter 28. Sophie. I'm smiling to myself as we eat breakfast the next morning. I'm still going to learn to drive. My mom's made sure of it. I haven't said anything to Nathan about the arrangement for the kitten yet. As he leaves for work in the morning, he gives me a kiss and says he's sorry he didn't think about me having to cancel my driving lesson. But have a good day with the kitten on your own. Have you thought of a name yet? Not yet. Phoebe's going to help me choose this afternoon. He's whistling to himself as he heads off to work. I'll tell him this evening that I remembered Hannah at the last moment and called her mom to ask if she happened to be free. I don't want him thinking Mom interferes between us. Hannah arrives dead on 8:45. She's always been a nice girl, sensible and polite.
I explain that we've only just got the kitten, that he hasn't even got a name yet, and that she mustn't let him out. When my instructor arrives outside, Hannah's on the floor playing with the kitten, and I feel quite confident about leaving her to it. And oh, the lesson is amazing. Nathan's completely wrong. It turns out that the driving instructor, Rob, thinks I'm a natural. I'm not in the least nervous, and I take to it as if I've been driving forever. But that sounds as if I'm being overconfident, and I'm definitely trying not to be. I'm aware that would be a big mistake, so I'm listening carefully to everything Rob tells me and trying to adopt good habits from the start. I'm almost sorry when the 2 hours are up. He spent part of this introductory lesson going through some of the theory with me, and he said I've got to download the highway code and study it as hard as I can. I'm already looking forward to next week's lesson. How did you get on? Hannah asks me when I arrive home. It turns out she's been learning to drive herself, so we spend a little while talking about the theory test and what to expect from the driving test itself. Your kitten is so gorgeous, she says as she's getting ready to leave. Anytime you need a sitter, please do give me a call. I've absolutely loved looking after him. I book her for next week, and we exchange phone numbers, and when she leaves, the kitten is asleep in his bed. When it's time to go and collect Phoebe to take her to preschool, he's still fast asleep, so I shut him in the house, feeling safe enough to leave him for the short time I'll be out. I've got a surprise for you when you come home, I say as we're walking to the school. Remember I said we were thinking of getting a cat? Yes. She looks up at me, her eyes shining with excitement. Oh, are you getting it soon? We've got him already. He's a little kitten. He's a ginger color, and he's so cute and so furry. I think you're going to love him. Oh, Mommy, I know I will love him. She does a little jump and turns to hug the top of my legs, making me laugh as I nearly trip over her. What does ginger color mean? Kind of orangey? Oh, yes, I like orange cats. What's his name? Can I see him today? Of course you can see him as soon as we get back from preschool later, but he hasn't got a name yet. I thought we could decide it together. Shall we call him Orange? Well, perhaps. Or maybe we can think of some things that are orange-colored and name him after one of them. She frowns. I can't think of any, except oranges. Well, let's see if we can manage to think of some after preschool, shall we? Yes! She does another little jump. I might ask my friends and my teacher. She's very clever. I bet she can think of some orange things. That's a good idea. And you'll have to be very careful with the kitten because he's only a baby and he's not used to us yet. He only came to live with us last night, so... Did he just walk into your house? She asks in surprise. No, sweetie, I laugh. Nathan bought him from a man whose grown-up lady cat had had kittens, and the man didn't want to keep them all.
Nathan brought him all the way home on the train from London in a box because he knew we wanted to have a cat of our own. I feel a sudden pang of regret. I've been thinking badly about Nathan, and perhaps I'm not being fair. The kitten was a present for me and Phoebe, and I am pleased and excited for Phoebe. Perhaps he'd genuinely forgotten about my driving lesson, or perhaps the guy selling the kittens needed them rehoming quickly. After a few more weeks, the kitten will be all right to be left alone for longer in the house, so everything will be easier. I am grateful. I feel some of my usual warmth for Nathan returning as I kiss Phoebe goodbye at her classroom door and promise she can come straight home to meet Orange, or whatever we're going to call him, when I collect her later. I'm expecting Phoebe to be excited when she comes out of her classroom, but instead she looks worried. "What's the matter, Poppet? What's wrong?" I ask her as we start to walk home.
Nothing, but I don't like marmalade, do I?
Okay. I'm puzzled by this. Surely the children haven't been given marmalade at preschool. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't like it, does it?
But Mrs. Clark said marmalade is a nice name for an orange cat, but I don't want to call our kitten that because I don't like it. I like jam, but jam's red, not orange.
Oh, I see. I'm smiling, but Phoebe still looks worried.
And she said why not call him Tiger, but tigers are stripy, aren't they, Mummy?
So, is our kitten orange with stripes? Because if not, I don't think we should call him that either. Well, we can... Or she said, what about Rusty? But Rusty things are horrible, and he won't like being called something horrible. So I think we might just have to call him Orange, Mummy. I'm trying not to laugh, because I appreciate that Phoebe's taking the kitten naming very seriously. Well, we could just call him Ginger. You know what ginger biscuits are, don't you? They're nice. No, they're not. Nanny likes them, but I don't. I like chocolate ones. Okay, well, don't worry. I'm sure we'll think of something else. Perhaps when you actually see him, you'll straight away come up with a good name for him. It doesn't have to be something orange.
Oh,
she brightens up.
'Cause I was thinking maybe he could be Carrot, 'cause I like carrots and they're orange. But I wanted to see if he looks like a carrot, 'cause they're long and thin. But he might be... By now, I've given up trying not to laugh. He's not long and thin, sweetie, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't look like a carrot. Then, can we call him Fred? Apparently, there's a kitten called Fred in one of Phoebe's favorite stories. As soon as she sees the kitten, she gives a gasp of surprise. He's tiny, and he's so nice. "Hello, Fred," she whispers. I've warned her, on the way home, that he might be frightened if she talks too loudly until he gets to know her. "Can I have him on my lap, Mummy?" "Yes, if he's happy to let you, but if he wants to jump down, you mustn't try to hold on to him, okay?" She sits down on the floor, and I lift Fred carefully onto her outstretched legs. "Just stroke him very gently," I tell her, "from his head down his back. That's right. He likes that. See, he's purring." She smiles up at me. There's so much joy in that smile, it brings a tear to my eye. I take out my phone and take a picture of her and send it to Mum. Phoebe meets Fred. Mum messages me back, "Lovely." Then she adds, "Nice name." I smile. Mum will laugh when she hears the full cat naming story. And as I watch my little daughter sitting there quietly stroking the kitten, who I suspect is going to become her best friend, I feel a sudden rush of happiness. Everything in my life is working out fine. Nathan and I have got a nice little house. Dad's making a slow but hopefully steady recovery from the worst aspects of his stroke. I've got a job. I'm learning to drive. I've got a pet and a pet sitter. And best of all, Mum's okay with me now. She trusts me with Phoebe, even if she's still frustrated with me for not telling her the truth about my missing year. Ever since her reaction when I tried to make the excuse of being in hospital, I find myself shuddering when I even contemplate explaining the whole story.
It's been hard enough trying to write about it in my so-called diary. Taking myself back to those early days after the concussion always ends up making me feel sick, and the memory of my time at the hotel is in some ways even worse. The thought of relating it all out loud, admitting to Mom, who brought me up to be proud of myself, to be strong and capable, and to believe in myself, that I spent my time in New York crying over some silly teasing and let it get to me so badly that I ended up physically attacking someone before walking out, is bad enough on its own. But then, as Nathan keeps reminding me, if I add to that the story of how I had too much to drink and fell down the stairs, which led to my total memory loss, well, I can understand why he's always warned me my parents will be shocked. Mom will be horrified. Worse, she'll be disappointed. I'm not the daughter she thought I was, or wanted me to be. I've let her and Dad down so badly, I feel like I'll be ashamed for the rest of my life. I just wish, more than anything, that I could simply go on enjoying being back, seeing as much as possible of my Phoebe, enjoying the happy life I've got back, without ever having to tell them anything about New York at all. Chapter 29. Unfortunately, just as I've been thinking everything is going well, with Phoebe, with Mom and Dad, with my typing job, my driving lessons, the kitten, Mom decides to start asking me again about what happened to me in the States. Because she's been so busy taking care of Dad, I was almost hoping she'd forgotten about it. But of course she hasn't. How could she? And why should she? She's given me time, but I've taken too long. I know what you must think of me, I start to respond when, after taking Phoebe home one afternoon, she makes another little sarcastic comment about the fact that I wasn't here when Dad had his stroke. But she interrupts me immediately. I don't know what to think of you, Sophie. All I can say is that you were a lovely daughter before you went away, and you seem, as far as I can tell, to be just as lovely now you're back again. I realize something traumatic must have happened to you. It did. But it's difficult to be sympathetic without having a clue what it was. I know. I'm on the point of telling her everything. I would have told her by now. Despite the awful shame I feel about it all, I still wish I could confide in her. But Nathan's warnings are still ringing so loud in my head that Mom won't want me to look after Phoebe if she hears what happened, and that she and Dad will be disappointed in me. I can only presume, Mom goes on quietly, you're still too traumatized to talk about it. In which case, don't you think you should see a doctor? No, I say quickly. You're right. It has traumatized me. I find it really difficult to think about that time, never mind talking about it. This, at least, is the absolute truth. I think I just need to gradually get myself over it. And I am doing that, now I'm home, I add with a smile. Good. Well, you know I'll support you, darling, whatever the issue is, when you finally feel ready to confide in me. She pauses. But there's one thing you really ought to do, you know, unless you already have. I wait, holding my breath. What on earth is it that she thinks I should do? I have a gut feeling that I'm not going to like it. You should go and see Melanie at the hotel. Melanie? My heart's racing now. Why? I don't see the need for... So you haven't seen her yet, or even spoken to her since you've been back? No, Mom, there's no point. I don't work there anymore. She won't want to talk to me. If she had, she'd have tried to get in touch. She must have seen the articles in the papers. The tabloids have, obviously, printed their own contrived reports about my return, with pictures of me attempting to hide my face while going in or out of my front door, and headlines like, "Missing Sophie returns to her home village with mystery man in tow," and "No comment, says Sophie, finally home after grieving parents presumed her dead." Mom's giving me a look. It's the serious, I'm not pleased look that she used to give me when I was a teenager and I'd stayed out late. Sophie, Melanie was terribly upset and worried about you when you went missing. She was probably surprised and pleased to read that you were home, and disappointed that you haven't contacted her. Oh, I feel a flush of guilt coming over me. I haven't given Melanie any thought at all. I'd somehow convinced myself that nobody at the hotel in Chelmsford would have missed me. But of course they would, or at least Melanie would have done. Did she speak to you then, while I was away? Of course she did. The police spoke to her too. They needed to understand exactly why you were in America, and she had to cope with all the photographers and journalists hanging around outside the hotel and getting phone calls from attention seekers who just wanted to pretend they'd seen you, just the same as we did. She pauses, sighing, shaking her head. I haven't really talked to you in much detail about the search for you because you seem so obviously guarded and anxious every time the subject comes up. But believe me, Melanie was terribly upset about your disappearance. She said she felt responsible, that if you'd had a bad time at the American hotel, and that was why you'd gone missing. What made her think I'd had a bad time there? I say defensively. I can't look Mum in the eye. For God's sake, Sophie, don't you realize it all came out during the police inquiry? People at the New York hotel were interviewed. Some of the other British delegates told them you'd been teased a bit. Teased a bit? I retort. That's putting it mildly. And it was the other British delegates who were the worst offenders. It's funny how people swap sides when it suits them. The memory of that final verbal assault in the dining room comes back to me. The voices raised in nasty, cruel jibes, the laughter, the way they egged each other on until I finally cracked under the strain of it. I feel behind me for a chair to sit down on. I feel like I'm about to faint. Sweat is beading on my forehead. Mum sits down next to me, putting an arm around me. This is why I haven't mentioned it, any of it, to you, she says more gently. I realized it must have all been upsetting, probably traumatizing for you. But your dad and I knew all about it. We knew there'd been a bit of an altercation, and that you walked out of the hotel. We didn't blame you for that when we heard the stories the police told us. We could have understood it if you'd got on a plane and come straight home, but you didn't. You just disappeared. I put my head in my hands. I can't bear to think about this. I'm so shocked to realize that Mum knew all this, even about the altercation, as she puts it, at the hotel. She can't possibly know how bad my part in that altercation was, though, or she wouldn't be quite so understanding. Hopefully, Louisa, the ringleader of all the bullying and abuse, might have felt some modicum of shame and kept quiet about it. It wasn't just the teasing that was traumatizing, I say shakily. I was coming home, Mum, but I couldn't. She looks at me sadly and sighs. Okay, I'm obviously not going to get any more out of you today on the subject, am I? I'm sorry to upset you, Sophie, but however hard it is, you really should go and see Melanie. Yes, I should. I should have done it already. She'll understand. She's probably been waiting for you to reach out to her when you were ready. You don't have to talk about what happened. She'll just be pleased that you're all right. Mum smiles. She might even offer you your job back. I shake my head quickly. No, she wouldn't. She'll have replaced me long ago. And anyway, I wouldn't want it. I don't ever want to work in a hotel again. I like what I'm doing now. Okay, but eventually you might want something more fulfilling, and to get out of the house. In fact, I know I won't. Working from home is going to make my life much easier. But I just nod and smile. I don't know what to say. Mum's known all along about the bullying at the New York hotel. She didn't ask me why I was such a wimp, why I walked out instead of doing something constructive about it. She's pretended all this time that she didn't know about it, waiting for me to tell her. No wonder she's found it so hurtful that I wouldn't open up to her. But if she knew what happened after I walked out, that would be different. I can't expect any sympathy for that. I couldn't blame her if she was disgusted. I should never have set foot in that bar. It was the worst mistake I've ever made.
But Mum's quite right that I should by now have spoken to Melanie, and I mustn't put it off any longer. The next week, Nathan has to go to New York again. I must admit, I didn't think it would be as frequent as this, but actually, I'm finding I don't really mind. I've got plenty to keep me busy now while he's not here. My typing of the manuscript is progressing really well, and my driving instructor's pleased with me too. One afternoon, when I've brought Phoebe home from preschool, she asks me to read her a story, and I decide to try out my finished version of Duncan, the duck who loved cake, on her. She sits next to me on the sofa, with Fred the kitten nestled up against her legs on her other side, stroking his little head as she listens intently. When I get to the part about Duncan stealing the cake from a little girl's lap, she squeals with excitement, scaring Fred so much that he jumps down from the sofa and runs out of the room. "That was what happened when we went to that place with the pond," she says excitedly. "The duck ate my cake, just like Duncan Duck ate that little girl's in the story." "That's right," I say, laughing and giving her a hug. "I wrote the story specially for you." "But the little girl isn't called Phoebe. She's called Eva," she says, puzzled. "I know. I made up a name for her." "Did you really make up the story?" "You're very clever, Mummy. You should put it in a proper book, with pictures." I laugh. "No, let's just keep it here on my laptop, and I can read it to you whenever you like. Anyway, I haven't finished reading it all yet. You don't know what happens after Duncan Duck steals poor Eva's cake." "Does her mummy buy her a new cake?" she asks excitedly. I start to read again, and she snuggles up to me. I feel flooded with a warmth of love and gratitude. I might still feel slightly fragile about my memory loss. The nightmares might still keep me awake. But look at me. I've got everything I wanted. My little daughter is partly returned to me. My parents have, I think, forgiven me, at least for the little that they've heard so far of my story. I've got a job working for a lovely author, and I've discovered I'm capable of writing a children's story, even if Phoebe's the only person who'll ever get to enjoy it. And of course, I shouldn't have left this until last on the list. I've got Nathan, although things have got a bit difficult between us recently. "Read it again," Phoebe says, laughing when I get to the happy ending. "Read it to me every day, Mummy. It's my favorite story ever. Can you make up some more?" "I have already," I tell her, "but let's save them for another day. It's nearly time to take you back to Nanny's now." "Aw," she complains, pulling a face. "I want to stay here and have more Mummy stories and play with Fred and play on the swing." I'm so tempted to tell her that that's what I want too, but I mustn't. "You'll be here again tomorrow, sweetie." I mustn't undermine Mum's position. Patience is the only way I can play this, and so far it's working well. I know Mum's right about going to see Melanie, and although I'm not looking forward to it, I think I need to get it over with quickly. So on Friday, I get the bus into Chelmsford, walk round to Manton House Hotel, and taking a deep breath, force myself to walk through the entrance doors. I can actually feel myself shaking as I approach the reception desk and ask to speak to Melanie. "Do you have an appointment?" the receptionist asks me in a bored voice, and I realize I should have called first. I hesitate, and the receptionist looks up at me, an irritated expression on her face, before her eyes suddenly open wide in surprise. "Sophie!" she squawks. I nod. "Hello, Jasmine." To be honest, I'm surprised she's still here. She was never one of the better members of the reception team, and was always one of the gossips. "Oh my God," she says, "we never thought we'd see you again. You went missing, didn't you? Something about being sent to America and never coming back?" "Yes, well, I'm back now, and I thought I should perhaps come and talk to Melanie, if she's available." "Hold on," she says, her voice betraying her excitement at the whiff of a possible scandal. "I'll ask her assistant." There's a pause while she's calling the admin offices, during which I'm aware of the other receptionists, neither of whom I recognize, giving me sneaky looks, after which they whisper to each other behind their hands. I turn away, trying to calm myself. I'm tempted to walk out again, but just as I'm considering it, Jasmine turns back to me and says,
Melanie will see you now. She smiles. You remember the way, I suppose? Yes, thank you. I walk towards the door leading to the offices, aware that 3 pairs of eyes behind me are following my every move. Well, let them gossip. They might have read the papers, but they won't know the full story of what happened to me after all. Melanie's standing up to greet me as I walk into the room. There's a new young man sitting where I used to sit. Sophie, Melanie says, and to my surprise, she's holding out her arms to me as if for a hug. To my even greater surprise, I go straight into her arms, and I've got real difficulty restraining my tears. I always liked her. She was decent and kind, and helped me so much when I was working for her. It's so good to see you, she says. She's holding me at arm's length now and looks straight into my eyes. What on earth happened? She says, much more quietly. We were all worried sick. Your poor parents. I know. The shame comes over me again like a flood. I'm really sorry, Melanie. Sorry I let you down. You didn't let anyone down. She indicates a chair, and I sit gratefully, wiping my eyes. But you did give us all a hell of a lot of anxiety. We all thought, well, nobody thought we'd ever see you again. Her own eyes actually well up, and her voice cracks as she says this. Dan, she says to the young man at the other desk, could you arrange some coffee, please, and put the do not disturb on for half an hour? Do you still drink it white without sugar, Sophie? I nod. Thank you. I feel so bad now and so thoughtless for not getting in touch with her sooner, for just turning up like this, exactly as I did with Mom. She deserved better from me. I'm sorry, I mutter as Dan leaves the room. Really sorry, Melanie. I should have... She shakes her head, dismissing my apology. I knew you were back, obviously. The police told me. I thought about calling you, but your mom had already told me your mobile number wasn't working. So I waited for you to get in touch. She pauses. When you didn't, I presumed you couldn't face coming here, or seeing me. It wasn't that. It's just been so difficult, I mumble. I know you left the New York hotel, if that helps, Melanie says. You'd had some bullying, apparently, from some of the other British staff. Oh, they told you about that? Of course they did, Sophie. She looks at me sadly for a moment before going on, more quietly. I wish you'd called me, or emailed me if that was too difficult. I'd have brought you straight back. I'm really sorry it happened to you. I didn't want to give up. Give in and let them win, I say miserably. But of course, in the end, they did, because I made a fool of myself and ruined everything. I know I shouldn't have just walked out, but I felt so completely... I struggle to find words to explain it. So completely broken. I just had to get away from there. It sounds like you had a breakdown. I've never liked to think of it in those terms, even though it's exactly what Nathan says. But yes, I suppose, now Melanie's put it like that, I guess it was. A breakdown, followed by a mental health condition, as Nathan calls it. No wonder I feel embarrassed talking about it. I know mental health problems shouldn't be something to be ashamed of, but in my case, I brought it all on myself. I stayed at the hotel and allowed the teasing to go on until I finally lost control. Then I got drunk and fell down the stairs. I'm sighing to myself in the silence that's fallen between us now as Dan comes back into the office with the coffees. I thank him and take a sip of the scalding liquid, avoiding Melanie's eyes. Should I perhaps make myself scarce for a while? Dan asks politely, but I say no before Melanie can answer. I'll just drink my coffee and then I'd better get going. I can't face any more questions. Melanie seems to understand, even if reluctantly. I'm sure she'd like to ask me more. About where I've been, where I ended up after I walked out of the hotel, and why I stayed away for so long. But after a few moments of hesitation, presumably seeing my discomfort, the fact that I have to look away and bite my lip, she just nods and sits back a little, turning the conversation instead to my family. Your mom and dad must be over the moon to have you back. And your little girl, Phoebe, isn't it? How old is she now? Relieved to have been spared an interrogation, I tell her about how wonderful Mum's been, looking after Phoebe for me. Tell her about Dad's stroke and the fact that Phoebe will be starting school in September. And we, my boyfriend and I, are back living in Little Panfield, I finish, managing a smile. I'm so glad it's all worked out for you now. Melanie smiles as I finish my coffee and put down the cup. Please do stay in touch. I don't suppose I will. I doubt whether she really even wants me to. She must still wonder about my missing year, wonder why I let her down and never got in touch, even after I walked out of the hotel, and I don't blame her. She had to cope with all the worry about me, all the questions from the police, the journalists, the nosy busybodies. That was my fault, and nothing I can say will make it better. She gives me a hug goodbye, and I leave without looking over at the reception staff staring at me. Thanks to Mum, I've finally done the right thing. I should have done it weeks ago, but I doubt I'll ever be back. Chapter 30. Nathan's back from New York on Saturday, complaining again about the flight, the jet lag, and the fact that he had to stay overnight at his London flat because he was so tired. Well, you're home now, love, I say, cutting short his complaints and hoping to cheer him up. And I thought maybe we could go out for dinner this evening. Oh, Sophie, I've had to eat out all week. I'm totally stuffed, as well as being dog-tired. I just want to collapse in front of the TV tonight. Oh, okay. I'm trying not to let my disappointment show. Well, I could order a takeaway. An Indian or a Chinese? To be honest, I just want a straightforward, home-cooked British meal. There's a hint of irritation in his voice now. Is that too much to ask when I've just got back from working away all week? No, of course not, I say immediately. But I'm stung by his tone, annoyed by the implication that he's the only one who's been busy, the only one who matters. Of course, he doesn't know I'm working. But he knows I have Phoebe every afternoon now, and that I go to see my dad every day and give Mom a hand whenever she needs it. He hasn't even asked after them yet. I'll get some fish and chips then, I say after a few minutes' silence between us. I know it's childish, but I feel determined to have an evening off from cooking, even if he doesn't want to go out. He doesn't argue. He doesn't even respond. I put my shoes on and walk round to the local fish shop. It's a nice evening, and I'd been imagining us going to the pub together, sitting in the garden there, and ordering their delicious steak pies. Perhaps I'm being selfish. After all, he's been working hard all week and having meetings with all his big clients in New York. We can go out together another evening, when he's not so tired. By the time I get home, I've talked myself into the need to apologize to him. But he's upstairs, stretched out on our bed, sound asleep and snoring, his suitcase open on the floor, spilling out all his dirty washing, while the kitten's curled up inside it. I pick Fred up and carry him downstairs, closing the door behind me, put the TV on with the volume turned down, and eat my own fish and chips in front of it. His will have to be heated up later. The next morning, he's in a better mood. I tell him over breakfast about the kitten making his bed in the suitcase, and he laughs. I'm glad I got you the kitten. You're enjoying looking after him, aren't you? It's nice for you to have company when I'm not here. He gives me a strange little smile. You're in your element, having something small to cuddle and care for. Perhaps one day, if we have a baby of our own. What? I'm so shocked, I drop my spoon, splashing granola and milk over the table. I said, if we have a baby. What are you talking about, Nathan? We're not having a baby. Not yet, necessarily, but I assumed that, now we're settled, and we've got a house and a garden and a spare bedroom, you'd want to— That bedroom is for Phoebe. Phoebe is my baby. I want her home here with me, Nathan. That's all I want. I don't want to even think about having another baby. What the hell made you think I would? All right, calm down. I just presumed. He tails off, looking hurt.
Don't you think I might like to have a child of my own?
Phoebe's not mine. And sorry, yes, I dared to presume that if you really loved me, you'd want to have a baby with me one day. It's a fairly normal thing to presume, isn't it? You've never said that was what you were presuming. I don't want another child, and you've never bothered to ask me if I did or not. In all the time we've been together, you've never once brought it up. No, I guess I just took it for granted. Most women would want to have a baby with their partner. He pauses, then goes on more quietly. We could get married, if that would help. It wouldn't, and perhaps I'm not most women. He sulks through the rest of his breakfast and is grumpy with me for most of the day, barely looking up from the TV when I tell him I'm going round to see Dad. On Monday morning, he even leaves for work without kissing me goodbye. I'm still so shocked by the whole conversation, it's difficult to concentrate on anything else. I just walk aimlessly around the house, sorting out his washing, tidying up, playing with the kitten, until it's time to take Phoebe to preschool. I still can't quite believe it even happened. You're quiet today, Mum says, when I eventually take Phoebe home at the end of the afternoon. We thought you seemed a bit down yesterday, too. Is everything all right? Did you go and see Melanie? Yes, I did, on Friday. You were right, Mum. I should have done it sooner. She was really pleased to see me, but I know she's hurt that I didn't get in touch sooner. I felt uncomfortable being back there. I won't go again. Well, at least you've done the right thing by her. Is that what's bothering you? Did it bring back memories? No, well, yes, but it's fine. I just needed to get it over with. I fall silent for a moment and then go on in a rush. I'll be honest with you. I'm feeling a bit shell-shocked about something Nathan said yesterday. Oh, what's that then? As always, she has a different tone to her voice as soon as I mention Nathan. It makes me feel defensive, and for a moment, I almost stop myself from sharing this with her. But something makes me go on. He seems to have assumed that now we've got a house and settled down, I'll want to have a baby with him. And you don't? No! I've never given him any reason to think I wanted another child. Phoebe's my baby. I love her more than anything, and I don't know if I'll ever want to share that love with another child. And even if I did, it wouldn't be yet. I'm still settling down, back into my life here. Then you must make that clear to him. I have. Well, I hope I have, but the way he's reacted, I'm not sure he's going to be so easily persuaded. He seems to blame me for depriving him of the chance of fatherhood. Well, he is quite a bit older than you. Yes, but that's not my fault. He's never mentioned wanting a child before. He says he just presumed I'd want a baby with him, that most women want a baby with a man if they love them. That sounds like a kind of emotional blackmail to me, Mum says, sounding quite severe. If you loved me, you'd give me a baby. Hardly the way to make such an important decision. He even said he'd marry me if that made any difference. Would you want to marry him? She asks, giving me a very direct look. No! I mean, don't get me wrong, I do love him. He's been so good to me, looking after me and… Sophie, you don't need looking after. You're a capable, healthy, intelligent young woman. You're perfectly able to look after yourself. I wasn't always, I admit in almost a whisper. Mum continues looking at me in silence for a moment. I know she wants to ask why. She wants me to continue, to explain why I wasn't able to look after myself. I'm struggling now to not just go on and pour it all out. For a moment, even the air between us feels tense as I hover between blurting it all out and holding on. Eventually, Mum sighs and looks away, giving up, and changes the subject back to Nathan. Do you want to know what I think? She says. Do I want to? I almost say no. I shouldn't really be talking to Mum about this. It feels like I'm being disloyal to Nathan, especially as I know she doesn't really seem to think much of him. But I find myself reluctantly nodding. What? I think he'd like you to have a baby so that he can keep you tied to the house. I think that's even the reason he bought you the kitten. He doesn't want you to be independent, Sophie. Think about it. He didn't want you learning to drive. Has he asked how you're getting on with your lessons? No, he's not happy that you're having them at all. Probably blames me for paying for them. And he didn't want you to work, did he? Does he even know you're working for that author? No, I didn't think so. You're keeping secrets from him. I don't blame you as it happens, but it's not a very good relationship, is it, if you can't be honest with him about such important things? I shake my head sulkily. I don't like hearing this. Mom shouldn't be talking to me like this about my own partner. Well, I know you don't like him, that's obvious, but I hardly know him, Sophie. We've hardly ever seen him. I don't think he's been round here once since your father came home, has he? But when I have seen him, I haven't been impressed, frankly, with how he interacts with Phoebe. He's got no idea about children. I doubt he really wants a baby for himself. He just wants you kept in your place. Mom, that's not true, I say. He's been so good to me, you wouldn't understand. Actually, I think I would. It's fairly obvious you're somehow indebted to him, that somehow, for some reason, he took care of you while you were… She pauses, shaking her head. Missing. But that doesn't mean you have to stay with him if he's not right for you anymore. And it certainly, definitely doesn't mean you have to have a baby for him if you don't want one. I know, I won't. I've told him that. Good. Well, I just hope he'll accept it. Finally, she gives me a fleeting smile. Men can be awful sulkers if they don't get their own way. I know. I give her a hug, but I'm feeling so deeply conflicted by what she's been saying that I'm finding it difficult to smile back. I know, really, that if I didn't want her opinion, I shouldn't have told her anything. I do love him, though, I tell her, because the conversation has made me feel guilty. I'm sure you do, and there are lots of different types of love. I puzzle about this as I walk home. I know the type of love I have for Phoebe, for instance, is different from the love I feel for Mom or Dad. But neither of these are like my love for Nathan. That's more like a kind of… And I actually stop, dead in the street, as the thought suddenly comes to me. I think it's more like gratitude. Thankfully, Nathan doesn't bring up the baby topic again during the rest of the week. He's still a bit grumpy, complaining constantly about having to get the bus or a taxi into Chelmsford for his train every morning. When I remind him that, if I pass my driving test, I'll be able to take him to the station every day and pick him up in the evening, he just looks at me dismissively and, as usual, asks where I think I'm going to find the money for a car. I'm so close to spilling the beans about my job and exaggerating how much I'm earning from it just to see the look on his face. But I know that would be a mistake at this point. So instead, I ask whether he's quite sure his company wouldn't be prepared to insure me to drive his car. Of course they wouldn't, he retorts. Why should they? You don't work for them. Perhaps I'd like to, I say, just to tease him, and he snorts with laughter. I don't think so. No, not because I'm unqualified, although I am, but because Mum's right. He doesn't want me to work at all. I'm beginning to wonder how much more of what Mum said is right, too. But I'm trying not to think too much about that. On Friday, for the first time since I've been back, I have to tell Phoebe off quite severely. Because she loves playing with Fred the kitten so much, I've had to give her several warnings not to try to pick him up on her own. She's tried to once or twice, and fortunately, I've stopped her in time and got her to sit down so that I can put him gently on her lap instead. But on this occasion, I've just gone into the kitchen for a few seconds to pour her out a drink when I hear a thump and a high-pitched yowl of distress. I run back into the living room to find Phoebe standing in the middle of the room, her thumb in her mouth, her head hanging, while Fred has shot behind the sofa and is whimpering softly, his eyes wide with fear or shock. I pick him up very gently and check him all over, but thank goodness, he doesn't seem to be hurt. What happened? I ask Phoebe, even though I can guess. I don't know. He just felled over, she says, but her face has gone red and she can't look me in the eye. Did you try to pick him up? I ask more sternly. I tried, but I didn't. In a way, I'm quite pleased she doesn't answer me with an outright lie, and I also can't help admiring the oblique way she managed to frame her answer. But that's not the point. Did you drop him, Phoebe? Or did you try to hold on to him really tight, squeezing him, so that he jumped down because you were hurting him? I need to know, because if he's hurt, I might have to take him to the vet, you understand.
He dropped himself, Mommy. It was his fault because he wriggled. Don't shout at me. I'm not shouting, but I am cross with you because I've told you so many times now not to pick him up, and especially while I'm not there to help you. Fred's only a baby, and of course he wriggles. It's not his fault. You might have really hurt him, and I'm sure you wouldn't want to do that, would you?
Don't shout at me, she says again, starting to cry properly. I didn't do it on purpose. It was Fred's fault. He wriggled. He made me drop him.
All right, don't cry. Come on. It's over now, but please, Phoebe, in future, don't pick him up without me helping you. I've told you over and over, haven't I? Hopefully he's all right, but another time he might really be hurt.
I don't like you when you're cross, she shouts, stamping her foot. I want my nanny. I want to go home. I don't like it here anymore.
I have to turn away to blink back my own tears. She's only little, I remind myself. She frightened herself. She knows she did wrong, and she knows she might have hurt the kitten. That's why she's upset. She's just taking it out on me. She doesn't mean it. But it's difficult, impossible, to be honest, not to take it personally. She's still crying and carrying on, and when I look at my watch, it's not far off the time I'd normally take her home anyway. Come on then, I say more gently. Let's take you back to Nanny.
Don't tell her I've been naughty, she says immediately, before starting to howl again. I ignore this. Of course I'm going to tell Mum what's happened, but I know she won't punish or tell Phoebe off all over again. That wouldn't be fair, and Mum's never been like that. Phoebe snivels and sobs all the way home, so of course, as soon as Mum opens the door, she asks what on earth's wrong, but Phoebe just buries her head against her, crying again. Perhaps Phoebe might tell you herself when she feels a bit better, I suggest, managing a smile. Okay, go and see Granddad for a minute, Phoebe, Mum says, releasing herself from her grasp. He's watching something funny on the TV. I give Mum a very short précis of the incident. I only gave her a quick ticking off, I explain. I didn't shout or, well, I would have done, she exclaims. She knows she's not supposed to pick Fred up. She's even told me that. Naughty girl. She could have injured him. I hope he's okay, Sophie. She looks at me and adds, Oh, what's the matter? Don't cry, Sophie. Was he hurt? No, I don't think so, I say through my tears. But I was. She asked to come back, Mum. She wanted you. She said she didn't like me and doesn't like coming home with me anymore. Should I not have told her off at all? Of course you should have. Come here, don't be upset, silly girl. Phoebe just had a tantrum because she knew she'd been naughty and didn't like being told off. But you're her mummy. You do need to tell her when she's done something wrong. You're a good mum. She loves you. It didn't feel like she did back then. You're wrong. It proves she does. She's used to you again now. She's comfortable with you. She doesn't have to try to be polite like she would with her teacher or another adult. She can be her real self, get upset, be naughty, throw a tantrum, because she knows you'll still love her. Of course I would. I do. I know. Now come and see her. She's in the lounge with her granddad, and I can hear her laughing at that cartoon. She's forgotten all the fuss already, but hopefully she'll remember it if she tries to pick the kitten up again. I follow Mum into the lounge where, sure enough, Phoebe's on Dad's lap on the sofa and laughing at the TV.
"Mummy's going now, Phoebe," Mum says. "What do you say?" She turns to look at me, her face a picture of innocence. I can't help smiling.
Bye-bye, Mummy. See you tomorrow. I love you.
I love you too, Phoebes. Bye-bye. We blow each other a kiss, and I leave her to enjoy the cartoon. But I'm smiling as I walk home again. I wanted my daughter back, and Mum's right. In a way, I've got her now, already. Not just a shy, cautious version of her, but the real Phoebe. Tears, tantrums, sulks, and all. And to be honest, I couldn't be happier. Chapter 31. "You're quiet," Nathan says when he's home from work and we're eating dinner together. "What's up?" "Sorry, nothing." I give him a smile. I was miles away. I'd been thinking again about the conversation with Mom, of course. "Everything okay with your parents? And the kid?" As usual, I flinch at the kid, but I ignore it. I know it's not as uncaring as it sounds. "Yes, all fine, thanks. Although I did have to tell Phoebe off this afternoon, for the first time since we've been back." He frowns. "Why? What did she do?" "Oh, you know how much she loves the kitten. Well, I've told her she mustn't try to pick him up on her own. He wriggles, and she's likely to drop him." And that's exactly what happened. My back was only turned for a minute and— "She disobeyed you?" he says, looking suddenly really serious. He puts down his fork. "She picked him up when you'd expressly told her not to?" "Well, yes." Suddenly, I'm regretting talking to him about this. I don't like the tone of his voice. "But I dealt with it, Nathan. It's fine." "I should hope you did deal with it. You can't have her disobeying you. She's not even 4 yet. She's got to learn." "Yes, I know, Nate. I gave her quite a ticking off. I didn't like doing it so soon, but I was worried she might have hurt poor little Fred." "Well, I hope the ticking off was enough. Perhaps you should have sent her to her room or taken her straight home." In fact, the ticking off was more than enough. She got very upset and wanted to go straight home, said she didn't like me and didn't like being here anymore. I can smile about this now, but I don't tell him how much it upset me at the time. "You should not let her talk to you like that," Nathan says, looking really cross. "Did you tell your parents what happened? Perhaps your mom will punish her properly." I stare at him. I've dropped my own fork, and I'm not just regretting bringing the subject up. I'm really annoyed. Yes, I did tell Mum, and no, they won't punish her anymore. What a ridiculous thing to say. It had to be dealt with at the time, and I did deal with it. It's over now. She kissed me goodbye and said she loved me. "Well, I think," he begins, but I've heard enough. "Frankly, I don't care what you think, Nathan, and I'm sorry I even told you about it. And I can't imagine why the hell you think you'd like a baby when you've obviously got absolutely no idea how to parent anyone." He blinks at me in surprise for a few seconds. He opens his mouth to say something else, but I just shake my head at him. "Don't say another word about it, please. Phoebe's my daughter, and I'll deal with things the way I think is right." Well, that's not a very good way to conduct a relationship, is it? Not even discussing something we've disagreed about? Maybe not, but on this occasion, that's the way I want it. We eat the rest of our dinner in silence before he puts on the TV and I take the dishes out to the kitchen. I'm steaming. I think it's the first time I've ever felt really angry with Nathan. And the trouble is, I know it's partly because of the conversation I had with Mum the other day. I've tried not to let it influence me, but it's obviously playing on my mind. I've never wondered about our relationship before. Yes, I've let him take charge, but I didn't have much choice in the beginning. I needed him. He looked after me. He was kind. I was grateful. But now I'm home, back with my family, back with my precious daughter. I'm aware that I'm slowly changing. I don't want him making all my decisions for me. I definitely don't want him trying to make decisions about Phoebe. And I definitely don't want a baby with him. Is it true that if I really loved him, it would be normal to want that? Marriage, A baby? A baby he'd want a say in bringing up? A child he'd want to punish properly for normal childhood behavior? I look at him when I've finished washing up and gone back into the living room. Look at his sulky face as he stares at the TV screen. Sulking because I wouldn't listen to his opinions about my daughter. And I start to wonder for the very first time, do I actually still need him? By the next day, I'm trying to put all the negative thoughts behind me. It's Saturday. We'll be together all weekend, and it would be childish to keep the bad atmosphere going. I ask him, as always, if he'd like to come with me to help Mom and Dad for an hour or so. And as always, he says no. Dad's apparently had a bad night. Mom looks tired. And when I suggest that perhaps I could take Phoebe out for a little walk so that she can have a rest, she agrees at once. Where shall we go? Phoebe asks me as we leave the house hand in hand, swinging our arms. Well, it's a nice sunny day, so how about the park, I suggest. Yes, she agrees, giving a little skip. Park, park, park. Can I go on the little slide and the swing? And of course you can, I say, laughing. Can I have a go too? She stops, staring at me. No, Mommy, you're too big. It's not allowed. Oh, that's a shame. I give her a wink. I used to like the slide best when I was little. She seems to think about this as we walk on. Were you sometimes naughty when you were little, Mummy? She asks in a quieter voice. Did Nanny have to tell you off? Sometimes, yes, of course. All children sometimes have to be told off. Their mummies and daddies don't like doing it, though. She seems to think about this some more. Nathan isn't my daddy, is he? She says eventually. So he can't tell me off, can he? Well, no, not unless you did something really dangerous, like running into the road. I would never do that, she says, sounding horrified. Nanny tells me the Green Cross code, so we always stop, look, and glisten. Listen, I correct her with a smile. Yes, so Nathan won't, not never, need to tell me off, will he? 'Cause, she drops her voice, then goes on in almost a whisper. He's a bit scary. Oh, he's all right when you get to know him, I say lightly, swinging arms with her again. But I'm aware that the hand that isn't holding Phoebe's is clenched into a tight fist, and my heart is actually racing. She's scared of him. Nathan's only bothered to see her a handful of times, and already he's managed to scare her. And I'm suddenly very much aware that if it ever came to a choice between Nathan and my little girl, there would be no decision to make. I've finished Marion's manuscript now. I checked each chapter carefully before sending it back to her, and she paid me promptly as soon as she received them. I've paid the money into my new bank account. It's not a fortune, of course, but it's a start. Money of my own. It feels good. Marion's promised me she's going to send me her next novel, too, as soon as she's finished it, but of course, that might be quite a while off yet. So in the meantime, while I'm trying to work out if there's another way I can earn a bit of money without telling Nathan, I've been doing some more work on my own life story. To be honest, I don't know why I'm doing it. I couldn't think of much worth writing about in my early life. It was a very happy childhood, but a bit unremarkable, really. So I skipped straight to the part I really need to explore, to what happened last year. It's not pleasant, revisiting that time I spent in the hotel in America. Those bitchy women, especially Louisa. The bullying, the way everything came to a head in the restaurant that last evening. It's taken me quite a long while to type it all up, because I have to keep stopping to take some deep breaths, calm myself down, and remember that it's all in the past. When I get to the part where I ended up in that bar, drinking whiskey, I'm struggling to keep myself from crying. The memories are tearing me apart. I don't think I want to write about this anymore. Why put myself through it? It was a silly idea. It was bad enough when it all happened. Why did I choose to deliberately revisit it? It's not doing me any good psychologically, any more than it does me good to try to talk about it. I make myself a cup of coffee before going back to the laptop to close the document down. But for a moment, I just sit there, staring at the last few words I've typed, describing how I met Nathan, how he bought me those drinks in the bar. Even now, I'm struggling to make sense of it. I know I was upset.
I realize why I thought it was a good idea at the time to have a drink. But why didn't I just stop at one? Why didn't I stop after that first whiskey and go back to the hotel, get my luggage, go to the airport? I remember being so desperate to go home. How did I think I was going to get myself to the airport in the drunken state I apparently ended up in? How much did I end up drinking? Why did I let a stranger, however pleasant he was, buy me drinks when I was quite capable of saying no? I might have been upset, even traumatized when I went in that bar, but I was responsible for my own actions. There's no getting away from it. It was all my own fault. Totally my own fault that I fell down the steps in the bar afterwards and knocked myself out, and everything that followed. Chapter 32. Then. To say that I was worried about what Nathan had told me, that he didn't really know me at all, and was only proposing to take me home with him because I had no money and he couldn't afford to keep paying the hospital bill, would be an understatement. Why was he so keen to help me? It didn't make sense if he barely knew me. When the nurse came to my hospital room to help me get up and have a shower, I struggled to decide whether or not to tell her. The nurse was kind to me, and perhaps if I confided in her, she'd find a way I could stay in hospital without paying. Surely, even in America, they wouldn't actually throw a patient out before she was ready just because she'd got no money? For all I knew, I might have money, somewhere, in a bank account. But without knowing who I was, how could I find it? Twice I opened my mouth to say something, but then I remembered the look on Nathan's face, the way he shook his head, warning me against it.
"Don't worry," the nurse said as she handed me a towel to dry myself. "You'll be okay. Nathan says you haven't been together for very long, and now you can't even remember him. That must be pretty frightening for you. But I've known Nathan for many years. We used to work together, and you couldn't meet a nicer guy. He's a genuine, caring man. Believe me, he'll take good care of you." I felt a little bit reassured by this, but not a lot. When Nathan returned, carrying a bag which turned out to contain a sweatshirt, underwear, and a pair of joggers, I stared at him in confusion. "Are these my clothes?" He looked around, checking that the nurse had left us alone now and the door was closed. "I've just bought them for you. I checked the labels of the clothes you were wearing when you were brought in so that I could get you the right size." I supposed that was thoughtful of him, but something else was bothering me even more. "How did you know my name was Caroline, if we don't really know each other very well? Who told you? I obviously didn't." I knew I was sounding accusatory, but I couldn't help it. Everyone else seemed to know this guy except me, and I was the one that was having to go home with him. "You did, in fact," he said, smiling. "You told me that night. The night we met, in the bar. As I said, it's the only thing I know about you. We were both drinking whiskey, and it was noisy in there. We didn't have much conversation. We were laughing a lot, though." "Were we?" I stared at him. "I don't usually drink whiskey." "Well, you did that night. I'm sorry, perhaps you weren't used to it, but you kept saying yes to another one. I should have stopped buying them for you, but you seemed okay until you stood up." "Buying them? Oh," I felt suddenly sick. "You were buying my drinks? Why didn't I buy my own?" "You didn't have any money on you. You said you'd left your purse somewhere or lost it." Oh God, really? I put my head in my hands. This was getting worse and worse. I had no money on me, no bag, no means of identifying myself. How the hell was I ever going to find out who I was? "This is terrible," I groaned. "I'm so sorry. You shouldn't have got involved. Buying me drinks, paying for my hospital care, and I can't even pay you back." "I feel responsible," he admitted quietly. "You're right. I shouldn't have been buying you drinks, without even knowing what your tolerance was. I was kind of celebrating, you see. I'd just been told I'm getting a raise soon, and it was nice to have someone to celebrate with. You seemed to be enjoying yourself. As I said, you seemed fine until you got up. I felt responsible," he added again. "You shouldn't. It was my own fault." I thought for a moment. "So, didn't I have anything on me? No phone?" "No. You said everything had been in your purse, handbag, and you didn't know where it was." I fell back against the pillows, defeated. No phone, no way of finding out if I had any family or friends I could contact. "Don't cry," he said, sitting down beside me on the bed. I was only wearing my hospital gown, and I edged away from him. "Come on, I'll leave you to get yourself dressed, and I'll take you home. We'll find out who you are, where you're from, why you're here. We'll get you home. I promise." Why did I believe him? I don't know. Perhaps because he sounded like he really cared, or perhaps because I didn't have much choice. "I might be coming home with you," I said, giving him a guarded look, "but I'll sleep on the sofa, and as soon as I remember who I am, you'll go home. Of course you will. And don't worry, you'll have a room of your own. I'm not going to hurt you, Caroline. I only want to help." It's amazing how we can get used to things. Within a week of being in Nathan's spare bedroom, I thought I'd always lived there. It was still scary to wake up every morning and not remember anything about my life prior to waking up in hospital. Why I'd been in the bar with Nathan that night, or why I was even in New York in the first place. Nathan was patience and kindness personified. He cooked for me, washed my clothes, helped me up, and watched over me while I was still feeling dizzy and wobbly. And once I was back to full physical health, he would only let me take over a few household chores to help him in return, while he worked at his job on the computer in his own room. He explained that he'd given up nursing several years earlier to work for a pharmaceutical company where he had a fairly senior role. "I sometimes have to take trips to the UK, he told me one day. "Next time I go, if you still haven't got your memory back, I'll make inquiries, see if I can find out if there's a missing person called Caroline over there." "But perhaps I might have lived in the States for most of my life," I pointed out. "You don't sound like you have," he said with a smile. "I love your accent." "Do you?" I laughed. After a while, Nathan started taking me with him when he went out shopping. In the supermarket, I'd look around at all the people, hoping I'd see someone I'd recognize. Surely, if I'd been in New York for any length of time, someone must know me. I surely must have friends who'd be missing me, family who didn't know where I was. Perhaps I had a boyfriend at home, or parents who were searching for me. "Have you seen anything on TV?" I asked Nathan. "Are the police or anyone looking for me?" "No, babe. Come on. I'd tell you if I heard anything, wouldn't I? I want to find out who you are just as much as you do." I started to sit in his lounge with him in the evenings, watching TV with him, hoping to find something out, but there was nothing. Nobody was looking for me. It was as if I'd never existed. It made me feel completely lost, like a non-person, somebody nobody loved. So looking back, it was really no wonder I eventually fell in love with the only person in my world who seemed to care about me. Chapter 33. Now. It's the end of July. Preschool breaks up today, and there's a little party for those children who are leaving to transfer to big school. They've already had a visit. The whole process, of course, is made much easier for them due to the fact that the preschool is in an adjacent building. Phoebe was so excited to be visiting her big school classroom and meeting her big school teacher, and when I collected her at the end of that afternoon, she was absolutely bubbling over with enthusiasm. The reception teacher is probably not much older than me, very warm and bubbly and smiley, and she has a teaching assistant working with her who, according to Phoebe, is kind of like a nanny. "I can't wait to go to big school," she enthuses as she skips into the preschool classroom for the final time today, wearing her party dress and looking like a little princess. "But you've got the long summer holiday first," I remind her, "and your birthday. Aren't you looking forward to that?" "Yes, but, Mummy, there's not enough room in my heart to be excited about too many things at the same time." I laugh and kiss her goodbye, my own heart feeling like it's overflowing with my love for her. How did I manage to live without her for more than a whole year? How could my memory have left me so completely that I didn't even remember her? It doesn't seem possible now, and only makes me more determined to make up for that lost time by loving her more than ever, every single day. Anyway, if I spend too long thinking about that time in America, I start to go into panic mode, especially since writing my diary on the laptop and remembering how terrified I felt, waking up in hospital and not having a clue who I was. Now that I'm well again and my memory is working properly, thank God, I realize how upset I was on the day I walked out of the New York hotel. But even if the taunts and bullying from Louisa and her gang had made me deeply miserable, even if attacking Louisa in the restaurant had made me feel terrible, it's still hard to accept that I was stupid enough to go into that bar and get so drunk that I fell down a flight of stairs and knocked myself out. Unless I'd had a total breakdown, as Melanie suggested, and as Nathan's always seemed to think. A complete mental collapse, he calls it, which he says would have contributed to the memory loss. It still frightens me to realize what a state I must have been in. Marion calls me the next morning. I'm surprised to hear from her, as she's told me it will be quite a while before her next book is ready to be typed up. My editor's really pleased with the new book, she says, so thank you again for your hard work. Oh, I laugh, I only typed it. It's your hard work that gets the book written. But that's good. I'm so glad she liked it. Not surprised, though. It's great. Thank you, dear. But have you managed to get any other work? Because if not, to be honest, I haven't really looked for anything yet. My little girl's on holiday now till September, so I'll be spending more time with her. Of course you will. Don't worry then. It was just that I mentioned your excellent work on my book to another author, a friend of mine who lives in Colchester, and well, she has the same problem as me with arthritis and is struggling so much on her laptop that she was talking of giving up writing altogether. I promised her I'd have a word with you, but of course your daughter comes first, so… Oh, but well, Phoebe doesn't live with me full-time, I say quickly. It's a bit of an unusual situation. I swallow. I don't quite know how to explain this without making it sound as if I'm a terrible mother. She spends a lot of time with my mom and dad. So that you have time to work? What a good idea. What a lucky little girl she is to have grandparents to spend time with, as well as her mummy. How lovely for you too, my dear, that your parents are playing such a part in their granddaughter's upbringing. It must be very rewarding for them. Families are so important, aren't they? Yes, they are. Thank you. I've had to blink back unexpected tears. Marion must wonder what the reality of my situation is, but she's not asking, not intruding. She's just accepting it and making me feel good about it. What a lovely lady she is. So, might you have time to consider taking on my friend's manuscript? She goes on. We'll quite understand if you say no, of course. And she says there's no rush. She's started dictating it as soon as I explained our process to her, but she won't have finished yet. I'd be more than happy to take it on, if your friend's happy to use me. Will it be the same rate of pay? I ask tentatively. Of course. I've told her what your rate is. She's a historical fiction writer. You might have heard of her, Elizabeth Dursley. Oh, I gasp. Of course I've heard of her. I've read a couple of her books. Yes, she's very good, and we'll both recommend you to other authors too. It would probably only be old girls like us, of course. But you mustn't be afraid to say no, Sophie, if you're too busy. As I said, your little girl comes first. I'm smiling to myself as we end the call. More work coming my way. I realize I could earn a lot more by going out to work full-time, but I don't want to do that yet. I want to wait until Phoebe's older, even if, as I'm still hoping, Mom will eventually trust me enough to let me have her back to live with me. I want to keep proving to her that I'm putting Phoebe first, that I'm never going to let her down again, and proving it to myself, too. I'm surprised, but, if I'm honest, not particularly unhappy when Nathan announces that he's got to go back to New York again this weekend. He's got to be there for a social event on Saturday evening, he says. They happen twice a year, and all staff are expected to attend. He tells me this apologetically, expecting me to be upset about it, so I play along, pouting a little and trying to look disappointed. To be honest, the realization that I actually look forward to having the whole week without him is quite concerning, but his presence in the house is becoming like a dark cloud hovering over us.
With each passing week since we've been in England, he's got more and more grumpy about the commute, and I'm beginning to wonder if he's secretly missing his previous home, his previous life. On Thursday evening, he's home from London earlier than usual and says he's going to go upstairs to pack his bag, ready to head to the airport straight from work tomorrow. I wasn't expecting him for another half hour or so I quickly get up from the table where I'd been sitting at my laptop to head for the kitchen and start on the dinner preparation. I'm in the kitchen for a while, happily preparing vegetables and making a sauce for the fish, listening to music while I work. When I finally carry the plates into the living room, I'm surprised to see Nathan already sitting at the table, but he isn't waiting for his dinner. He's looking at the screen of my laptop. He looks up as I walk in, and the expression on his face almost makes me drop the plates.
"Why are you reading my—" I begin, but then I stop short, suddenly aware of exactly what he might be reading. I'd left the screen open on my bank account. I've been checking to see how much was in it, and the page should have closed quickly after I left it, for my security. But not if Nathan had started looking at it as soon as I walked away. "A new bank account? In your name?" he says. "With thousands of pounds in it?" He sounds more hurt than angry. I feel sick with shame. I shouldn't have kept this a secret from him. I wouldn't have liked it if he'd kept some money secret from me. It's not how a relationship is supposed to work. "I'm sorry, Nate." I put the plates down on the table and go to stand next to him. The banking page fades and closes as he turns away from it, looking at me, frowning, his eyes clouded with suspicion. "I told you Mum gave me some money to pay for a course of driving lessons, didn't I? And—" "I presumed she'd just paid for the lessons for you. I didn't realize you'd opened a bank account and she'd paid all this money into it. What difference does it make? I needed a bank account, Nate. As you know, my old one was closed when I went missing. There wasn't much in it anyway, but I opened a new one so it was easier for Mum to pay me the money. It was a bit tough, to be honest," I add, walking into the bank and explaining who I was, that I was still alive. Luckily, I'd got my new passport to prove it. His expression has softened a little. "I get it. I can see that sort of thing must be hard for you. You should have talked to me. I'd have come with you to the bank. I'm here to help you, babe. You don't have to face these challenges on your own." "Thank you, but, well, I do need to start being independent." His face changes again. "You keep talking about being independent, but the whole point of being in a relationship is surely that you don't need to tackle things on your own. There's nothing I won't do for you." "I know, and I do appreciate that, obviously. Everything you've done for me. I don't know where I'd be without you. But now I'm home. Now I've got my memory back, and I'm starting to feel almost normal. I want to be myself again. Can you not understand that?" He shrugs, a little moodily, and pushes the laptop to one side. I put his dinner in front of him and sit down opposite. Perhaps it was a good thing, after all, that he found the bank account. He needed to know. He'll come round to my way of thinking eventually, but I need to be honest now. I can't blame him for being upset that I kept something secret. I'd feel the same. I put a forkful of potato to my mouth and then put it down again. I'm not being honest, though, am I? He still doesn't know the full story. While we're having this conversation, while he's got to come to terms with it, I really should tell him everything. "That money," I begin, "it isn't just what Mum gave me." He stares at me, his fork hovering halfway to his mouth. "I thought it seemed a lot of money in there," he says. "Go on." "I've been earning a little bit, just from doing a bit of typing. I needed to do something, Nate. It isn't much. It's not even enough to be paying tax. I looked it all up to check. I didn't want to get into trouble, but it's fine, although I'll have to pay national insurance because—" He's put the fork down again. He's not even looking at me. He's staring at his plate instead. "So you've completely ignored everything I've been saying. You've gone against me and got a job, and kept it all secret from me." "It's hardly even a job, just some occasional typing. As a job, it feels pretty old-fashioned and pathetic, really, but it's a start. And I only kept it from you because I guessed it would upset you. But I don't like keeping something from you. And anyway, why? Why wouldn't you want me to do a little bit of work, to make myself useful, to feel useful again?"
It's made me feel so much better about myself. Imagine how you'd feel if you just sat at home all day while I was working. It wasn't right. It was bad enough while I was not well. But now I needed to do something, just as you would if the situation was the other way around. The difference is, you've got a child who I thought you wanted back. And now, if your mom finds out you're working, she's straight away got a reason to refuse to let her come to you. No, you're wrong. Mom knows I'm working, and she's pleased, proud of me. She was a working mom herself, just as I was, before I went to the States. She knows it can work perfectly well. The work is from home, it's very much part-time, and it won't be ongoing all the time. It'll fit around Phoebe's school hours. I'll be here for her. I can work or not, according to whether she's at home or not. There's just no reason not to do it, Nate. So that was why you wanted the laptop. So much for all the talk about writing a diary and writing stories for Phoebe. I've been doing both of those too. He picks the fork up again but still doesn't eat. If I said I didn't like you doing it, what would you say? I stare at him, shaking my head in disbelief. He hasn't even asked me what kind of work I'm doing. He's shown no interest at all, apart from his own dislike of it. I know I should have told him before, but if this is his reaction, is it any wonder I didn't? I'm sorry, Nathan, but I'm going to do it, whether you like it or not. It's not hurting you. It's not affecting you in the slightest. In fact, I'd have thought you'd be grateful to have a little bit more money coming in. I don't expect my wife to have to work. I'm not your wife, and it's not about what you expect. We both sit, not eating, just looking at each other. You've changed since we came to the UK, he says eventually. Of course I have. I was ill. I couldn't even remember who I was. I was totally dependent on you, and you know how grateful I am that you looked after me when I needed someone. But that wasn't the real me. I pause before going on, slowly, beginning to feel almost numb with sadness as the reality of the situation sinks in, together with the absolute truth of what I'm saying. If all you really want is someone who's going to depend on you forever, then I'm sorry. That isn't going to be me. He gets up from the table, pushing back his chair so hard that it falls over, and walks upstairs. What have I done? Is he going to leave me? I don't want him to leave me. I just want him to understand. But I can't. I just can't seem to make myself go after him. If I do, it will be too easy to fall into his arms, to say I'm sorry. And I'm not. I'm not sorry at all. I'm glad I've said it, glad he knows where he stands now. He needed to know, and I need to be free to be myself again, to be the person he never actually knew. Because that person was not the lost and broken girl he took on and looked after back in New York. He mended me, and I'll always be grateful. But I can't turn back into that girl again now that I've left her behind. Not even for him. Chapter 34. I don't hear from Nathan during the entire time he's in New York. I presume he'd be back once the weekend celebrations over there were finished, but it's now Thursday. He's been gone for a week, and I'm actually starting to wonder if he'll come back. I know his love affair with England seems to be waning the longer he's living here. Is his love for me waning too?
now that he knows I've been keeping secrets from him and that I'm refusing to be his little housewife forever? I don't want that to happen. Do I? Of course not. I love him. I need him. But then I stop my train of thoughts with a sudden gulp of realization. I don't actually need him now, not as much as I used to.
And if I still love him so much, why am I not sending him messages while he's away, asking if he's okay, asking why I'm not hearing from him? Perhaps it's just because I'm trying to avoid another argument.
"What's the matter, Mummy?" Phoebe asks me, pulling at my hand as I sit with her at the table, puzzling over it all to myself. I'm thinking perhaps Nathan always planned to have a full week in New York and forgot to tell me. Perhaps he'll be back tomorrow after his usual night at the London flat to get over the flight, so not particularly desperate to come home to me, is he? But I've got Phoebe here for the whole day, for the second time this week, to give Mum a real break. I smile up at her and get to my feet. I should be making the most of my time with her, instead of sitting here thinking gloomy thoughts. Nothing, sweetie. Sorry, I was just thinking up ideas for another little story for you.
Oh, good. I love your stories, Mummy.
Can you make up one about a girl called Phoebe who's got a house with her nanny and granddad, and a house with her mummy and Fred the kitten?
I say, grinning but pretending to think hard. That reminds me of somebody, someone I know. Another little girl called Phoebe. Who could it be, I wonder? "It's me, Mummy, silly Mummy!" She squeals with laughter, and I chase her through the house and out into the garden, where we run around in circles together until we're both dizzy and agree that it's time for an ice cream. "What ice creams have you got?" Phoebe asks as I'm looking for them in the freezer. "Chocolate ones. Is that okay with you?" "Yum! My favorite!" I smile at her as she takes the cone that I've piled chocolate ice cream onto and sits down at the table. I watch her as she starts licking enthusiastically at the top of the ice cream, turning to look at Fred the kitten, who's watching her closely from his position under the table. "No, Freddie, cats can't have ice cream."
"It would make you sick," she tells him gently. She's completely at home here now. Although she hasn't had any further tantrums while she's been with me, she does behave completely naturally with me now, as if I've never been away. I've bought her a few more little toys from my own earnings that she can keep here for when she comes, and after she leaves, I always put them away in a cupboard in the little pink bedroom upstairs. Last time she was here, she came upstairs with me to look at the toys and asked me whose bedroom it was. "Is it for Nathan?" she asked, looking puzzled. "'Cause, he's quite big, and the bed in here looks quite little." "No, it's not for Nathan," I said, laughing. "We share the big bed in the other room." "Oh, well, that's not very nice for you, Mummy. He could turn over in the night and you could fall out. If I was you, I would sleep in the pink room. You could fit into that little bed quite all right, I think." "Well, in actual fact," I began, and then stopped myself. I mustn't tell her what I've, quite obviously, been hoping ever since we moved here. It wouldn't be fair to let her go back to Mum and start pestering her to be allowed to stay here overnight. "I've got other ideas for this bed," I finished, awkwardly. Phoebe looked up at me, frowning. "What ideas?" "Oh, are you going to let Fred sleep in it? It could be his own bedroom, couldn't it? He'd like that, better than his little round bed downstairs." "I was thinking more that it could be a kind of guest room," I said quickly, before she could get it into her head to bring the kitten up here herself and tuck him in. "What's a guest room?" "One where somebody stays if they're just visiting." She thought this over for a moment before suddenly brightening up, her eyes wide with excitement. "Like I visit you, don't I? That's what Nanny calls it when I come round here to see you. I'm visiting, so can I—" I'm not sure now how I managed to turn the conversation around after that, but I know it wasn't easy to distract her. Of course, there's nothing I'd like better than to have my little girl here overnight. The room is all ready, and so am I, more than ready. But it needs to come from Mum.
She's set the pace all the way along with my access to Phoebe, and I don't want her ever to accuse me of rushing things. Thinking about this again today, as I eventually take Phoebe back to Mum's, I suddenly know the answer. I know what I have to do, and of course, I've known all along. The final hurdle to me having my daughter back, to having her sleeping in the little pink bedroom that even Mum suspected was always meant for her, would be to finally tell her exactly what happened to me in the States. I know I'm going to find it hard. I find it hard even remembering what happened, thinking about it to myself, let alone talking about it.
And I'm still worried about Mum's reaction to Nathan's diagnosis of a mental health condition. But after all, it turns out she knew all along about the bullying at the hotel and how badly I reacted, and she doesn't seem too disappointed in me about that. I need to get the talk over with, but not until after Phoebe's birthday. Nathan's finally home again the next day, and I'm thinking perhaps a week apart has been good for us because he seems more amenable now, as if the argument about my bank account and my work has been forgotten, or at least put to the back of his mind. I'm glad, because Sunday is Phoebe's birthday, and we're going to Mum's to celebrate it. Mum specifically included Nathan, which I think is also a good sign, although I suspect it's just because it's obviously a very special occasion, rather than it being a sign of her softening towards him. After all, she never sees him now. It's a nice day for the birthday, sunny and quite hot. Phoebe's in her best red dress when we arrive at Mum's house, and her excitement levels are almost through the roof.
I'm 4,
she shrieks as we walk into the house.
4 years old today. Happy birthday to me.
She points to the 4 Today badge she's wearing in the collar of her dress, and then drags me by the hand, ignoring Nathan, into the lounge where Mum has displayed all her birthday cards.
Look, all my cards! And look,
she goes on, pulling me across the room.
Look at my presents!
She points out of the window at the garden.
And Nanny and Granddad got me a car, a real car what I can ride on. It's red. Come and see.
I'm laughing as I get pulled through the room, out into the garden, managing to say hello to Dad as we pass. The little car is sitting on Mum's patio, and Phoebe promptly sits on it and shows me the steering wheel and demonstrates the very loud horn. It's lovely, Phoebes, I say, crouching down to give her a hug. Aren't you a lucky girl?
Yes, and Nanny said I can ride it in the park, but not today 'cause you're here. Have you got me a present, Mummy?
She's clambering out of her car now and eyeing up the bag I'm carrying with interest. Of course, I begin. But Nathan, who's followed us out into the garden, immediately speaks over me. You shouldn't ask for presents, Phoebe, he says. His tone is harsh, and I turn round and shake my head at him, but he's not getting the message, or choosing not to. It's rude to ask. You should wait to be given. Well, I was just about to do the giving, wasn't I say, purposely making my voice as jolly as I can. Phoebe's looking back at me uncertainly, her smile gone. Here you are, my lovely girl. Happy 4th birthday to my little princess. Do you want to take it indoors to unwrap it, so Nanny and Granddad can watch? Yes! She races ahead of me, giving me a chance to turn back to Nathan. She's 4 years old, I hiss at him.
And yes, she needs to learn her manners, but not today. She's too excited. If you can't say anything nice, just keep quiet. He doesn't respond, thankfully. I turn my back on him and follow Phoebe into the house, beginning to wish he'd stayed at home. Look, Nanny! Look, Granddad! Phoebe's saying as she puts our present down on the floor and starts ripping off the paper. She pulls out the box containing the children's camera we've bought her and holds it up, looking puzzled. What is it? It's a camera, Phoebe, Mom explains. Aren't you lucky? A real camera. What do you say to Mummy and Nathan? What's a camera? She asks, turning to me, and I realize she's probably never seen one. Everyone uses their phones, of course, to take photos, and Mom, quite rightly, thinks she's much too young even for a child's version of a phone. We want to hold that off for as long as possible. Let me show you, I suggest. Come and sit on the sofa here with me, and I'll get it out of the box for you and show you how it works. You can take lots of pictures with it, and it will even print them out for you. Look, there's a roll of paper in the box.
Show me, she squeals excitedly. What do you have to do?
You haven't said thank you yet, Nathan says, trying to make it sound like a joke. Perhaps he thinks it won't annoy me if he says it in this tone, but it still does. She was just about to, weren't you, Phoebes? I prompt her gently. It's hard to remember everything when a birthday is so exciting, isn't it?
Yes, quick, Mummy, get it out of the box and show me.
Then she looks up at Nathan's face and says in a quieter voice,
Thank you, Mummy. Thank you, Nathan.
You're very welcome, sweetheart, I say. Look, here it is, out of the box. Do you like the color? They didn't have red, but I think you like purple?
I do. It's my almost favorite, after red.
That's good then. Now, let's see. Ah, yes, you just have to look through this bit here, see? Hold it, Phoebe, and look through it. Look towards me. Can you see me? Yes. Now press this little button here. There. That's it. You've taken a photo. Let's find out how you can look at it. 10 minutes later, she's taken a photo of everyone in the room, has gone outside and taken a photo of her new car, run upstairs to take one of her bedroom, and is back down, showing us all the pictures and asking me to demonstrate how to print them. Well, Phoebe, Mum says at this point, your birthday tea is ready now, so perhaps Mummy can show you that later? Or we can show you tomorrow. You do want your tea, don't you?
Yes, I do, 'cause I know you've made a birthday cake, Nanny, she says, laughing. But I love my purple camera so much. Thank you, Mummy. It's my best present ever since I got my red car.
Mum set the table in the dining room with little sandwiches cut into triangles and sausages and cubes of cheese and plates of jam tarts and little cakes. And in the middle of the table is the birthday cake, iced with Phoebe's name and the number 4, plus the obligatory 4 candles. I help Dad to the table, and he sits, smiling, next to the birthday girl, whose eyes are round as she stares at the cake.
I want to blow out the candles, she says excitedly.
Wait a bit, Phoebe, Mum laughs. I haven't even lit them yet. Have a couple of sandwiches first, please. She pouts, but does as she's told, eating as fast as possible and leaving her crusts on the plate. Aren't you going to eat those? Nathan says. No cake until they're gone. I stare at him. Is he being completely dense? Is he doing it deliberately to upset Phoebe on her birthday? Or to annoy me? Mum's looking tight-lipped as she mutters that perhaps she could have cut off the crusts this once, as it's a special day. But it's Dad who, in his faltering voice, manages to mutter to Nathan, loud enough for me to hear, but fortunately not Phoebe, who's too busy squealing about cakes. Do us all a favor and just keep your mouth shut, man, would you? Nathan sulks for the rest of the afternoon. He doesn't join in singing happy birthday. He doesn't take part and pass the parcel afterwards. And frankly, I couldn't care less. He's 40. But he's behaving more childishly than our little 4-year-old. I've gone beyond wishing he'd stayed at home now. I actually wish he'd stayed in America. Chapter 35. It's been nearly 2 weeks since Phoebe's birthday, and Nathan's still barely speaking to me. I've tried, twice, to have a proper discussion about the things he said that day, and why my parents and I got so annoyed with him. But each time I've tried, he's shut me down immediately with some self-pitying comment about my parents having disliked him from day one. Sadly, I think he's right. But he's only got himself to blame. He's taken no real interest in Phoebe, other than to criticize her in petty ways each time he's seen her. And if he doesn't understand why that offends both me and my parents, then I don't know how to help him. Since that weekend, I've been openly working on my laptop whenever he comes home. Marion's friend, Elizabeth Dursley, has now sent me the first couple of chapters of her new book, and I'm enjoying working on it. Nathan obviously realizes what I'm doing, but he makes no comment about it, just pulls a disapproving face as if I'm involved in some criminal or disreputable activity. Phoebe's been coming to me for the whole day quite often since her birthday, and today, a Friday, I've promised to take her out for the day. When Mom eventually agreed to this, I had to physically restrain myself from jumping up and down with as much excitement as Phoebe did. "You won't take her too far, will you?" Mom said anxiously. "She gets tired, and she might get upset and miss me." I gave her a hug. "Oh, Mom, of course she'll always miss you, any time you're not with her. But I like giving you and Dad a break from her. She's so full on and bursting with energy, and you're tired from looking after Dad, getting up with him in the night, helping him with his exercises, without having Phoebe to cope with all day as well, since she broke up from preschool." "It's not too much for me," she interrupted, a little sharply. "I'm managing fine." "I know you are. You're amazing. You always have been," I said gently. "But it'll be nice for you and Dad to have a day on your own. And no, we won't go far. I'm going to take her on the bus to that petting farm, the other side of Chelmsford." "That'll be lovely," Mum agreed. "She'll probably enjoy the bus ride as much as anything else. It'll be an adventure for her." I remind her again, this morning when I arrive to collect Phoebe, that this is where we're going. There are lots of different animals to see there. I've been reading up about it on the internet, and there's a cafe for lunch and a shop selling little souvenirs and treats for afterwards, I tell her. "Oh, let me give you some money towards it all then," Mum says, looking around for her purse. "It's fine, Mum, please. I want this to be my treat. It won't cost the earth, and it's something I want to do. Out of my earnings," I add, unable to keep the pride out of my voice. Mum smiles as she touches me on the arm. "Yes, of course. I'm so glad you've got that work, darling. You seem so much happier." "I am," I agree, although inside I can't help reminding myself that I'm only happier when Nathan's at work. Mum doesn't need to know that yet. "Mommy!" A voice from upstairs screeches suddenly, and Phoebe pounds down the stairs, squealing with excitement about the bus, the farm, the animals, the cake I'd promised her for lunchtime, even the bus home again, all of which have been the subject of discussion between us for so long that I'm just hoping now that the reality will live up to the dream. "Hello, sweetie." I hold out my arms to catch her as she jumps down the last couple of steps. "Are you all ready to go? Been to the toilet? We'll be on the bus for quite a while." "Yes, I've been, and I done a poo as well as a very big wee," she announces proudly, making Mum and me both laugh. "Well, that's good then, isn't it?" I say. "Now, let's go and say goodbye to Granddad. Then you can get your shoes on." Dad's sitting in his usual chair and is giving Phoebe a kiss goodbye when I go in to see him. "Have a lovely day, sweetheart," he tells her, "and don't bring any of the animals home, will you?" "Are we allowed to bring them home?" she asks, her eyes wide. "No, Phoebes, only toy ones from the shop," I add with a wink to Dad. "Oh, good. I'd like a toy one, if I be very good, and if you let me have one, Mummy. But I don't think we could bring a real one home on the bus anyway, could we? 'Cause they probably take up too much room, and some people might be frightened." "And they couldn't sit down properly on the seats or pay their fares," Dad reminds her. "Have a good day, Sophie. Don't let her boss you around too much." "Has she got sun cream on?" I check with Mum, as Phoebe's putting her shoes on. "It's a nice day, and it's supposed to be getting very warm later." "Yes, and I've put the cream and her hat in the bag. Make sure she keeps the hat on if it gets hot, won't you?" "I will," I smile. "Don't worry, she'll be fine. Have a nice rest." I hesitate, then decide to add, to show that I understand I'm still on probation with her. "I'll message you later, and again when we're on the way home." "Thank you," she says, finally losing the anxious look and giving me a smile. "Well, have a good day, both of you. See you later." Phoebe falls quiet as we walk down the road to the bus stop. Perhaps she's nervous after all. Now we're finally going to be out on our own without her nanny. "Are you okay, sweetie?" I ask her gently. "Yes, Mummy,
But there's just one thing, though, she sighs. We shouldn't be leaving Fred alone all day, should we? Perhaps we should take him with us. We could put him in the rucksack. Oh, Phoebe, it's so kind of you to worry about Fred, I laugh, but he'll be fine. You know he's started going out into the garden now, and he's fine now to be left alone for a bit longer. But I've asked Hannah, the nice girl who lives next door to you, to pop in around lunchtime, make sure he's okay, and give him a little bit more food. So you've no need to worry about him, all right? That's good, she says emphatically. Hannah's very nice. She sometimes comes and plays with me in my garden. Fred will be happy to see her. And I don't think he'd like to be zipped up in the rucksack all day. No, he wouldn't. He'd have hated it. And look, Phoebe, here comes our bus. It's hard to say who enjoys our day out the most, Phoebe or me. Everything goes perfectly to plan. The bus journey, involving a change of bus in Chelmsford. 2 buses! It must be a very long way to the farm, Mummy. The animals, the lunch, where, although we discuss it again, there's thankfully no repeat of a duck stealing Phoebe's cake, and the gift shop afterwards. I send Mom a couple of pictures of Phoebe stroking the animals, and then, when we're on the bus home, I send another one of her sitting at the front of the double-decker, cuddling her new toy rabbit. She's behaved absolutely perfectly, I tell Mom when we arrive home, and I'm pleased when she tells me she and Dad have had a relaxing day, watching an old film together on the TV, and both of them ended up having a nap. You needed it, I tell her. I'm glad. Hopefully it's done you both good. Why can't I come home with you, Mummy? Phoebe pleads. I will be good, I promise, and I can sleep in your guest bedroom tonight. Mum's face changes. I didn't intend to tell her, but Phoebe's been asking all day whether she could come back with me at the end of the day. I don't want Mum to think I've been encouraging the idea. I told you, didn't I, sweetie? You'll still be sleeping here tonight, just like always. We've had a lovely, lovely day, but Nanny and Granddad will have been missing you today and looking forward to having you home with them again. I don't want to be home again, Phoebe retorts. I want to come to your home, Mummy. Why won't you let me? Nobody sleeps in that pink room. Freddie doesn't even sleep in there. I want to sleep in it just for one night, and nobody will let me. It's not fair. She's shouting the last part of this angry little monologue, and Mum, quite rightly, takes a firm stance with her, telling her she's overtired from her day out and needs to calm down. I'm sorry, I say, as Phoebe goes off crying into the lounge to complain to her granddad. I didn't encourage that idea, Mum. In fact, I've been telling her constantly that she can't— I know. I mean, I can imagine, she says. She keeps on about it here, too. Don't let her wear you down. I won't. I want to add, but why not? Just once? It wouldn't hurt, would it? But no, I won't. It's not me who's only 4 years old. I've got to show Mum I'm on her side, to show Phoebe that she can't wheedle her way around me, to get me to take her side against Mum, however much I'd like to in this instance. I'm still hoping we might get there, soon, but I've got to talk to Mum first, to tell her my story, whether Nathan agrees or not. I stay for a little while, just to make sure that Phoebe calms down, and I end up making us all a cup of tea and chatting to Dad while we drink it. Perhaps you'd like to take her out somewhere again next Friday, Mum suggests as I'm leaving, and I'm so happy I feel like skipping all the way home, just as Phoebe might do when she's excited. Unfortunately, my excitement soon ebbs away when I let myself into the house. Nathan's back already from yet another week in New York, and he's not looking very happy. Where have you been? He demands. Out with Phoebe and back at Mum's. Why? I didn't expect you home until tomorrow at the earliest. It's 6:30, he exclaims indignantly, as if there's a law against being out at such a time. I can't help laughing. Well, I'm sorry, but if I'd known you were coming home, I shrug. You usually stay overnight at the flat. I thought it'd be tomorrow or even Sunday before you turned up. Yes, well, I thought I'd surprise you this time. I got away early.
I brought you some flowers." He nods at a cellophane-wrapped spray of roses lying on the table, already looking slightly wilted in the heat. I find myself fighting against an ironic smile as I think to myself, without wanting to appear ungrateful, that it wouldn't really have hurt him to put them in water. "I was worried when you weren't here," he adds. "You could have called me, but why on earth were you worried? I'm not glued to the house while you're away." "No, so it seems," he sighs. "Look, I'm aware we've been a bit distant with each other recently." Is this an apology? Is this why he's come home early, bearing flowers? "I thought perhaps we could go out for a meal tonight," he goes on. "I've booked that restaurant in Chelmsford I wanted to try, the French one, for 7:30, so you've still got time to get ready, get changed or whatever, and—" "Oh, sorry, Nate." I sink into a chair and shake my head. "I mean, thanks for the flowers, and, well, it's nice that you've come home early, but like I said, I've been out all day with Phoebe at a petting farm, and it's been pretty full on, as you can imagine. Then I stayed at Mum's to make sure Phoebes got over a tantrum before I left her, and—" "She had a tantrum? After you'd taken her out all day for a treat? Really? I hope your mum sent her straight up to bed." I sigh. Here we go again. "No, she didn't. She just told her off, and that was all that was needed. Phoebe was tired and emotional, and she wanted to come home here and spend the night with me, that's all. She soon got over it, and quite honestly, now I know you're here, it's a good thing I didn't bring her back with me, because we'd have been walking on eggshells the entire time, frightened that anything she did might upset you and start you criticizing her again." "You don't think a 4-year-old should ever be criticized?" he challenges me crossly. "Yes, when necessary, yes, of course. It's part of bringing her up properly. But—" I hesitate. We stare at each other for a moment, but then I shrug. I'm thinking it anyway, so I might as well say it. It's not as if I haven't warned him before. "But not by you." "I see. So if your mum finally agrees to the kid coming to live with us here, I'll have to keep my mouth shut the entire time? Is that it? I'm not allowed an opinion, not allowed to say anything, even if I think she's being a little brat?" I flinch at the word, feeling my temper rise. How dare he imply that my daughter is a brat? "That's about it, yes. She's not the kid, she's not a brat, and she's not your child, Nathan, and she never will be." "I see," he says again. He gets up, walks slowly to the stairs, and hesitates for a moment before turning back to me. "I came home early because I was worried about the way we've been arguing," he says quietly. "I thought maybe you were upset about me being away so often. To tell you the truth, I didn't want to come home. I like being back in New York. I haven't been particularly happy here in Essex. You know I've only come here because of you." "I know, and I appreciate that, Nathan. I always have. But I'm getting the distinct impression, since we've been back, that I'm not what you want anymore. You want your family, the kid, and your mum and dad, more than you want me in your life." I hesitate. It isn't fair, hasn't been fair for some time now, to keep holding back what I really want to say. And now he's beaten me to it. He's spelled out exactly how I've been feeling. He knows.
"I wanted both," I say softly. "You know, you've known ever since I finally remembered them that I wanted to be back with my daughter and my parents. It didn't mean I didn't want you too. But Nate, I'm me again now. I'm not Caroline. I'm not the girl with no name and no memory, the girl who needed you to do everything for me. I'll always appreciate you, always love you, for how you looked after me during that time. But now I'm back where I belong, and I need to be myself again. I need to bring up my daughter, or at least help Mum to bring her up the way I think is right. I need to work, and I need to start driving so that I can be independent." "You don't need me anymore," he says bluntly. "It shouldn't be about needing now." "If you loved me," he begins crossly, but I get up and walk over to him, putting my fingers softly over his mouth to stop him. "Don't let's do this, Nate. Don't let's blame each other. Let's just agree that it isn't working at the moment. Let's try to be kind to each other. Perhaps we can work it out if we're both honest with each other about what we want. I'm happy to try, if you are." "I don't know," he says wearily. "You've changed since we've been here."
"Yes, you've mentioned that before, and you're right, I probably have. But as I said, this is the real me, and I'm not likely to change back again." I sigh. "Look, let's both calm down and just think things over for a day or two, okay?" He shrugs and goes off upstairs, stamping on each step, like Phoebe when she's in a temper. I wipe away a sudden onslaught of tears. This isn't easy. I don't like hurting him, especially after all he's done for me. But unless he can love me as the person I really am, the person I was before I met him, then I think I've already accepted that this relationship is doomed. Nathan's not my carer anymore, and I'm not his patient. Or his possession. Chapter 36. Then. It happened very gradually. Nathan and I moved slowly from total strangers to carer and cared for, to friends, and finally to being a couple. I knew he loved me. He showed it in everything he did for me, in the tender way he cared for me, the way he spoke to me and kept me safe. And eventually, I, too, progressed from being purely his grateful patient and lodger to returning that love. Of course I loved him. How could I not? He was all I had, or all I thought I had. But gradually, too, the memories started to come back. At first, they were just fleeting recollections that hit me suddenly and didn't stick around for long enough for me to work them out. Strange feelings of having done something or seen something that I couldn't understand or recognize. I'd imagine myself walking down a road or sitting on a sofa somewhere. They were such vague images, and they disappeared so quickly that I couldn't even be completely certain whether they were memories or just my imagination, my brain trying to fill in all the gaps. But finally, one day about 6 months after the accident, I had a sudden and very definite memory. It was almost like a eureka moment, and it hit me completely out of the blue, one Sunday morning when we were having a lie-in with a cup of coffee. I still don't know what triggered it, but I almost spilled my coffee as I gasped with the certainty of it. I remembered holding a child's hand, smiling down at her, seeing the sunlight on her beautiful tawny brown hair. I knew at once, instinctively, that she was mine, my daughter. "I've got a child, a little girl," I shouted. "What?" Nathan said, placing his own cup down and holding mine to steady it. "Are you sure, babe? What made you remember? Can you picture her? What was her name?" "I don't know," I said. I felt a tear trickle down my cheek as the memory began to slide away again, leaving me uncertain. Was I just imagining it, inventing it, so that I had someone to cling on to? No, I was sure it was real. I had a baby. She was a girl. I couldn't even picture her yet, just the color of her hair in the sunshine, but I knew she was real. It was something, wasn't it? I spent the whole of that day trying to concentrate, to imagine myself holding a baby, playing with a toddler. How old would she be now? I had no idea, but the more I tried to imagine her, the more convinced I became that it was true. Why had I left her? Who was looking after her while I'd been away? How the hell could I have done that? Walked away from my own child, leaving her behind? Was she living in England? If she was, then I couldn't have been in America for very long, surely. Surely I couldn't have been living and working halfway across the world from my own child. I wouldn't do that, would I? But the memory gave me hope. I clung to it excitedly, trying so hard to concentrate on it, to somehow bring my child alive in my mind. And later that week, again completely out of nowhere, I had another flash of recall. My mum, with me in the delivery room as I gave birth. The memory was so real that I almost yelled out with the pain of the contractions. My mum's face was clear in my mind. I could see the midwife. I could see the baby being held up for me to look at after I'd pushed her out into the world. I remembered how happy I'd been, how overwhelmed with the wonder of it all.
I've got a baby girl and a mum somewhere, I cried in Nathan's arms. They must be worried sick about me, searching for me. I need to go to the police and ask if anyone's reported me missing.
But I've done that already, he said sadly. I've taken a photo of you, and they promised to put it on a poster and have it displayed everywhere. Nobody's come forward. Nobody seems to recognize you. It became gradually harder and harder for me to temper the excitement of my slowly returning memories with the frustration and sadness that nobody seemed to be missing me. Surely somebody must be wondering where I was. My mom and I were obviously close, or she wouldn't have been with me when my baby was born. If nobody was looking for me, it could only mean one thing, that they didn't think I was missing, that they knew I was in America without my daughter, and that they were happy with the situation, which must also have meant I was happy with it. But it didn't make sense. I couldn't believe I would have left my child behind, whatever the reason was for coming to the States. Perhaps I'd left her with her father, whoever he was. Why couldn't I picture him? He surely must have been as important to me as my mum was, but try as I did, every single day closing my eyes, frowning, concentrating so hard that I gave myself a headache, I couldn't picture him, couldn't come up with a name or any memories of a boyfriend I'd left behind who might be my child's father. I could only think that we must have broken up, that maybe it was a horrible breakup and, even worse, perhaps he'd fought me for custody of the child and won. You're going to drive yourself mad with all these different scenarios that you're dreaming up, Nathan told me gently. Concentrating so hard on trying to remember doesn't seem to be helping. Perhaps you just need to relax and let the memories come back when your brain's ready. But what if I am in a relationship with somebody? I persisted. If I'm actually married to my daughter's father, I'd feel terrible for letting myself fall in love with you now. You're not wearing a wedding ring. I don't think you'd be over here on your own if you were in a serious relationship, would you? I don't know, I protested. I don't know what I'd do. I might be a horrible person. I might have upset my whole family, and now they don't even care where I am. That's the problem with knowing almost nothing about yourself. Your imagination can conjure up absolutely any scenario, and in my case, at least, none of them seemed to be good. I tried to daydream more cheerful possibilities. I imagined that perhaps I'd won a solo trip of a lifetime to New York, that my family had all urged me to go and promised to look after my daughter for me. And then, at the end of it, instead of going home, I'd fallen down those stairs and knocked myself out. But the theory didn't work. It fell apart under my own scrutiny. Why, if it had all just been a wonderful solo holiday, had Nathan told me I'd turned up at that bar with no money and looking so upset? Why would I have been so reckless and stupid as to get drunk with a stranger instead of going home? It was no good. There was no rational explanation, at least no happy one, for what I'd done, what had happened to me. When Nathan made his occasional work trips to England, he took photos of me with him and promised to put pressure on the British police to help find out who I was. Each time he returned, I asked him eagerly if he'd got any news, and each time the answer was the same. Nobody had reported anybody matching my description as missing. The disappointment was crushing. It made me feel so unloved and unwanted, knowing that my family, whoever they were, weren't searching for me. What had I done? How had I hurt them to make them so unconcerned about where I was and what had happened to me? Surely my daughter, the little girl with the beautiful brown hair who I was now seeing even in my dreams, must be missing me. I was missing her now, even though I didn't know her name, didn't know how old she was or where she was. I'd lie in bed at night, close my eyes, and try to force the memories to keep coming. But it seemed Nathan was right. They weren't going to happen on demand. I just had to wait. But it was hard, after so long, to curb my impatience. All I knew was that I had a little girl and a mum somewhere. And if they didn't miss me, didn't want me back, then where did I belong? All I had was Nathan. Chapter 37. Now. "Why on earth," says Mom, her arms around me, her eyes full of tears as I sob out the final few words. "Haven't you told me all this before? Why not straight away?" It's Monday. I spent the entire weekend at home with Nathan, both of us warily trying to keep our distance from each other. Trying to remain civilized, although I'm sure he, as much as me, was finding it difficult not to explode. Something has to change, but first I needed to finally pour out the whole story to Mom, and luckily, Phoebe's at a fun day at the school. Mom booked a couple of them for during the summer holiday as a treat for Phoebe, and this is the second one, so she knew what to expect and was looking forward to it. "Nathan thought it would be a bad idea," I tell her, sighing. "He kept referring to me having had a mental illness and—" "What?" "Well, he said it wasn't just the concussion that caused my amnesia. It was total memory loss, and the hospital doctor called it a fugue state. Nathan thinks I had a nervous breakdown after what happened at the hotel. And he used to be a nurse, so, well, obviously, he knows about this stuff, and he thought it would put you off from letting me see Phoebe." "Darling, anyone who uses the internet can know about this stuff, as you call it. I'm a nurse too, and I can assure you losing your memory isn't necessarily a sign of any kind of mental illness. You'd hit your head on concrete."
Are you sure Nathan was really a nurse?
"Yes, of course I am. The hospital staff all knew him. He used to work there. I know what you think of him, Mom, but he was so good to me. He paid for all the time I was in the hospital, all the treatment, until he ran out of money. I stupidly didn't take out any travel insurance when I went to New York. Oh, Sophie, I should have reminded you." "No, Mom, you shouldn't have had to. I'm not a baby. It was my own responsibility and I forgot. It was my own fault." "So, after he ran out of money, you went back to his apartment with him. He could have been anybody, Sophie. He could have been a rapist, a murderer." I know it sounds like I took a terrible risk. Perhaps I did. But I didn't have anywhere to go. I didn't even know who I was. It was terrifying." "You should have gone to the police. They were looking for you." "They weren't, Mom. Nathan went to them for me several times. Of course, I only had the name of Caroline at first, Caroline Johnson, because—" "And where did that name even come from?" she interrupts me. "Apparently, I told him in the bar that that was my name. Perhaps I was trying to keep my distance from him," I say with a shrug. "I didn't want him chatting me up or expecting it to be a date or anything like that. He was just a drinking companion." She nods, looking at me thoughtfully, making me feel uncomfortable. I haven't enjoyed telling her what happened to me. I'm still so ashamed. Ashamed of letting myself be so teased and bullied. Ashamed of pushing and kicking the woman who'd been tormenting me and then walking out of the job I'd been sent to do. Ashamed of not coming straight home and of going into that bar, drinking that whiskey. "And that's another thing I can't help wondering about," Mom's going on now. "How you let Nathan buy your drinks in that bar. He must have been a complete stranger to you." "I know," I swallow, feeling the shame flood me again. "I only realized when I sat at the bar and asked for a drink that I'd left my bag at the hotel." "With all your luggage?" "Yes, we were told that." "I was going back to the hotel to collect everything and make my way to the airport, but I didn't." I hang my head. It was the worst decision of my life. "So Nathan bought your drinks for you?" She shakes her head. "It's just not like you to drink so much that you'd fall down a flight of steps. Not like you at all." "I know, Mom, but I was so upset. I'd been bullied, called names, teased relentlessly the whole time I was there. I've realized now those horrible women were just jealous because I was younger than them all and I'd been given the best job. But I was missing you and Phoebe, and it all just got me down. It was horrible." "I know." She pulls me close to her, stroking my hair. "I do realize that, darling. It must have been horrible for you. But even so, one quick drink I can understand. But Sophie, you'd never have gone on a bender like that. Nathan must have been buying you doubles. He might even have put something in them. She looks at me, very sadly, very seriously. I'm sorry, sweetheart, but that's how it seems to me. I can't even respond to this. I feel too shaken, too shocked that Mum would think something like this. But even so, there's a little voice of reason trying to break through. A little voice whispering to me that I've sometimes suspected this myself. Haven't I? I've thought about it, wondered about it, but always refused to take it seriously. Nathan would never have done anything so inherently wrong, so potentially harmful. Getting drunk was my own fault. Staying sober my own responsibility. I shake my head. No, Mum, I'm not used to whiskey. I don't even know why I asked for one, let alone accepted another. I didn't think I had more than 2, but perhaps I did. It was stupid of me.
Everything was totally my own fault. I sigh and lean against Mum's shoulder as she holds me close, soothing me. She's taken all of this so much better than I'd expected. She doesn't think I was mentally ill at all. She seems more inclined to blame Nathan for implying that about me, like she's blamed him for my drinking. But then again, perhaps I should have realized she would always choose to blame Nathan, even now I've explained how good he was to me, how he took care of me when I had nobody else. I know Nathan might not be right for me anymore, I tell her, choosing my words carefully. But I couldn't have got through that year without him, Mum. He was wonderful. Was he? She says, a trace of irony in her voice. There's a pause. I wonder what she might be going on to say, what else she might be going to criticize about him. But instead, she just forces a smile and asks me to carry on with my story. Tell me how you finally got your memory back, she says. How did you remember your name? Ah, well, I smile. That was actually quite funny. Chapter 38. Then Nathan and I were on a day out shopping together, one weekend, about 9 or 10 months after the accident, when I happened to see a magazine with a headline about Sophia Loren, and I had the weird sensation of the name Sophia almost jumping off the page at me. Sophia. Sophia. Why did that name feel so familiar to me? Did I know someone called Sophia? Or Sophie? In my previous life? I felt such a strong pull towards the name, it must have been significant. I grabbed the magazine off the rack and hurried after Nathan, who'd moved on to the next shelf. But before I'd even reached him, I knew. The certainty was so sweet, such a relief, that I felt tears welling up in my eyes. I'd remembered my name. Finally, I knew something definite about who I was. Nate, look! This is me! I gasped, grabbing Nathan's hand and pointing at the headline. You're Sophia Loren? He said, laughing. Wow! No, listen. My name isn't Caroline. It's Sophie. I'm Sophie. I knew I wasn't Caroline. It never felt right, but you said I told you it, so… Wait, what are you saying? He turned me towards him. Your name's Sophie? How can you be sure? Just because you've seen a magazine? I'm Sophie. I know I am. Sophie Young, I gasped, thrilled with myself for somehow, out of nowhere, even remembering my surname too. Quick, Nate, we have to tell the police. They must have some report of me being missing. Now I know my real name. But who's Caroline then? Why would you have told me someone else's name? I don't know. Perhaps I'd been calling myself Caroline for some reason. Maybe that's something to do with me being away from home. It was then that I suddenly realized. Perhaps I'd just made up a name to tell Nathan that night in the bar, to keep him at arm's length. Possibly I didn't want him to know who I really was. After all, I'd apparently gone to that bar alone and started drinking with a complete stranger. Since he'd told me about it, I'd always felt uncomfortable for letting him buy me drinks, and apparently drinking too much. Perhaps, at least, I'd tried to protect myself by giving him a made-up name.
Well, look, the police can sort all of that out, can't they? I brushed it aside. I was so excited about remembering my name, my surname too. That was even more exciting. I must now surely be able to find my family. I hadn't realized, and I don't think anyone does, unless they lose their memory, how important your name is. It's not just a label, it's your identity, your whole self wrapped up in those 2 words. I suddenly felt completely different just for having remembered it. I knew who I was, no longer the mysterious Caroline Johnson, the name that had never quite felt like it belonged to me, but Sophie Young, the Sophie Young that I knew I'd been back home in England. The Sophie Young who, as I was by now already quite sure, had a little daughter and a mum somewhere, who surely would come forward if my name was publicized over there. We need to tell the police, I told Nathan. We need to go there right now. They can do a proper search for my family now. But before I could even finish speaking, I felt the room beginning to spin. The floor was tilting towards me, and I swayed slightly on the spot, putting my hand to my head. Nathan reached out and grabbed me before I fell. "One of your dizzy spells?" he said anxiously, helping me out of the shop and finding me a seat in the shopping mall. I nodded, but then wished I hadn't as the whole mall appeared to tilt. I still occasionally had these episodes as a result of the original concussion. It seemed the excitement of my discovery had brought one on. "I feel faint," I said weakly. "Let's get you home," Nathan said, putting his arm under my shoulders to support me and half carrying me back to the car. "You need to lie down, honey. Leave it to me. I'll go to the police about this while you have a little rest." When he came back, telling me sadly that there was no Sophie Young on the missing persons register, any more than there'd been anyone called Caroline Johnson, I felt sick with disappointment. How could nobody have missed me? I'd been sure now for some time, since I'd had those first memories of Phoebe and of Mom being with me during her delivery, that I had a mother and a child somewhere. Perhaps I'd been in America for a really long time, but wouldn't they be worried about not hearing from me? With a pang, I realized that perhaps I'd guessed right when I wondered if I'd had a falling out with my family, whoever they were. Perhaps we never called each other. Perhaps I was such a horrible person that I never even got in touch to ask how my own child was. Could I really trust those memories that had come back to me? Had I only dreamt that I had a little girl? Dreamt about giving birth to her with my mother supporting me? No, those memories were real. I was sure of it. So there was only one logical explanation. Nobody cared where I was or what had happened to me. It was a sad, lonely period with a lot of tears shed as I tried to come to terms with this possibility. But gradually, more random memories kept flashing through my brain. One day, I remembered a house. I could see its front door, and I could see a bedroom with a child's little low bed in it and a pile of toys at the end of the bed. My daughter's room! I felt a stab of joy to my heart before remembering, again, that perhaps she didn't even belong to me anymore, that perhaps I'd never see her again. Before long, I began to have random memories of people too. Were they friends or perhaps colleagues? This was something that was particularly puzzling me. I must have been working somewhere before my concussion, so why hadn't my colleagues missed me? Or if I wasn't living in America but was just on holiday here, what about my colleagues back in the UK? It didn't make any sense. It seemed I was the girl nobody knew and nobody wanted to know, apart from Nathan. But finally, the day came when I had a real breakthrough. It wasn't prompted by anything in particular. I'd been watching a film on TV with Nathan when, out of nowhere, a vision of my home back in England came so clearly to my mind that I gasped out loud. Suddenly, I saw myself there with Phoebe, playing in the garden, looking back at Mum who was standing by the back door, smiling at us. I did live in England, I told Nathan. It was somewhere in Essex, definitely Essex. I lived with my mum and my little girl. I can see her clearly now in my mind's eye. And her name's Phoebe, I shouted, jumping to my feet in excitement as the memory rushed back at me. She's only little. She must be missing me.
Why am I even in America? Why would I have left Phoebe behind?
I don't know, Nathan said, shaking his head. Perhaps we'll never know. Remember, you've got a kind of mental illness.
Don't say that, I shot back, hurt. I'm not ill. I just had a trauma to my brain. My memory's coming back. I'm sure I'll soon remember everything.
I hope so, obviously, babe. But I just don't want you to get your hopes up too much and have them dashed again. I'm going back to the UK next week, so now we know you're from Essex and you've remembered your real name. I can try again to find something out, okay? At the moment, they've only looked for a Caroline Johnson.
Yes, thank you.
I was getting impatient now. By the time he left for his week in the UK, I'd remembered that I used to work in a hotel. But there, the memories stopped. On his last day in the UK, he called me, sounding excited. "I've found you."
Yes, you're Sophie Young, and you worked at the Manton House Hotel in Chelmsford. Chelmsford, yes, that's right, I squealed. The hotel. So why was I here in New York?
Some kind of exchange program, apparently. Something to do with a merger.
Yes, that was it.
It was a little hazy, but slowly over the next few hours, the memory of Melanie telling me I was being chosen to go to New York came back. I was sure I remembered that I was only supposed to be here for a few weeks. Why hadn't my family been trying to find me? Why hadn't Melanie sounded the alarm when I didn't come back? When Nathan returned, I subjected him to a stream of questions. Had he found my home village, my parents, my little girl? And was disappointed to be told no, he'd run out of time to get his flight back, but he'd left it all in the hands of the Essex police, who had promised to get in touch with my parents and tell them I was safe and well.
I didn't think you'd want them to be told what had happened to you, how ill you've been, he added.
But didn't you get their names from the police? Didn't you get a phone number or address or anything? I demanded, frustrated to boiling point now that I felt so near to actually finding them, to finding myself again. No, the police wouldn't do that. They have to contact your family, and it's up to the family to get in touch with us. I gave them my number. But the days passed with no phone call, nothing. It was as if nothing had changed, as if everything I'd now remembered about myself was just a dream rather than my former life. I need to go over to the UK myself, I said finally, when I felt like I couldn't stand it any longer. I'll go to the police and tell them who I am, that I'm back, and I want to find my home, my family. You think it's wise? He said. They haven't reached out to you, babe, have they? Even now they know where you are and how to contact you.
What if there's some reason, a reason you've forgotten about, that they don't even want you back?
It was like a slap in the face. They will, I insisted, the picture of Mum's face as I gave birth to her granddaughter coming back to me again, sweeter and clearer than ever. Phoebe will. She's my baby girl. She must be missing me terribly. I'm going, Nathan, whether you come with me or not. Sorry, but I have to. I have to get my life back. He went quiet for a little while, but eventually he nodded. I'm only trying to save you from any disappointment, any trauma. But of course, we must go. I'll arrange with the company to have some time in the UK. They might even let me transfer. I'd quite like to try living permanently over there. You would? I asked, amazed. You'd do that for me? Move across the ocean? Start a new life? Of course I would. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you, Sophie. I love you. I want to be with you. If you'll let me.
But we'll have to get you a new passport first. You'll have to apply to the UK passport office and explain you've lost your old one and can't get home without it.
I'll do it right away. Will you help me? Can I use your laptop? He smiled. I'll do it for you. Leave it with me. I can't begin to explain how happy and excited I was. I was going home. Okay, it might take time. I had to wait for the passport. Nathan had warned me it would probably take about 6 weeks, and he had to sort everything out with his work, but he was coming with me.
He loved me enough to do this amazing thing for me. I could hardly believe it. I was finally beginning to feel happy about my life again, to feel like it was my own. I could go and find my family, have my daughter back with me. Everything would be all right. I could do a search for people in Essex with the surname Young, I said excitedly. I think my mom's name was Anne or Anna,
But I can't remember my dad's name yet. I can't even really remember him at all. I don't think he was living with us. If they come up on a Google search, I might be able to get their phone numbers. I wouldn't do that if I were you, he cautioned me. I'd wait for the police to tell us they've agreed to you seeing them. If there's been some kind of family disagreement, if you walked out on them, for instance, leaving them with your daughter, they might not want to talk to you.
They would. I'm sure they would. They loved me. I've got memories of...
Yes, but how old are those memories? Trust me, it'd be better to have the element of surprise. I'm hoping when we get to the UK and drive out to Essex, you'll remember where the house is.
I will. I can picture it already.
My memory was improving every day now. Unfortunately, even the teasing and bullying at the New York hotel was coming back to me, bit by bit. But by the time I'd remembered the final day when I'd walked out and walked by the river to try to calm myself down before going back to the hotel to get my bag and go home, we were already at the airport, waiting for the flight back to the UK. Why didn't I at least pick up my handbag? I groaned. Then we'd have known my identity right from the start. We'll never know why, he soothes me. But it sounds like you were too upset to think straight. Just forget it, babe.
Forget it? I've only just remembered it, I shot back. And why did I go to that bar? I'd planned to go home. I wish I had. I wish it more than anything in the world. It was the biggest mistake I've ever made in my life.
Nathan looked away, falling quiet. It wasn't until later that I realized what I'd said. If I hadn't gone to that bar, of course, I'd never have met him. But I'd have been at home with my daughter, with my family, where I belonged. Chapter 39. Now. Anna. I've listened to the rest of Sophie's story in silence, although at times it's been so difficult not to intervene, to point out the gaping holes in her reasoning, the things that, to me, are so glaringly obvious that I want to shake her, to shout at her that she's been taken over by the very person she believes saved her and loves her. But I know I have to keep calm, to take it slowly and be patient with her, because I understand. Sophie's nobody's fool. Ever since she came home, I've struggled to make sense of the fact that my intelligent, independent, capable daughter seems to have been so completely possessed by this man, let alone how or why she stayed away from us for so long, somehow evading all the searches for her. But now I see it all. She was so very vulnerable. Losing your memory, your entire understanding of who you even are, must be one of the most frightening things that can happen to anyone. Nathan was the only person she could trust, but now she's back. She's in control of her own life again, and she needs to understand what actually happened to her back then, to understand it as clearly as I do. I pull her closer into my arms, stroking the hair back from her face. So, you think you told Nathan your name was Caroline in that bar because you wanted to keep some distance between you? She shrugs. I can't think why else I'd have given a false name. Unless it was just a little invention of his, I suggest lightly. She stares at me. Why would he make up a fiction about what name I'd told him? How does that make any sense? Because there were people looking for you, darling. Your real name and your photo would have been everywhere. They weren't, Mum. Nathan said the police hadn't got any reports about... I put my finger gently on her lips to interrupt her. I have to be cruel to be kind. She needs to be told. She needs to open her eyes. He was lying to you. You should have gone to the police yourself. All right, I realize you couldn't. You were too weak at first. You didn't know where you were or anything. But can't you see, Sophie? That's why Nathan made up a different name for you, and why he only let you stay in hospital for a couple of days. He had to get you out of there before the pictures of you started circulating, and the doctors and nurses would have recognized you.
No, Mom, he wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have lied to me about something so vital.
I push on. I don't like doing this to her, shattering her faith in the man she still seems to believe was her savior, her protector. But there's no other way forward. You said he showed the police your photograph. You said he even brought your photo to the police over here. But Sophie, the police, both here and in the USA, were searching for you. I've told you that, haven't I? There were ongoing appeals for you. The hotels, both Manton House and the New York one, were looking for you, as well as your father and I. Your photo was being shown everywhere. The newspapers were full of the story of the missing young mother from Essex. We've told you we hired a private detective. Then your father went out there himself. And there were appeals on TV, for God's sake. How could he not have seen those? Did you not see them? No. She hangs her head, and I see tears forming in her eyes, making me swallow and blink back my own. I think she knows. She's probably known deep down for a long time that this is all true. She just didn't want to admit it to herself. Nathan always chose which TV programs we watched, she says, very quietly. I know what you must think, Mom, that I've been weak and gullible and let him make all the decisions, but that's the point, isn't it? I respond gently. You were weak, and he took advantage of that. It wasn't like that. Okay, yes, I deferred to him. Firstly, because it was his apartment, his TV, and then, she sighs and shakes her head. Then, just because I always did. It became a habit, I suggest. And I'm guessing that was just easier for you than having to think for yourself. Thinking for herself wouldn't have been easy after all, while she didn't even know who she was. We sit in silence for a few moments. Her face is screwed up as if she's trying not to hear what I'm saying. But I need to push on. I have to, while she's receptive, while I'm pretty sure I'm actually getting through to her. There'll be plenty of time later for raging to myself, raging out loud about what happened to my poor daughter, the trauma she went through, being all alone in the world with no idea who she was. It's so horrifying that I can't even begin to process my own pain, my own grief for her. I'm sorry, darling, but you have to face facts, I tell her gently. There was no American called Nathan coming to the police with your photo, or to tell the police here that he'd found a missing English woman called Caroline. It didn't happen. How did you renew your passport after you lost it? We did it online. Well, Nathan did it for me, on his laptop. Did you watch him? No. He did it as a surprise. He'd have had to know your date of birth, where you were born. Had you remembered those details by then? No. Sophie looks up at me, realization in her eyes. I've been an idiot, haven't I, Mom? She says, in a tiny, hurt voice. I feel so stupid. I think I kind of guessed some of this, but I haven't wanted to admit it. Nathan knew, didn't he? He knew who I was before I did. Probably knew all along. He knew where I lived, who you were, everything. He had all the information from the police appeals, and he kept it from me, pretending he was helping me, right up till I remembered my own name. And then he pretended he'd found out the rest of your background himself by talking to the police over here, I remind her. But he told me he'd left the Essex police his phone number so that you and Dad could contact me. That was a complete fiction, Sophie. We only knew you were alive because of you renewing your passport. We had no phone number, no way of contacting you. I've already told you, we assumed you were staying away from us deliberately. What else could we think? I'd never have done that, Mom. As soon as I remembered you, I wanted to come back. She lays her head against my shoulder. I'd never have stayed away from you and Dad a single day longer than I had to, let alone Phoebe. How could you believe I'd want to leave her? It broke my heart to realize how long I'd left her behind. I know that now, darling. Now you're back with us. Now we know what happened. Now that I know how that man, that bastard, fooled her into staying with him. Fooled her into thinking she loved him. I've tried to restrain myself and my comments for Sophie's sake, but inside my anger with him is almost tearing me apart. I can't believe it, Sophie's saying. I just can't believe it was all a lie. All of it, from the very start, all a lie just to keep me to himself. I know you've never liked him, Mom, but all I could do was trust him, and he was wonderful to me. He cared for me. He never made any demands on me. He didn't have to, I retort, and I'm finding it impossible to keep the anger out of my voice now. Because you always did exactly what he wanted you to do. I had no option. I had nowhere else to go. I had brain injuries, and I was weak and scared and—
Oh, come here, my darling girl. I pull her into my arms as she begins to cry properly, big, long wails of distress as she's finally having to confront all the truth she's been pushing away from herself, all the lies she's so willingly taken on board, pretending to herself that she was making her own choices, believing Nathan despite everything that should have shouted out to her that something was wrong. All because she had nobody else, nothing of her own, nowhere to go. And I cry with her, because she might be a mother herself, but she's still my baby, and she's been so hurt, and I wasn't there to protect her, and nothing I can do now can change that or make it right. All I can do is love her and help her to heal herself. But I did love him, she sobs, and he loved me too, Mom. I think he still does, despite what he's done.
What he's done, I repeat, and my hatred for that man is so raw that I can't help the nasty edge to my voice, is that he's deprived you of your family, would probably have done so for longer, too, if it hadn't been for the fact that you finally remembered enough to try to find us yourself. He made your father and me presume you were staying away from us deliberately. He made me reluctant to let you care for your own daughter again. And now he wants you to stay at home with him, pander to his needs, and do nothing whatsoever that might fulfill your own. That's not love, Sophie. You know that, whatever you've been telling yourself. It's possession. It's not like that now, though, she splutters, tears pouring down her face. I've told him. I'm not going to be dictated to any more. Not now I'm back. I'm home. I'm me again. If he can't accept that, then— You'll finish with him.
But you're going to finish with him anyway, aren't you? It isn't a question, and Sophie knows that from my tone. I hold her at arm's length and look directly into her eyes. Sophie, there shouldn't be any if about it. What he's done is actually criminal. You should talk to the police. He knew who you were, knew your personal details, but wanted to keep you clueless and lost for himself. He had no choice but to give in and bring you back once your memory had returned. But trust me, he wouldn't have done otherwise. And he still wants to possess you. He doesn't want you to work or to drive, and— I know, Mom. You're right. He manipulated me, and I feel a complete fool, she says, closing her eyes. A complete and utter fool. No, you're not, I tell her firmly. I wipe 2 fresh tears from the corners of her eyes with my thumbs and give her a smile. As you've said, you were alone and scared, and yes, he looked after you. Of course you loved him. You had nobody else. But now, sweetheart, you have. You have me and your dad, and most importantly, you have Phoebe.
I glance at my watch. And if I don't go and pick her up from the fun day right now, she'll be getting anxious, looking out for me. Let me go and meet her, Sophie offers, wiping her eyes. No, not today. Stay here. talk to your dad, tell him what we've just been discussing, and then make yourself a cup of tea and bathe your eyes before Phoebe sees you, or you'll have to pretend you've got eye infections. I actually feel like I need the walk to the school to recover from what I've been hearing from Sophie today. I need to let the fresh air blow the anger from my head. It feels like I've got steam rising out of it, and let the sunshine help me to get my smile back, ready for my granddaughter's return. It's going to take a long time for me to recover, though, from the anger in my heart. Although I've tried for months now to work out what on earth it was that happened to Sophie in America that was so bad, so difficult for her to talk about, so bad that it kept her from coming back to us, back to her daughter, I'd never have guessed at her having had amnesia. And although I admit neither Peter nor I have taken to Nathan, and it was easy to see how controlling he was, I'd never have imagined the streak of complete evil within that man that allowed him to virtually imprison my daughter and keep her own identity a secret from her. I know Sophie must be feeling traumatized by this all coming out, but she'd better not waste too much time before dealing with it, because if she doesn't deal with it herself, I'm going to have to do it for her. Chapter 40. Sophie. After Mum goes out, I do exactly as she suggested. After washing my face, I go to sit with Dad, who hugs me close with his good arm, kissing the top of my head as if I'm little, like Phoebe. I've been here nearly all day. Just telling my story to them both took up until lunchtime, and although the discussion afterwards has mostly been with Mum, I think Dad's heard most of it while he's pretended to be dozing in his chair. "Don't beat yourself up for falling in love with him," he says gently. "You were vulnerable. The fault was all his." "But he did," I try to protest, "love you too? Look after you? Only for his own selfish reasons. He needs to be stopped, darling, before he takes over someone else's life." Quite apart from all the stuff that followed, your Mum's quite right in saying that he might have even been responsible for the initial accident. If he plied you with too much drink, or even put something in the drink. "I don't know, Dad," I say. "Perhaps you're right, but I'm struggling to believe he was really that evil, that calculating. Anyway, there's no way I could prove it, even if I did suspect it was true. I think that part of it was really just my own fault. I shouldn't have gone to the bar in the first place, and I definitely shouldn't have let a stranger buy me drinks." "It was out of character," he agrees sadly. "But then again, you were stressed and upset." "Yes, but it's no excuse," I sigh. I think now I just need time to think it all over, time for everything I know now to sink in. Of course, but your Mum's right. You can't continue with the relationship, not now. It hasn't been good between us recently anyway, Dad. I don't think it'll come as a shock to him. Frankly, darling, I couldn't care less whether he's shocked or not. He deserves locking up for what he's done to you. I close my eyes, sighing. I need to sleep on all of this. I don't feel strong enough right now to make any decisions, and before I can think too much longer about it anyway, there's the sound of a key in the lock, and then Phoebe yells out, "I'm home, Granddad! Is Mummy still there?" Mum's face appears in the doorway of the lounge. "Phoebe's just taking her shoes off. Are you feeling okay to see her, Sophie?" "Of course." I hold out my arms as Phoebe comes rushing into the lounge behind Mum. Whatever else happens, however worrying and upsetting the decisions I have to make, I can't fail to be happy while my little girl's with me. "How was your fun day at the school, sweetheart?" "Good. I was in Swallow's group. Everyone was birds, and Swallows was for 4 years old. We all sing songs together this afternoon. 5 little ducks, then 5 currant buns in a baker's shop, then 5 little speckled frogs. That's my favorite. And the teacher said we might not know all the words and it didn't matter, but I knew them all because we sing them at preschool." "Sang, Phoebe," Mum corrects her gently, laughing at her excitement. "We sing them now. We sang them before." "We sanged them," Phoebe says, and Mum raises her eyebrows at me, but we're all smiling.
And also, this morning we went outside and played games with balls and hoops. It was fun, and we had to throw a ball through the hoop, but only when it was our turn, and George Williams and Anwar Ahmed got told off because they kept throwing balls around at other people when it wasn't even their turn. And George cried when he got told off, but the teacher wasn't being really cross. She just said, "Stop it." "And can I have a drink and some crisps, please, Nanny? 'Cause I'm so hungry. My tummy is very empty." "Of course you can, Poppet," Mum says, laughing. "We can't have your tummy being very empty, can we? Come out to the kitchen and we'll see what we can find to fill it up." "She's a breath of fresh air, isn't she?" Dad says. "It's difficult to be sad when she's around." Yes. Even though the misery of what I now understand about Nathan is still hanging over me, Dad's right. It's impossible not to smile while Phoebe's here. I feel a wave of tenderness for my dad. He's got plenty to feel sad about, but he's still making a supreme effort to be as mentally stalwart and strong as ever, despite the weakness and limitations of his body. It must be so hard for him, having devoted himself to his work for his whole life, to have had to give it all up so suddenly and so horribly. I realize with a jolt that I want to be like him. Okay, I didn't study hard enough to have a stellar career like his, but I want to have his attitude to life. To put my sadnesses, my mistakes and losses behind me and start to make something of myself, whatever that entails. To make him and Mum proud, and, more than anything, to make my little girl proud of me as I am of her. I don't know whether Mom will ever agree to let Phoebe come back to me permanently, and I'm not even sure I've got the heart to try to insist on it. She's good for Mum and Dad, even if it's hard work for Mum having her here. But I'm pretty sure, now that Nathan's going to be out of the picture, I almost flinch at the realization that this is what I've got to ensure happens now. That Mum and I can come to an amicable arrangement. I can make Mum's life easier, if she agrees, by taking Phoebe for part of every week. I could start slowly, by having her overnight once a week, and slowly build on that until we're sharing her, properly sharing her care like we did before I went away. That's my dream, but I'm not going to rush it, for Phoebe's sake as well as Mum and Dad's. I don't want anything to unsettle her or worry her. She comes first, and I'll make sure I never, ever have to go away and leave her for so long again. Chapter 41. I find myself dragging my feet as I walk home from Mum's. Nathan won't be home yet, but I have to prepare myself for the showdown there's going to be when he arrives. I can't make any decisions in my current frame of mind about whether I'm going to report him to the police, as Mum and Dad are insisting I should. But I definitely agree with them that I need to tell him we're finished. I have to try to stay calm because we have a lot to discuss. He's been paying the rent on this house and all the bills, and I won't be able to afford to do it on my own. Mum and Dad have been assuring me they'll help, but I'll need to get more work, obviously, and the driving lessons will have to be shelved. My instructor says I'm ready for my test anyway, but there's a very long waiting list, and at the moment I'm still on the waiting list for the theory test, so I can't even apply to book a test yet. And how on earth can I ever afford to buy a car? Mum said, as I was leaving today, that I could always move back in with them, but that's not really what I want. I love my new little house, and I want to be independent now. It's about time, after all. I let myself into the house, still turning all these things over in my mind, and head to the table to sit down and start to make a list of the things I need to say to Nathan. After a while, I glance at the clock and realize it's time I started preparing dinner. He'll be home soon. I head to the kitchen, and it's not until I've got chops out of the fridge, a saucepan out of the cupboard, and started peeling potatoes that I notice the folded piece of paper on the other worktop. Sophie is written on the outside, and it's Nathan's writing. It's probably a bit odd that the first thing I do, before I even open the note, is to rush upstairs and look in the bedroom and the bathroom.
I don't know what I'm expecting to find. My heart seems to be beating madly, and when I see he's not up here at all, I collapse onto the bed for a moment, taking deep breaths. And then I look around the room, opening drawers and wardrobe doors. Not only is Nathan not here, but neither are there any of his clothes. His suitcase has gone. I run back into the bathroom, and his toothbrush, his razor, his aftershave, everything has gone. Back downstairs, I realize none of his shoes are on the rack in the hall. His raincoat's gone. It's as if he's never been here. I rush back to the kitchen and open the folded piece of paper, my hands shaking slightly as I do. Sophie, you're right. We're not making each other happy anymore. I've been to see my managing director today, and he's agreed to me leaving the London office permanently and immediately. I've come back to tell you, but I guess you're at your parents', and I know I'm not welcome there, so I'm just going to head off now. Everything here is yours now. I've paid the rent for 3 months in advance, and after that, I guess your parents will help you, or maybe you'll move back with them. I'll stay at the London flat tonight, and I've got a flight booked back to New York tomorrow. It's a shame we couldn't make it work. Nathan. P.S. I did love you, whatever you think. In the circumstances, I don't know why I'm crying. Perhaps it's because I'd worked myself up, ready to have a showdown with him, and he's just gone. Deprived me of the chance to have my say, to tell him what I now know about him, to actually find out for sure whether he was as bad as Mom and Dad think. But after a minute, I wipe my eyes. No, I shouldn't be crying. I should be angry. I am angry. I'd psyched myself up to have everything out with him and, presumably realizing I was getting close to working out the truth about him, he's just taken the coward's way out, just upped and gone, telling himself he's done the right thing by paying 3 months' rent on the house. As if that could possibly even come close to making up for everything he's done to me. He might think he loved me, in his own twisted version of what love means, but I don't think, now, that I ever really loved him. I was duped into depending on him. The girl who thought she loved him wasn't really even me. She was a lost, pale shadow of who I really am. It only takes a couple of minutes for me to make my decision. I don't even think it through properly. My anger is the only driving force. Anger at being deprived of the chance to have this out with him, face to face. I grab my jacket and handbag, put my shoes back on, and head outside, slamming the door behind me. Luckily, a bus comes along as soon as I reach the stop, because if I'd had to wait, I might have had second thoughts. Ridiculous though it sounds to admit it, I haven't been out on my own in the evening since the fatal visit to the bar in New York. It's not dark yet, but it's the beginning of September now and the evenings are starting to draw in. The air feels damp and gloomy. When I get off the bus at Chelmsford Station, I realize I haven't been on a train for years, probably not even since I've had Phoebe. I struggle with the ticket machine, feeling stupid and gauche and helpless. This is what I've become since losing my memory, since Nathan took over my life and treated me like a vulnerable child. The realization of this gives me more courage, stirring my anger again. I will not be that pathetic, impotent person anymore. I don't need a man to help me, to control me, and I will not let Nathan get away with what he's done to me. The courage lasts until my train arrives at Liverpool Street Station, and, mingling uncomfortably with the throng of people on the platform, I realize I have no idea which exit to take, which tube line I need to reach the city area, where Nathan's company's flat is. I have the address, but of course, I only ever came here with Nathan in the car. After staring helplessly at a tube plan on the concourse for a few minutes, I decide there's only one option, and I march outside to hail a taxi. It'll be expensive, but it's got to be worth it. I give the taxi driver the address and sit back to wait as he makes his way through the early evening traffic, my heart beating fast in anticipation of what lies ahead. It's not until I'm actually in the lobby of the apartment building, pressing the button for Nathan's flat, that I realize it's possible he might have gone out. He'll have needed to eat. He might decide to have one last restaurant meal before he leaves London for good. Have I wasted my time? But no, I square my shoulders, looking back outside the lobby. If necessary, I'll find somewhere to wait and come back later. I'm not giving up. Not now. Nathan's not getting away without facing up to me, facing up to what he's done. And then the intercom crackles and I hear his voice. Hello? I try to put on a foreign accent to disguise my voice. Delivery for flat 5. Really? I hear the doubt in his voice. Has he realized? I wasn't expecting. Oh, well, fine. You'd better bring it up. Another buzz. His door's unlocked. There's only one flight of stairs, and I run up it. He's standing behind the door, holding it open, and when he sees me, I think for a moment he's going to slam it shut in my face. But he's too shocked. I feel a sudden rush of smugness. I've got the upper hand. I push past him, making him stagger slightly as he turns to look at me, his mouth open. Sophie, he says. Lost for words, are you? I laugh. You thought you'd seen the last of me, didn't you? Look, I left you a note. I thought we'd said everything we needed to say to each other. How did you? He narrows his eyes at me. Has your mom driven you up here? No. Funnily enough, despite what you've done to me, I still seem to be perfectly capable of making my own way around. He leans against the door to close it. I can't believe how satisfying it is to see him so taken aback. Well, you'd better come in and sit down. Tea? Coffee? I haven't got anything else because obviously I'm leaving tomorrow. I finish for him. I'll sit down, but I don't want a drink, thank you. This won't take long. Look, if you think I haven't been fair, well, I don't know what more I could have done. I've paid 3 months' rent. And did that make you feel any better? He stares at me. Better? What do you mean? Any better about the way you've treated me, Nathan? No, don't start protesting about how good you've been to me, taking me in, looking after me, coming to England for me. I've been blinded by all that for long enough. How about asking yourself about what you've really done to me, giving me a false name when you knew my real name all along? Hold on, that's not true. You told me your name was Caroline, and I didn't know any different until— Yes, you did. You told me there were no appeals about me being missing, but there were, Nathan, and you knew it. You knew my family were desperately looking for me. My dad went over to America. They hired a private detective. There were television appeals for me, but— No, there weren't. Did you ever see any? He challenges me. Of course I didn't, because you kept hold of the remote control. We only ever watched what you chose. We only went where you took me. You told me you'd made inquiries about me whenever you came to the UK, but you didn't. You didn't, Nathan, because you liked things exactly the way they were. Admit it. You liked me being lost and compliant, dependent on you, needing you. As soon as I started being me again, you were out of your depth. You can't cope with a real woman. You just want a cardboard cutout of a 1950s wife who does exactly what you want. I pause for breath. I'm shaking, but it's not from nerves. I think it's just the adrenaline urging me on, the satisfaction of seeing his mouth open in shock, his eyes wide in disbelief. His little mouse of a girlfriend has found her feet and her voice. But that's not the worst of it, I say, carrying on. What I really want to know is how much I actually had to drink that night we met in the bar. Were those whiskeys doubles? Did you put something in them? Did you plan for me to fall down those steps? Or even, God help me, push me down them? For God's sake, Sophie, what the hell are you talking about? He finally manages to splutter. Of course I didn't push you. Of course I didn't spike your drinks. What the hell do you take me for? I called the ambulance. I came with you to hospital. I paid for all your care until the money ran out. The money didn't really run out at all, though, did it? The time was running out because you knew people would start looking for me, and they did. My photo was everywhere. The hospital staff would have recognized me. You had to get me out of there and hide me away until the fuss had died down. You've been reading too many thrillers, he says dismissively. Or is this your parents talking? He gives a snort of laughter. That's it, isn't it? You've told your mother what happened in New York, and this is her version of the reality. I kept telling you she never liked me, Sophie. She'd have done anything to get you away from me, and sure enough, she has. She's changed you. No, you changed me. You changed me into a quiet, compliant little mouse. I'm me again now. This is me. This is the real Sophie Young, and I'm going to prove what happened in New York. I'm going to prove that you ignored those appeals about me, the missing posters, the detectives, everything that wasn't convenient for you to keep me hidden away with you. You're talking nonsense, he says, but I can tell from his voice that I've got him rattled. Nobody would believe any of that. Nobody will listen to you. I didn't know your identity any more than you did. So how did you fill in my passport application? He stares back at me, more than rattled now, suddenly really taken aback. He pretends to shrug it off.
You knew your name by then, didn't you?
You'd remembered. Yes, my name, but not my date of birth, or my address, or where I was born. You knew all of that. You'd heard it all on the media or read it online, on your laptop, which you kept locked in your study because it was just boring work stuff, or your phone, which was always in your pocket, never left lying around. You must have told me your date of birth. You must have remembered it. I just stare back at him. In any other circumstances, I could almost feel sorry for him. He's floundering. He knows he's been beaten. By me, of all people. Me, his helpless, lost little victim. But all I feel, finally, is hatred. Even earlier today, after talking with Mom and Dad, I still had trouble believing he was really this wicked, this cruel. But now, seeing him desperately scrabbling about for something to say, anything that might exonerate him, get him off the hook, I just despise him. All that time in New York, while I was living like a non-person, a ghost of a person with no memory, no idea who I was or where I came from, he knew. He deprived me of my child, my family, my roots, my very identity, just to keep me to himself. He probably hoped I'd never remember, but thank God I did, and he had to accept that I was going to come home, with him or without him. I've said all I came here to say. I turn away, heading for the door, but he's behind me immediately, trying to grab my arm, to stop me from leaving. For a moment, I freeze, suddenly intimidated. If he suspects I'm going to go to the police, he might be desperate enough to do anything to stop me leaving. I'm no match for him physically. Was I crazy coming here on my own, not even telling my parents? But when I turn to look back at him, there's no anger in his face, just defeat. He looks beaten. In fact, he looks pathetic. He knows I've won. Perhaps, for the first time, he might even respect me. I straighten up and peel his hand off my arm, looking back at him without pity, without regret, and without another word, I open the door and walk out. It's over. The man I once believed to have rescued me, to have loved me, has finally got no more power over me. For the first time since I walked into that bar in New York with no money, no hope, and no confidence, I finally feel free. Chapter 42. I haven't called Mom to tell her where I've been this evening. It was too sudden an impulse for me to think of contacting her beforehand, and now I'm home, I'm too exhausted to go through it all with her. I'm hungry. I grab a ready meal out of the freezer and put it in the microwave. Feed the poor cat who's meowing around my feet, telling me off for leaving him alone without his dinner. And after I've eaten, I go to bed, with Fred lying across my feet for company. Listening to him purring softly as I wait to fall asleep, I can't help thinking how much more relaxing this is than sleeping with a snoring man. The next day, after settling Phoebe with one of her favorite cartoon programs for half an hour, I sit down with Mom and Dad to tell them what happened. The admiring looks from them both when I describe the conversation in Nathan's flat make me feel proud of myself, so that I sit up a little straighter and feel my smile, finally, return.
But you're surely now going to tell the New York police about him, Dad says, his brow furrowed with anxiety. As we said before, he could do something like this again, with someone else. I know, you're right. I do need to tell the police. I just know I'm going to find it so difficult, admitting to them that I've been such an idiot, so gullible, so— Stop. Dad puts a hand on my arm. Stop blaming yourself, Sophie. None of this has been your fault. It's all his doing, and he needs to pay for it. Mom's looking at me carefully. You don't still have any feelings for him, do you? No, I retort immediately. I hate him for what he's done to me. But then I sigh and admit more quietly, I suppose it's just that some of the things he did, like coming to England with me, prepared to start over, give up his life in the States. Those things make me think he must have felt something for me. He didn't have to come. He could have finished with me once I got my memory back. And let's face it, he didn't like it here at all. The job, the commute, and he only rented the house in this village for my sake. He always knew I wanted to be near you and Phoebe. But he was jealous of us. That was always obvious. He might have tried, Sophie, but he couldn't accept you having anyone to love apart from him. I think about this. It's true, of course. His sulkiness when he used to spend any time with them, his criticism of Phoebe that used to rile me so much, his impatience if I was later than usual going home to him from Mum's house. Why did I never see that he just couldn't bear sharing me? He wanted me to have a baby with him, I remember. You told me. Mum raises her eyebrows. Thank God you said no. I know you're right, I concede. What he did, it wasn't really love at all, was it? It was all about control. I have to tell the police about him. He needs to be stopped. Dad nods. We'll help you through it, obviously. Yes, Mum agrees, taking a firm hold of my hand. We will. Obviously. And if you have to go back to New York, Dad goes on, to talk to the police or to go to court. I shake my head, panicking at the very idea, but he goes on calmly. I know how hard it would be for you, Sophie, but your mom and I have already discussed it. Yes, I'd go with you, Mum says firmly, and your Auntie Jane will come down from Norfolk to be with your dad and take care of Phoebe. She's already agreed. She's Dad's sister, after all. She wants to help. But I never want to go back to New York, I protest, my voice shaking. I know, but I'd be with you the whole time. We wouldn't stay for a moment longer than necessary. But Sophie, it probably is going to be necessary, and you're stronger now. You'll be fine. I close my eyes, trying not to think about it. It might not happen, and if it does, it might not be for a long time. And Mum's right. I'm stronger now. I square my shoulders and say it to myself again. I'm stronger. I can do it. I remind myself of what I did last night, how I took myself up to London without even knowing where I was going, how I stood up to Nathan, how he looked at me afterwards. That involuntary look of surprise and respect, despite everything. Yes, I'm a different person now, a stronger person. I can do this. I have to. By the time Phoebe's about to start school, a couple of days later, I've prepared my report about Nathan for the New York Police Department. Putting everything in writing has made me more determined and even more angry about what he did to me. I've got no regrets about doing it, but I'm just finding it difficult to take this final step, knowing I'll probably end up having to go back to New York at some stage, and knowing what the end result will be, a court case, presumably a sentence for Nathan. He'll never forgive me. But why should I ever forgive him, after all? I won't ever forgive him. Now the police report has been done, my priority is to get myself used to living on my own for the first time in my life. Phoebe has stayed overnight with me a couple of times now. She's been on her best behavior, but very excited about it, and she's told Mum she wants to stay with me more often. I'm never going to take her away from you, I promise, Mum.
But if we can share her care between us, like we used to do before I went away, it would make life so much easier for you, wouldn't it? And we live so close to each other, it's not exactly difficult to arrange. I know, that's true, Sophie, and I must admit I guessed this is what you'd be asking me to agree to. You probably realize I wasn't prepared to agree to anything like this while Nathan was living with you. But now it's different, and it's only right that you should have a full relationship with Phoebe again. After all, I won't be here forever.
Mom,
I gasp, appalled. You're only 57. Yes, but you're only 24. You'll still be young enough when she's a teenager to do things with her. Swimming, diving, paddleboarding, surfing. You know, when you go on holidays with her.
I doubt I'll be able to afford holidays, I say gloomily.
Yes, you will, because by then you'll be working and you'll be better off. But I already have a job. I just need to advertise to get more typing work. In the short term, that'll help, but it's not enough, darling. And I don't mean financially, because we're going to help you, obviously. No, I mean it's not enough for you. You're too bright, too ambitious to spend all your time typing someone else's work. But I enjoy it, I protest. Yes, I'm sure you do. You could still do that in your spare time to earn a little bit extra. But those 2 authors you're working for will only be producing a book. What, once a year? Twice at the most? I shrug. I can advertise for more work. I can't go back to the hotel, Mom, even if they wanted me. I shudder. Even the thought of working in a hotel again, especially now Manton House is merging with the American chain, fills me with panic. I understand that. But Sophie, there are more and more companies now where the staff all work from home. You must realize that. And before you mention the problem of the school holidays, it's not a problem now, is it? As you've just said, we can work out ways to share Phoebe's care between us. I realize you're going to want to be around as much as possible for her while she's so little. But once she's a bit older, it'll be so much easier. And trust me, the years go so fast. If we're going to share her, you'll still be able to keep some weeks of the school holidays free. Yes, I definitely will. I loved taking her for those days out. I know, so let's all keep our eyes open for more opportunities for you. Something will come up, and we'll make it work, between us, okay? I smile at her. Okay. And meanwhile, she goes on, we're going to help you. Look, we're not hard up. We both had good careers, and we've been very lucky. Your dad's private practice alone provided more than enough to keep us in luxury for the rest of our lives. But we were never interested in the millionaire lifestyle. We can, quite easily, pay your rent for a year or 2, or as long as it takes. And we've already put money aside for a car for you when you finally get your test. Come on, don't cry. It's what we want to do. You'd do the same for Phoebe, wouldn't you? Of course I would. I want to give her the world, but until I can make something of myself— And you will, Dad puts in. We believe in you. With a little bit of help to start with, you can do it. We'll make sure you do. I reach out for a hug from them both. Thank you, both of you. I love you both so much. And you're right, as always. I do want to make something of myself again. I want to be able to support myself, and Phoebe eventually. And I suppose I've been kidding myself that I can get more work from authors, when the reality is that most of them write their own work or use voice recognition. Like you said, it's been a start, but it's not enough. I'll start looking online for part-time jobs working from home. I pause, then go on. But right now, I can hear the theme tune for that program Phoebe's been watching. Here she comes now. Shall I take her home with me for a little while and give you both a break? Yes, Mum smiles at me. I'm sure she'd like to go back with you and play with Fred for a little while. After all, it's the last day of her holiday. I know. I hold out my arms for Phoebe as she runs into the room. School tomorrow, Phoebes. Are you looking forward to it? Yes, she squeals. I can't wait. We're so lucky that she's not at all worried about it. She's a confident little girl. She has my parents to thank for that. But then I stop and let myself admit. And me. I'm back. I'm her mummy again. I'm going to be confident and happy and sure of myself now too. There's nothing holding me back. Mum's right. I can get a good job again. It might take time, but eventually I'm going to be able to hold my head up again and feel proud of myself. And make Phoebe proud of me too. I'm never going to be that sad, lost girl again, with no identity, no mind of her own, dependent on a man who only wanted her for himself. The center of my universe will always be Phoebe. She's the reason I get up every day, and during that horrible time at the American Hotel, she was all that kept me going, the thought of coming back to her. Nathan stole that from me, kept me apart from her, stole a whole year of her life from me, and if I have anything to do with it, he's going to pay for that. But I don't want to be thinking about him now. As I walk home, hand in hand with Phoebe, I'm smiling to myself, just imagining how good the future could be for us all now. Now Nathan's out of the picture. "Why are you doing such a very big smile, Mummy?" Phoebe asks, looking up at me. "Are you very, very happy?" "Yes." I pick her up in my arms and twirl her around. "Of course I'm happy, because I've got the best little girl in the world." She giggles. "I'm glad I'm coming back to your house again. I haven't seen Freddie since lots of days ago. And can you make up another story for me? I love your made-up stories, Mummy." I smile. "Of course I will. I love making them up for you too." We turn into my road, and my smile drops as I see that the journalists and photographers are back, hanging around outside, calling out to me as we approach the house. I'm not bothered by them anymore. I've got used to them, and it's getting less often that they bother to turn up, because we've never given them anything. "Just walk quietly next to me," I warn Phoebe, "and ignore them if they talk to you, okay?" "I know," she says calmly. "Nanny told me that, and so did you, Mummy. Nanny says no comment. It means we don't want to talk to them." I smile down at her. "That's right, sweetheart. We don't want to, do we? They'll go away soon." "And never come back?" she says as I unlock the front door and usher her inside. "That's right. They'll just go away eventually and never come back." "Like Nathan did?" she adds, looking at me suddenly a little less confidently. "Nanny said he's gone away, but I don't want him to come back. Not ever. He was a bit scary sometimes, wasn't he?" "Yes, he was," I agree. "And no, he's never going to come back. We don't need him, do we?" "No," she agrees happily. "We only need us, and Nanny and Granddad. And Freddie." "That's quite right, Phoebe." I smile down at her. "That's all we need." I don't know if I'll ever want another man in my life. Mum says I probably will, one day, that I'll meet someone good and kind and reliable. I can't imagine trusting anyone enough. But then again, when I see Mum and Dad together again now, despite the fact that they lived separately until he had his stroke, I see something there between them, a look in the eyes, a touch of a hand, a smile, a laugh, a tender tone to their voices that makes me feel, just for a moment, a tiny flash of regret for something sweet and pure that I've never had. Dad's made some improvement, but he's never going to be back to the man he was. But that doesn't matter to Mum. She cares for him because she still loves him. Will I ever find a love like that? Or will my love for my daughter always be enough for me? At the moment, I feel sure it will. And this moment is all I can concern myself with. I made the worst mistake of my life the day I walked into that New York bar instead of coming straight home to my family. But regrets don't change the past. I've got so much to live for now, and Phoebe's always going to be at the center of it all. Nathan could have ruined my life, but he hasn't, and I'm not going to let him. I wondered for so long what kind of mother could leave her child on the other side of the world while she forgot who she even was. But I'm a different kind of mother now. The mother I was, deep inside me all along. What happened to me wasn't my fault. I know that now. But it happened, and I'm going to put it behind me and move on. Nathan stole a year of my life. He's not going to take one single day more from me or my family. What kind of mother am I? The best I can possibly be for my little girl from this day forward for the rest of my life. The end.